Hey, you. Welcome to the Friday stream, everyone. Everyone. The fleets have arrived. All this does is make me regret never actually finishing Mass Effect 3. I think I own 2 copies of the Legendary Edition. I own one on PC and one on PS5 for some reason. And in my mind, I'm gonna do it. Eventually, right? But I just can't listen. To do it, I have to play through 2 different 150-hour campaigns. That's the obstacle in my way. I actually started Mass Effect 1 again, like a couple years ago. And I was having fun. But, you know, chat wasn't there, so it didn't have the same ring to it. The fun gets sucked out of certain games if I can't, like, share the experience on stream. But I also don't want to play 300 hours of sci-fi RPG on stream. It's commitment, man. The commitment. Anyway, what's up, guys? As you can tell, I couldn't figure out what game to play today, so I decided to just start a new Hearts of Iron campaign from, like, the non-mod side, because playing the Lord of the Rings mod was fun, and I enjoyed it as a nice change of pace, but it also made me miss 3 things from regular Hearts of Iron. Number 1, the game balance of having a... listen, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Hearts of Iron is, you know, a completely fair and balanced experience, no matter which nation you play as. Some of them are certainly OP in various ways. However, there's a generic balance that I think Hearts of Iron 4 strikes pretty well, where there's not any national focuses or research. There's not any researches that every single nation has that gives you infinite 100% stability, for example. Second thing, I miss having like airplanes and an air force that I can build. And the third thing, I miss having a navy, and I'm aware that those things are in the Lord of the Rings mod, but their use cases are limited. I also think that the Lord of the Rings mod suffers from campaigns that are naturally shorter than the research tree, which I think that's an undervalued aspect of base Hearts of Iron balance that's really difficult to replicate, which is the length of time it's supposed to take you to get through your national focuses and research trees are usually roughly equal to the length of the campaign that you are fighting on the map. And I think Lord of the Rings in particular, they destroyed that ring real fast, and we were only like 66% through the research tree. And the war was over. So, you know, you don't really get to play with all of your advanced toys. Like, I only had enough time to make like 4 extra divisions of cav. And then a bunch of infantry, and there really wasn't time to like build anything else, and the campaign was kind of over, and there's nothing I could do. As we found out yesterday, because I spent over an hour trying to like prepare to go to war with Gondor before realizing I could not in fact declare war on Gondor, which, you know, makes sense, but also did kind of force into the campaign because there was nothing else to do. So I wanted to go back and just do some vanilla and have some fun, because I honestly enjoy full DLC Hearts quite a lot. I wouldn't keep coming back to it if I didn't. I'm not here because I don't like it. It's definitely one of my favorite and most played games. For sure. We just passed 800 hours actually with the Lord of the Rings mod of Hearts of Iron, which now puts it on the list O games on my Steam profile. I only have like a few games that are over 1,000 hours. I'm not a 7,000 hour Andy. The only games that have broken 1,000 hours for me are Rust at 1,500 hours, 1,525. That was like #1 for a long time. And then RimWorld passed it, and we're up to 2,400 hours. 2,434 hours of RimWorld. So that's the most played. So I've played about 3 times more RimWorld than I have Hearts. But Hearts is #3. It just passed Rocket League to take the #3 spot. 775 hours of Rocket League is #4. I was pretty good at Rocket League. I was, me and Booman61 were pretty dominant in duos. So got a lot of pracking for that. That was fun. And then Stellaris is #5 at 515 hours. Close behind is Eve at 457, but that's an understatement. That's only 457 hours on Steam. Only real ones remember playing Eve before it was on Steam. So I have an unknown quantity of hours before it was even on Steam. And then TF2 is at about 400 hours. That's #7. #8's Crusader Kings 3 at 362 hours. #9 is Slay the Spire at 335. And #10 is Kenshi at 326 hours. So it's a pretty good top 10. I feel like that's a respectable variety of games for a top 10. You got your strategy, You got TF2's a first-person shooter. You got Rocket League. That's a dexterity game. I think I'm under attack. Yeah, I think we're under attack here. Hold on. Chill music. All right, relax. They put EVE on Steam. Everything's on Steam. All MMOs are basically on Steam. And then honorable mentions to the number 11, 12, and 13 games on my Steam list. Microsoft Flight Sim, Tabletop Sim, and Starbase. I feel like it's a pretty good variety. Two first-person shooters, some strategy games, RimWorld, a deck builder roguelike, whatever the heck Kenshi is. You should ruin your life with a MOBA. Well, okay, I did. I played Smite for hundreds of hours, but that was before it was on Steam, so I don't know how many hours are actually in there, but definitely in the hundreds for sure, if not 1,000 hours. We played a lot of Smites. It could well be around 1,000 hours. Because yeah, we played Smite every single day for like, it felt like years. I don't know how long it actually was. Back when, I'm pretty sure that I have some Smite YouTube videos that I never want to watch again. Yep, I do. 12 years ago. Shouldn't have looked to see how long ago that was. 2012, baby. 2012. Yikes. Should not have put that. I was like, oh yeah, that's probably like 7, 8 years ago. Nope, 12 years ago. And then, of course, an unknown amount of time in various MMOs. I played World of Warcraft. I played probably more of WildStar. I don't remember what other MMOs I've been into. Mostly WildStar. That was the big one. Did you ever try Rift? I think I did, but not for very long. A couple hours. And then SWTOR, of course. Yeah, SWTOR. Lots and lots of hours. I could log in and still see my character and see what my like slash played is on that character. It's probably a lot. So I know SWTOR's still alive, but it kind of isn't. I was a freshman in high school when I first found Eton's TF2 stuff. Oh. The good old days. What's up, Mitch F. Davis? Thanks for the 13-monther. How you doing? Narfwax says howdy for 58 months. Thanks for almost 12, 20, 34. Almost 5 years of sub. I had to count. And welcome back with a tier 1. Kiera B, also Peepo Riven. Hello, Kiera. How are you? Chat, hope you're having a nice Friday so far. I'm just going to hang out and play some games today. But I got to decide what nation I want to play as. And we're going to start a new campaign. We'll definitely try some more Hearts mods at some point. I just don't want to like back to back. Because I don't really enjoy the learning like I don't like the learning period of like there's still a learning period when I play different nations in regular Hearts where I have to figure out, okay, what's their focus tree? What's their focus tree? And that's fine. But like when the research tree is completely different and all the mechanics are different and you know, like meh, sometimes you want to stick to what you know. I don't feel like learning today other than reading somebody's focus tree. Are you gonna play the new Tarkov wipe? No. Tarkov is stinky now. To be honest. Tarkov is like totally lost in the sauce. They're lost in their own sauce. I don't know how they were like on the path of success and they had already achieved success. And what do you give to the man who has everything already? You know what I mean? They're constantly unsatisfied with the success that they have and trying to manufacture more at the expense. It's definitely a cut your nose off to spite your face situation with Tarkov, 100%. Like, there are a few things that people in power within the developer at Tarkov either really hated or really desired, and they would do anything to get rid of the things that they hate and acquire the things that they want, even to the extent of poo-pooing everything that they've already done. Could you be more specific? No, I don't feel like Googling all this for you. If you know, you know. But you can start by just looking up the Tarkov Unheard Edition. Just type Tarkov Unheard Edition drama. There you go. That's probably most everything that you need to know. But it would be very difficult to summarize the entire... how, like, if you haven't been following them on social media, like, because I was playing actively and watching, like, the patches and stuff they were putting out, and the, like, groveling they've been doing to try and get their goodwill back, and the inflating different editions of the game with, like, freebies that nobody asked for just to make you happy. And there's just so, like, it's very much throw as much shit at the wall and hope something sticks so that they can get back where they were, because they were up there last year. Or no, was it this year? It was this year. Like in January, February, they were at the top of the world. I have never seen Tarkov have such a positive general opinion. Everyone was happy. Online, verbally, commending them, and they took those pats on the back and they grabbed the arm of the person who was patting them on the back, and then they just threw them over their shoulder and body slammed them against the ground. It's crazy. Arena should never have happened? Probably, yeah. I would say Arena probably should never have happened, because they got sunk cost fallacy up to their eyeballs in Tarkov Arena, man. Because now they got a whole thing where you can play Arena. Am I crazy, or is there not like a thing where you play Arena in order to get loot in base Tarkov or something stupid? Did I make that up? And then there's whatever the hell marathon mode is. I'm very much like a back in my day individual when it comes to Tarkov, for sure. I'm a back in my day. Iceland playthrough? I have considered it, Riv. I have considered it. I've thought about it. Gameplay loop good, devs are stinky. Pretty much, yeah. Finland? We actually did stream Finland. Let's see. But yeah, I think I'm pretty much done with it. I think the idea of a PvE Tarkov is still interesting and fun. They have mods for that. Is PvE Tarkov still hella expensive for the official one? I don't remember. I'm not really sure what the status of that is. All right, let's figure out who we're going to play as today. 1936. The world has yet again been doused in gasoline. A single spark may be all it takes. I have to go by vibes. It's like $20 if you got the $45 version of the game. So they finally caved on that, because wasn't it like hundreds of dollars? Wasn't it like $250 at first? I assume that version of the game probably still exists. Hello, Paplats. They call it Hearts of Iron because blood has iron in it, and war has blood. You're thinking. You're using your brain, I can tell. I know you're using your brain because you've subscribed for 40 months, or maybe you're not using your brain. It's hard to say. Either way, welcome to the stream. So, of all the nations that I would like to play right now, at the top of the list in my brain, there are definitely a few. There's definitely at least a few that I am contemplating. I have to like see every single name and see how it makes my brain feel. It's very much like Severance, you know? Like in Severance, you know when they're trying to put the letters or numbers or whatever into different folders based on how they feel? That's one of the most accurate ideas in television I've ever seen for how day-to-day works. Severance mentioned, yeah, when season 2 though, where their like day job is to just put things in folders for with no discernible reason, just based on completely vibes and the scary numbers. Yeah. The scary numbers. This is how it is though. Like I just look at stuff and see how it makes me feel and then go with that. Can't believe more people aren't talking about it. That's because, Roof, it's years between seasons, man. The reason why, listen, I thought Severance was great, and I'm very excited for season 2, but the reason why Lost worked and Severance doesn't work on a national scale is because Lost only had 6 months between the end of seasons and the beginning of the next season. 6 months! Severance has had 2 years. People just can't be interested in a thing for so long. Shows like Lost were like bam, 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 bam. Here you go. There's TV's over. We did it. And that's with a writer's strike. Isn't every show years between seasons now? Yeah, and it sucks. And then you get 8 episodes when you come out the other side. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? I waited 2 years for like 8 episodes of TV? Don't get me wrong, it's gonna be good. But it's just so long, man. I'm gonna be dead before some of these shows end. 8 episodes all at once that you finish in a night and leaves your brain in a week. Yeah, that's the problem with content as the primary medium, as opposed to like just trying to entertain over a longer marathon style period of time. I genuinely think it was better when we were getting like 1 episode a week and there were like 24 episode seasons for stuff. 8 to 10 episode seasons are just not good enough. I think the perfect amount of time is like 16 episode seasons, personally. All right, let's, I'm going to tell you right now who I want to be. I want to be either, I'm actually in the mood for something a little different from me. I'm actually thinking about playing as Italy. Because we tried Italy once and handled it terribly. I'm contemplating actually playing Italy. Italy. Because I haven't done it in a long time. Major power, that is illegal. I've also wanted to play the Soviet Union because I never ever played the Soviets. Period. But I think I'm more interested in Italy. Because the Soviets are sort of in the same area as we were last campaign. We were actually, that's not true. We were just in the Mediterranean. I think I just like the Mediterranean. Because we were just also Greece. That's true. But I like the Mediterranean. It's a fun area to play as. I would say the other nations that I really like doing, that I want to try again, even though we've already done it before, is Poland. I think Poland might actually be my favorite nation to play as. If I had to pick one. And I think the reason is because it's very challenging. It's very difficult, but if you succeed in the early game, you do have good industry, good infrastructure, the potential to mobilize armor, tanks, and it can get really powerful. And it has some interesting paths. So I actually quite like Poland, but yeah, on historical, it's insanely difficult. Yeah, Poland is like the underdog who also has really high industrial potential. So yeah, I'm debating between, let me look at the other ones again. Canada, no. Australia, no. Zealand, no. Africa, no. British Raj, no. British Raj needs a new focus tree, to be honest. India is really cool, but their focus tree is really bad, in my opinion. Czechoslovakia is really fun. We've never done Hungary. I feel like we did Romania once. It's hard to remember. Yugoslavia, no. I'm just not interested. I don't know why. We just did China. Actually, we did Manchukuo and created China. But Communist China would be a fun one to do in the future. That's a challenge. Mexico's neat. Netherlands, we had a great campaign. Spain, we had a great campaign. Portugal, we had a terrible campaign. Haven't done Bulgaria. Just did Greece. Turkey's focus tree gives me nightmares. Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. We've done 2 of those. Poland, yes. It's really good. Ethiopia is really fun, but super hard. Switzerland, despise their focus tree also. Finland is probably one of the most fun campaigns in the game, actually. Sweden, I don't remember. We always get confused. I did do Denmark, and I feel like we did Sweden, but not Norway. We haven't done Brazil. We did do Chile. I vowed not to do the South American countries again because I really don't like their focus trees. And I don't like the new DLC very much. Okay, so based on all that information, I'm still thinking nothing is grabbing me. Like, let's just do Italy. I would say either Italy. I do want to do one of the stupid small ones, like Iceland. At some point, but I don't know if that point is right now. Bor Ragnarok, thanks for the 7-monther. How you doing, dude? Welcome back. Thanks for Prime. Appreciate it. Thanks for dropping the Bezos bucks. Yeah, let's. I remember Mussolini's whole thing being quite difficult to handle. So maybe I should just go with that. It's either that or Poland, I think. With the rise of fascism, Italy has entered a new glorious era. Its forces are currently in the process of adding Ethiopia to the growing Italian colonial empire, but Mussolini's ambitions do not stop there. Dominion over the Mediterranean has always been Italy's destiny, and a new order of things is taking shape in Europe. When the tidal wave of change arrives, Italy must find a place at its crest or risk being swept away. Okay. So the upside of Italy is Mediterranean is fun. Downside of Italy is we do have some islands and also North African holdings. I'm going to turn off historical, because of course, and we're going to turn on Iron Man, because why not? I'm just playing on regular difficulty. I don't like buffing the AI because I feel like arbitrary research speed debuffs are not very fun. You're just limiting the amount of points you get, which is not super fun to me. And I think it's difficult enough on regular. I think that's fine, especially with ahistorical and Iron Man being in the mix. I tried a historical Greece recently just to see if I could figure it out, since we just did Greece. Greece's Pieces was the name of that one. We probably already have a campaign named this, but this is just going to be Italy. Lock it in. Screen flicker. Worrisome. Little worrisome. Okay, let's see where all of our holdings are. Because, of course, we start at war with Ethiopia right from the outset. Do we have anything else in the entire world? Or is it pretty much... I think it's pretty much concentrated, like, here, right? Yeah. We have the Deccanese. Which is still so weird. How did... I want to learn the actual history of how Italy was able to hold on to the Deccanese this whole time, because it just seems so far away from everything else. And the UK is over here with Cyprus. I guess that kind of makes sense, because they have holdings. They were splitting up all this territory amongst themselves. And then, of course, we've got a little spot in Zara on the other side. So, we don't usually get to play in this area, do we? Normally when we're doing hearts, we're kind of a little further removed from the actual front, but we're right here. Now, granted, it's ahistorical, so really anything could happen, yeah, but the possibility still exists for everything to be going down right on our doorstep, especially with the, if they do the Anschluss of Austria, small little border between us. One little choke point right there between the impassable mountains. So, for Italy, let's go ahead and check our plentiful national spirits. Currently led by Benito Mussolini, Il Duce, which gives a political power gain bonus and an economy, trade, and conscription law affordability bonus. Our national spirits are Vittorio Emanuele III. The Soldier King reminds the Italians of their recent victories in the Great War. His presence and their loyalty to him is a great source of unity for the people. Plus 5% stability. So you have about 42% stability to get started, which is, you know, not very high, but most places is not very high at the start of the hearts. So one of our goals is always get stability up, because that affects our political power gain and our factories. Vittoria, is it Mutilata or Mutilata? I don't know. Our allies betrayed Italy and stabbed us in the back when they broke the Pact of London. We sacrificed so much blood at the Isonzo for their victory, and they in turn denied us what was ours by right. Now Italy will take her destiny into her own hands to ensure justice is done. So we have acceptance of democratic and communist diplomacy down, acceptance of fascist diplomacy up. I'm pretty sure that that only applies to the AI, but I could be wrong. Our war goal justification is a little bit faster. Italy asked for a lot after World War I and got like 10% because the Balkans balkanized. Balkanization. I'm struggling somewhat with Russia's playing as Germany. Could you help me a bit? I've actually never played as Germany. Yeah, Schmedico, I know that might surprise you. But also, even if I had, I'm not really sure what of the possible 100 things that you're struggling with you might be struggling with. So it's kind of a big question. Just win, lol. It's that easy. Apparently. At least that's what chat says. London Naval Treaty Signatory. We have signed the London Naval Treaty and accordingly are restricted in the size of our capital ships. Okay, max ship cost. The Reconstruction Industrial are, oh, military industrial organizations. Okay. Are cheaper, I guess. Does that mean like all upgrades to them are cheaper? I'm not really sure. Industrial concern cost is minus 35%, so that's one of these. And we build civilian factories a little bit faster. Our efforts to save our domestic industries after the Great Depression have proven successful. By investing in Italy's industrial capacity further, our productivity will soon rival those of the major powers. Now that I understand the MIOs, they are one of the best additions of late. I'm used to chat being wrong about most things, Wapaloosa, so I'm not surprised to see your comment. It's one of the things that just comes with streaming, you know? Military industry. Our domestic military complex has fallen behind our rivals in both productivity and technology. We must strengthen Italy's military industries if we want our forces to be successful on the battlefield. Well, you say that, and yet, all of these red debuffs. So it's slower, 15% slower armor research, weapons research, equipment research, artillery research, air, naval research, production efficiency cap minus 10%, efficiency growth minus 5%, efficiency base minus 5%, and minus 10% factory output. Great. You guys are doing wonderful. Anyways, I'm not going to do a whole rant on it on military industrial orgs, but suffice it to say, I would much rather just give me the old spend some political power and never have to look at it again. Because having to continuously stop what I'm doing to get plus 2% soft attack and then have to open the MIO, click the upgrade, then hopefully have army experience. If you don't have army experience, forget that you even did the upgrade. If you do have army experience, change your production line, go here, click here, maybe create a variant. If you didn't click the checkbox on the original screen, then switch every... Yeah, no, just give me the one... Just give me the one button press that I have to do forever here. And I just go click, click, done. The end. Nothing else. It was way better before. 100%. Yeah, we've got 4 research slots. Excellent. I wasn't done. I wasn't done. Reggio Esercito. No idea how to pronounce that either. Division speed minus 10. Division org minus 10. Org loss when moving plus 15. These are all terrible. Max entrenchment plus 10%. Land doctrine cost plus 10%. The Italian army fought in the First World War and was on the victorious side, but has not been able to keep up with the military modernization. By adapting to modern times, we will strengthen the army and be ever victorious. Well, considering you guys fought in World War I, you seem to have forgotten everything you learned because you all have debuffs on every single facet of combat. Ditto for the aeronautics. The newest branch of the Italian Armed Forces was one of the greatest air forces in the world when it was formed, but has been lagging behind recently. By investing in our air force, it can once again become the envy of the world. So naval missions bad, air accidents happen more, night ops are worse, bad weather penalty is worse, air doctrines are more expensive, but we do get a whole 5% air superiority combat bonus. Only by securing naval dominance in the Mediterranean can we secure the shores of Italy. But to do this, we must invest heavily in modernizing the Navy. Minus 5% fleet chord, minus 10% naval detection, minus 10% spotting speed. We get a little screening efficiency buff and a little pride of the fleet buff, and that's it. So basically every aspect of Italy is awful right now. You can queue the upgrade so it goes auto. You still have to look at every single MIO and plot which 2% buffs you want. And then when it's time to update, you still have to go into your production lines and you have to manually create variants. It's just so much busy work for such an insignificant series of decisions, where letting you focus on what matters and just pick one of these and just stick with it and just have the buffs with political power lets you actually play the game, instead of having to like constantly like micromanage stuff that doesn't matter. It's just very tedious micromanagement because there's so many, there's like 4 to 5 MIOs that you have to deal with every single campaign. Not enough manpower to fulfill. Oh yeah, we got a lot of garrisons. So garrisoning is going to be a big aspect. Nothing I can do about that now. 5 chromium and 4 rubber in the hole. All right, that's probably fine. We are at war. No casualties. We're going to have to look at decisions because Italy's got a lot of stuff with Mussolini at the beginning, I believe. Let's start by... Let's actually not start with assigning divisions, because how many divisions do we have in Ethiopia? It looks like about 25. No divisions in basic. We have 750,000 manpower, but we're 5,500 infantry equipment in the hole. 200 fighters in the hole. 440 tactical bombers in the hole. 52 close air support gone. 274 support equipment gone. We have a few light tanks. The Fiat 3000s. The 3000 Bs have a little bit more soft attack. And then the L335s have insane reliability. Do you think the game would benefit from a white piece, conditional piece mechanic? I think so, but I don't think that that's going to be something that's even possible without a sequel. Hearts of Iron 5. That sounds like a Hearts of Iron 5 thing. Because I don't think it's even possible for them to weave that into the web of Hearts 4 in any way that makes sense. It's just been built from the ground up with you have to be at war and stay at war. I also think that from a video game perspective, the way that it is now, where once you are at war, you can't end the war until you win or lose, total victory or total defeat, probably contributes to the vibe that they want of World War II simulator. So I understand why it works the way it works. I think if there was like an easily available white piece mechanic, I feel like there's a decent number of scenarios where war just randomly stops in your save because the AI all make peace with each other. And then you're just kind of like, okay, what now what? So I feel like they probably consciously don't want there to be an easy way to end the war, because they want there to always be war in their war simulator, is what I would guess. So it might be intentional. I do think companies for different nations should vary way more. Yeah, that's the other thing, Wapalooza. It's the same for every country almost. So I'm just... You're going to pick the same things every time, right? Because you have a play style that you enjoy, and you'll pick the same MIO upgrades every time, so it's just busy work. To make you feel like you're making decisions when you're not making decisions. You're going to get all the upgrades eventually anyways that you think are worthwhile. Okay, we got 20 extra military factories. And guns are obviously the most important aspect of our early war effort. Italy has 4 factories on infantry equipment 1. So they already start with the Carcano M38, which is much better than the pre-war guns. Literally double the amount of infantry soft attack and hard attack and more breakthroughs. So it's nice that we already start with that. A lot of the other nations I play as don't have that luxury. And it seems like we have more than enough steel to support this early production. So with the remaining factories, we definitely want to probably double the amount of factories. And it's important that you do this before you unpause the game, because if you do it before you unpause the game for the first time, you will start with maxed production efficiency on those factories, where if you unpause and then assign the factories, you will have to build their production efficiency up. So, FYI, we're definitely going to want at least 3 or 4 support equipment factories. Oh my goodness, the amount of like partially in progress boats for our Navy, and then airplanes. Which are hiding all the way down here. So I'd like to finish each of these boats as fast as possible. So we're going to queue up naval dockyards. So when the first naval dockyard finishes this early ship hull in December 1936, which seems ages away, then they'll continue to stack onto the ones below. Now, do our default troops have any kind of I need to see what like our standard division looks like here. Combat with 12, so pretty small. 42 organization, 54 soft attack. They do have a support artillery and an engineer company. So the engineer company is going to require support equipment, and the artillery company is going to require artillery. So not having an artillery line at all means we should probably get some towed artillery and use our manufacturer for a small production output bonus. They're slightly cheaper. So that needs at least 1 factory, because what, how many are we down? 109? What do I want to do with the last 3? Certainly we're going to need more tanks. We got, I think, 2 factories on trucks is probably overly generous unless we're using trucks in any of our divisions. Okay, so they are using some motorized infantry in the tank division, which only has 1 unit of light tanks, 14 combat width. They have 4 cavalry units on horses, 2 motorized infantry with trucks, no support companies at all, and then a singular light tank. Okay, you're doing your best. And then the colonial divisions, which this one doesn't even exist. We're probably going to convert this into a... Well, actually, do we have a cavalry division? We're probably going to convert this cav division into a garrison division once we have military police. And then who are you guys? The berets. Militiamen. 22 defense, 3 breakthrough, 6 soft attack. So they're pretty standard. They just are locked. Okay, and then we have some mountaineers are going to be very important for Italy, so that's going to be the specialist that we probably focus on, and they have support arty. So I'm thinking the 2 trucks is actually fine, because we need to feed those trucks into the tank divisions. I love support companies, so I'm thinking maybe a 4th on support, maybe running out of tanks in your tank divisions is awful. So maybe we go here. Actually, let's take that one off and then do 2 on artillery just to kind of get us going. I want more planes, but do I really care about basic close air support and interwar planes when we have no rubber? I'm not sure how much I want to prioritize this. I feel like boots on the ground is always more important to me. So make sure you don't have a shortage of guns. Then you can train more manpower. Make sure you don't have a shortage of support equipment. We probably need a 4th here. 3 tank factories. I feel like 2 artillery is going to be too much. I'm going to take 1 off Artie and then put 1 on... Why are these both close air support? What is going on? This is interwar close air support and basic close air support. Is it possible to open both these at the same time? I don't think so. I'm looking at the stat difference. 7 air defense versus 9. 38 agility versus 44. Basically, why are we making this garbage? It's only slightly cheaper. No idea why we're making this garbage. Why are we not even making fighters? I like the idea that they're all close air support, no fighters. The basic medium airframe has 1 air attack. Cool. 1.5. No air attack. 5 air attack. Okay, so the interwar small airframe is the only one that's got any air attack other than the basic close air support. So you may as well just make exclusively the basic close air support because they have no fighters. Hold on, chat. Are you guys saying interwar means between wars? Like, but how did they know it was an interwar if they didn't know about World War II yet? Is what I want to know. Could they see the future? Anyways, I'm aware that the interwar... I wish I knew that interwar planes were from World War I 800 game hours ago. Yes, I know they're from before World War II. I'm trying to figure out why they have 2 different lines queued up for 2 different close air support planes and see if they know something that I don't. Because on this tab, there's 200 fighters in the hole. We don't even have any fighters, so I don't really understand what the heck is going on here. Also, I don't like that they name all of their, like, air wings, like, 8 degree Stormo, 5 degree, 4 degree Stormo. Yeah, I know we don't have anybody in basic. I know we have no missions assigned. I'm gonna fix it, okay? And we gotta do the Italy's national focus tree is pretty big and complicated, so we need to take it slow. We don't have fighters or attack bombers. I kind of don't care. And then free civilian factories. We have 10, so we have 21 total civilian factories. Of those, 10 are being reserved by our economic policy for civilians. So they are off limits to us to be able to use for now. And then we're going to have to change our militarism. We're already at partial mobilization, but we can switch to war economy. And that'll free up a few more of those civilian factories so we can redistribute them to build whatever we want. And also allow us to build military factories a little bit faster. So the big thing is getting off of civilian economy if you're on it, because it is the worst as far as taking your civilian factories away from you and reserving them for the civilians, hence the toasters. And then more importantly, it reduces your construction speed for both types of factories, military and civilian, by 30%. So getting off of civilian to negative 10% is a nice upgrade. And then from here, there's no debuff. It's only a positive 10% for military factories. So it's partial is the biggest upgrade, I think. War economy is nice, but it's not as big of a jump as partial mobilization is, in my opinion. I am just going to start with the basics and find one of the areas in Italy that has like the highest infrastructure. So I see 80%, 80%, 80% in Lombardia, Piedmont, and this has one open space. So we don't really care about whether we're filling this or not, because we're going to get more space for factories as we industrialize. And then there's another one over here. So you could build here if you want. Emilia Romagna. So I'm just going to queue up to 2 civilian factories and start the civilian infrastructure first. I still have the 1 extra military factory. I'll put it on artillery for now. I think having arty is never a bad thing. Okay, so as far as divisions go, we do need to keep some divisions just ahistorical. You never know what's going to happen up here. I don't want to leave my borders undefended here. But let's start by divvying up the different... What are you guys... Why is it just like one dude here? Colonial divisions of militiamen. They're just holding Tobruk. Who the heck is this? Division Ascari Libica? We're going to have to translate all these to English. 4 infantry, 8 combat width. Wow, that looks like one of my Coast Guard. Okay, so you two guys are going to go in like a North African army. You guys are going to go on an Ethiopian. We're going to select them and then right-click on this to get an army, and then right-click the army on this to get a field marshal. We've got 4 field marshals in Italy to choose from, so we're just going to want to pick the best of those. So we can take the guy that has slightly better supply management, but he has terrible attack bonus. I think I'd rather... Let's take a look at their other traits. Rodolfo Graziani. Politically connected, doesn't really matter. Cautious, 20% slower planning speed. Desert movement, attack, and defense buff. The Desert Fox. And offensive doctrine. Okay, those are solid. Pietro Bedoglio. Bad dog. +1 defense, +1 logistics. Don't care about politically connected. Organizer, max entrenchment. So the defensive guy. We got 2 with max entrenchment, so we're gonna be able to hold those mountains forever. Yeah, out of all of these, Rodolfo's definitely the dude you want with the Desert Fox and the attack. I wouldn't be surprised if he's the one that did it historically, because it seems like it's meant to be. And then the best general to actually lead the offensive. We have a lot of level 1 generals. Look at all these weenies. Well, at least we're not going to have to hire any. But yeah, Giovanni Messi seems like the best by far. He's head and shoulders above these other dudes. Engineer and Fortress Buster is good, though. But either way, 4 supply consumption, so minus 10% supply consumption. The 4 plus 10% offense, yeah. Okay, we need to actually have multiple generals, right? So we need to have these guys in their own group. I might have screwed this up, actually, by doing that the way that I did it. Yeah, I like this river attack and fortress buster guy down here. I don't like reckless because when they get injured a lot, and leader experience gain down is also not my fave. So I'm actually going to skip Ettore Baldassare and go either with the inflexible strategist, old Sebastiano, or this dude who's got plus 100% experience factor for infantry and give him a chance. I think I'm going to go with Sebastiano here.
Pronto, signore.
And I wanted Giovanni. Yeah, now see, because I moved him, he's now going to take 23 days. So that was stupid on my part. I could have done that better. I hate that it does that when the game is unpaused, though. When you, like, swap your generals around, he's like, whoops, I was going to teleport there, but now I have to travel for 3 weeks. It's like, come on, man. I haven't even unpaused the game yet. Why are you punishing me? Time to start over, chat. Oh, I teleported there, and then you told me not to, so now you're going to have to wait. I am actually tempted to start over. I'm just gonna deal with it. This is Iron Man. We're just gonna deal.
Si, signore.
Okay, that's gonna be your front line.
Si, signore.
That's gonna be your front line.
Pronto, signore.
And now I probably want to reinforce them. Because aren't there a lot of mountains in Ethiopia? There are a significant number of mountains in Ethiopia. Okay, 3,
signore.
4. Let's take
Pronto,
these
signore.
3. Go with the top. And then how many people are inside
Formazione.
of the horsey regiments? Only 8 combat width, but horses would be really nice to have.
Pronto, signore.
And then we probably want the tanks in the south is probably solid because we got some deserts here. And they have no armor down there at all. So I'm going to take all of my tank divisions, which are already level 3 regulars. Granted, they only have 1 light tank group, which is 60 light tanks, you know. Still good. And then 70 motorized infantry, which are basically cavalry, but with way more breakthrough. They have the same defense and soft attack, but the breakthrough here is what separates them. And breakthrough is just kind of like letting us stay on the offensive longer. In short. So yeah, take all those to the south of the Ethiopian front.
Si, signore.
The horses to the south of the Ethiopia. I want to guard the borders, but like,
Formazione.
I think we all know that we want to take Ethiopia as fast as possible. Now, before we cram every single unit into Ethiopia, we need to check the supply remaining and whether or not we'll be able to give them that supply. So we have about 4.12 down to 1.25 supply remaining, and if you look at the individual units while in supply mode, you can see how much they demand. So one tank division demands 1.77 divided by 3. So it's about like half a point of demand per unit. So mathematically, we should be able to tolerate like 2 units here, up to 5 or 6 units here, maybe 5. So yeah, we should have plenty of supply here. Now, once we push into Ethiopia, that's where it becomes troublesome. And we're going to have to deal with having too many cooks in the kitchen.
Pronto.
However, I am of the opinion that reinforcing and getting this war over with as fast as possible
Pronto, signore.
is to our advantage. So let's get 22 divisions in the north,
Si, signore.
12 divisions in the south, and see how that goes. And leave the rest home for now. Actually, I'm going to get the horses in there. We'll go 13. Because these guys are super weak, man.
Si, signore.
All right, we'll group you guys up in a minute. Research should be pretty straightforward. Like, actually, because we're at war with Ethiopia, we want to respect being at war and, like I said, not getting stuck in an eternal war. So we definitely want the standard machine tools, because the efficiency cap is currently stuck at 40% right now on all of our production lines. And since it's already hard capped, oops, wrong button. Since it's already hard capped, we want to get that start increasing to 50. And then we definitely want electronic mechanical engineering and probably radio. So 3% research speed from electronic mechanical engineering. We could get construction 1, which is pretty typical. I definitely want support weapons 1, because this just gives us a buff to the boots on the ground right now. 5% defense and breakthrough. I think I want to save my political power and not use the MIOs. So you can basically get a research speed bonus if you spend some political power, but we're gonna need that, I think. And then, other than that, we could do more support companies. I think maybe is the play Research Logistics Company 1 as fast as possible. That actually could be the play. Yeah, I like that. So normally I'd go Construction 1 here, but I think getting logistics companies for the Italian troops is a fantastic idea. I'm going to save political power. So we're going to try and buff the infantry while also getting some of our standard industrial things. Sorry, I haven't been reading chat. I've just been in the zone trying to fix all this beginning stuff. My entire life has been the interwar period between World War II and World War III. True. Actually true. What's up, Engaged? Etal plus Hearts of Iron 4, a classic combo. Thanks for the 9 months. I have a lot of fun in this game. I think the decisions that you make are just fun, and you can see the reward for or the punishment for the decisions you make. I like decision-making games. But thanks for the 9 months and for deciding to sub again. Also, Rumpeteer. Hello, happy half a year. What's up, Rumpeteer? Thanks for slubbing. We got to decide the hard part. This is going to be the real decision. This is the Italian focus tree. And why I have been loath to even show it at this until now, because it is decidedly large. Now, over here on the left, we have the Ethiopian War Logistics, which kind of goes without saying. We have the Italian infrastructure, is right here. We have the Army, we have the Air Force, we have the Navy. So all those are good, but mostly we're here for the political, which is all of this. Now, once you make your first political decision, then it's gonna like limit what you see, because there's 3 mutually exclusive decisions to make first. And when you pick one of these, it'll cut off the areas of the tree that you can't do. So we kind of have to decide before we even get, like, we can't even pick one of these decisions because the prereqs can be auto-completed after failing the missions Conquer Northern Ethiopia and Conquer Southern Ethiopia. So basically, if you fail, Solid Progress is auto-completed after succeeding, and then Struggle can be auto-completed after failing. So you kind of have 3 different ways to do it. So I suppose if you really wanted to go down a path, you have to fail Ethiopia on purpose. Maybe. So we need to decide what we want to do first. I've never played Hearts of Iron 4, but watching you, I feel it does what I wish Crusader Kings would do, which is do what it sets out to do, but actually fully in-depth. Yeah. Yeah. I would agree with that. I think I know what you mean. Where it's like, if you want to be sort of a dynastic lineage game, do that, but fully in depth. And have to actually manage a province, or a duchy, or a kingdom, or an empire. And actually, like, deal with the logistics of those things, right? Would be really fun. Like, imagine actually having to plot whether you have enough supplies to do a siege. Or plan on being sieged and try and stockpile food and change, like, the tithes or the tax rates to try and, you know, plan ahead. There's not enough logistics, man. Yeah, there's not enough logistics. I agree. Not enough planning and logistics. What's up, Soup Master? How's it going? I hate dying of old age in CK3. I get it, but it's annoying. See, that doesn't bother me. The problem is not, in my opinion, not to diminish the chatters. Crusader King 3's problem is not dying or laws with regard to inheritance. The problem is that, let me put it like this. The reason that you hate dying and inheritance laws is not the dying and inheritance laws. It's the fact that you know that once you die and your inheritance splits, you have to do boring, raise levies, kill brothers' armies, and then you have to do busy work to get it back together. That's what you hate. The concept of managing your empire that's falling through your fingers is not the problem. The problem is that the way that you put the empire back together is something that is easy to take for granted because it isn't significant or fun, or you don't make any decisions. You just choose, do I want my kingdom back together or not? If I do, now I have to like declare war on 5 people, squish their armies, and then I can get it back. And it's just boring busy work. That's the problem. If you actually like had to plan and plot war, and the war aspect was more fleshed out, it might not be as big of a deal. Or being able to like negotiate with them ahead of time. Are you telling me that no point in history did 2 brothers not just be like, yo, what if we just work together? You know what I mean? Voluntarily. What if we just combined our kingdoms? Like, that's not even possible in the game. That ever happened in all of history? Chatters hate Confederate partition. Family splitting and warring over kingdoms happened all the time, but so did not doing that. Yeah. And also in those situations, almost never will the AI try and declare war on you to unite your piece of the kingdom either. You kind of have to babysit everything. But yeah, the problem isn't, I don't think, the inheritance laws. The problem is that the war gameplay is very, like, simple and shallow in Crusader Kings, and you have to do it all the time. That's the issue. It's a game that is about war that has not developed the war mechanics. And it was never supposed to be about war. Okay, speaking of war, I don't know what path to take here. So let's just, I usually start to decide by looking at what the ultimate goals are. This is clearly the Soviet path. Follow the Soviet Union and defend the land. So this is the United Anarchist Confederation. But this is only if the Regional Defense Council of Aragon exists, which they almost never do. So we have the Communist path with the Italian Republic, Popular Front versus Italian Socialism. Italian Socialism leads to alliances, the enemies of capitalism, topple the Soviet Union, puppet Germany, add 2 land forts in every state, guarantee every democratic European country The fight overseas. In Africa. Create up to 10 Italian colonial units. Italy gains a war goal against any non-friendly country with a different ideology, controlling states in Africa to liberate every African state. Negotiations with Albania. Colto del Duce. Okay, so this is going to be your Mussolini path. Strengthen the regime toward Greater Italy. Conquer France. Conquer Yugoslavia. Masters of the Aegean. Gains claims on 47 different states. This is the By Blood Alone. This is the name of the DLC. And then we've got Undermine the Duce, Conspiracies in the Shadow, Convene the Grand Council, Depose Mussolini, Italian Hegemony, The Fate of Mussolini, Purge the Party, Expand Corporatism, Proclaim the Italian Empire, oh my goodness. Because, like, once you pick Depose Mussolini, you have to choose Italo Balbo, Dino Grandi, or the Monarchy. Power to the king. Oh. Mare Nostrum. All roads lead to Rome. Classic. Annex Switzerland, Austria, France, and 2 others. Italy offers Spain and Portugal protection. Argentina, Bolivia, Second Brazilian Republic, and 8 others get the Latin Initiative. Italy invites us to an alliance. And then all the way on the right, we've got Balkan Ambitions, Guarantee Austria, get claims on every state in the Black Sea owned by the Soviets. Versus Befriend Japan, Treaty with Germany. So this looks slightly familiar, but then there's Befriend or War with Greece, Befriend or War with Turkey, War with the UK. Yeah, there is also the hidden Pope path. That actually might be fun to do. But I think I'd have to look at a guide to do that correctly. That would be tough. What to do? Out of all of these, the one that sounds the most funny to me is the, like, South American Alliances one. Let's see. How do you get the Pope in charge? Depose Mussolini, take monarchy and power to the king. Monarchy, power to the king. Disband the black shirts and strengthen papacy. Avoid any focuses or decisions that give power to Victor Emmanuel III. Annually, you can retake the decision to shift the palace toward His Holiness. And then you can empower the Pope and unlock the hidden branch. Is the branch fun, though? Like, is the branch even fun, or is it only like 4 options and it doesn't matter? I've been playing a lot of this game recently. It's a lot of fun how different routes and strategies play out on different playthroughs. It is Candidate Plays. That's why I keep coming back to it. That's why I play it so much. Because even though there's a bunch of different rails to choose from where you're still going to be on rails, if each of the rails feels like a very different experience, and there's so many that you can keep coming back to it and playing same countries in different ways, which is fun. What's up, Flower Boy? Thanks for 21 months. Pump it. Pump it. Thanks for the Prime. And for the 21-monther. I'm tempted to just give that a try, actually. What do you say, chat? Should we give Pope playthrough a try, just to do the memes? I was thinking about going this direction anyways, so since it's pretty much in line with where we were. Is it lame to go from Byzantine Empire straight to Rome? There's a lot of overlap between the two. Am I just doing the same thing but with a different base country? Pope, pump it. Literal Holy Roman Empire. Yeah, I mean, okay. We could try it. Okay, chat wants Battle Pope. So, to get Battle Pope, we never really do the secret paths. We've only done a secret path once, so maybe it'd be fun to do again. I need to go Monarchy, which requires me to depose Mussolini, which requires me to convene the Grand Council. And convene requires one of the following: Triumph in Africa or Conspiracies in the Shadows. Either one. So you can do it from either. So if you struggle in Ethiopia, you would fail the missions, gain some political power to undermine the Duce, and then change in more political power. National balance moves toward the side of the Grand Council of Fascism. So the whole thing is we need to move the power toward the Pope. But once you start asking the Pope for help, I believe it sort of resets the balance of power somewhat, if I'm not mistaken. Because this is... National balance of power begins in Italy with His Holiness and Benito Mussolini sides. It starts with 0. So it doesn't really matter which balance of power is which unless we need it for a prereq of one of the other things. So we may as well just win in Ethiopia if we can. And then go from there. Servizio Informazione Militaire. War escalation decreases by 1. Create an intelligence agency, which grants you an operative slot. Triumph in Africa is... The war is ongoing. It can't be ongoing, so you have to have already finished. You get war support, stability, unlocks, occupation decisions. And then you move all the way over to presumably convene the Grand Council. I love that there was a Grand Council of Fascism. That's so funny to me. Requires Triumph in Africa or the other one. Depose Mussolini requires the national balance of power is more than 9% on the Grand Council side. The Grand Council becomes the leader for the fascist party. Chat, when we did Italy the first time, did we not try and do wait a second. Are we tripping through time right now? Did I try and do the hidden pope path the first time we did Italy? Can somebody, like, is there a VOD somewhere? Are we repeating history? And nobody remembers? Any lore masters in chat? I thought you went communist Italy, but I don't remember for sure. Wake up, Ital. It's time to go to school. What grade am I in? Or am I in college? I only remember the Ethiopia playthrough. Ethiopia was a lot of attempts there. Chat, I remember that I messed something up. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about that. Answer the question. No one knows is the actual answer. From the lack of progress in Ethiopia, it's becoming clear that we have underestimated how many supplies a modern army needs. We must make a dedicated effort to improve roads and ports in our holdings. Eritrea gets a infrastructure, naval base, Somaliland, and Jubaland. Get naval bases and infrastructure. Let's see how we're doing already. How do I even see the overlay mode? Okay, there's Eritrea. There's Somaliland. There's Jubaland. So they have 2 out of 5 infrastructure. And they already have a level 2 and a level 2 naval base. So is 1 infrastructure and more naval base actually going to help at all? This requires both things, right? What sucks about this is I am not going to be building infrastructure for 365 days when we unlock this. Is it worth going army primacy first and just getting more military factories? Because that seems like the best, actually. Because we can't do anything politically until we do something in Ethiopia. Because Army Primacy gives me Army XP to modify my units and 2 free factories and a land doctrine discount. Whereas this gives me some infrastructure, which is cool. But yeah, I'm going to start with get the military factories. All right, I'm going there.
Si, signore.
And then am I leaving these 9 divisions at home for now? All right, I think we're ready to at least go to get started. I don't know if lore masters are currently Googling in chat or if you guys have just, you're like, eh. I don't know, man. There they go. I'll Google it for you. Because this is honestly like Is this it? Originally streamed September of 2022. What country do we play as? That's Greece. That's a different one. I don't even think that there is a VOD for this. When did, I guess a better question is, when did, not No Step Back, when did By Blood Alone come out? When was the release date? Hi, Italics. Hello, Primordial. How you doing? September of 2022. So yeah, we played Greece first. It feels like it was much longer ago to me. Than 2 years. Making the Pope the ruler of the planet, Monarchist Italy is the name of this VOD chat. That's pretty damning, dude. This is pretty damning. We've been here before. We've been here before, dude. History repeats itself. The fact that no one really knew for sure means it's okay to do again. I'm trying to find out, like... I'm trying to, like, scrub the VOD here. And see... when we have the, like, leader page open... Okay, Victorio Emmanuel III is the leader in 1941. So I don't, yeah, I think we failed. For sure. I knew we screwed it up, but I wanted to see, like, who the leader was. He's pretty much the leader the whole stream. I don't remember how this campaign ended. Did I just give up? We went to chat. Why did we go to Chat GPT? Oh, because we were getting names for divisions. Classic. Yeah. So we had moved in to where? Why is Switzerland over there? I don't know what's going on in this. Okay, so we tried and failed. So I guess this is the second attempt to get the Pope in control of Italy.
Pronto, signore.
Attempt number 2.
Formazione. 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 Formazione.
Formazione. Formazione. All right, defensive, entrenchment, logistics guy, sure. You guys are just gonna, like, kind of defend the home front. Let's go Bastico, who's got the infantry officer bonus. Don't love old, there's a lot of old guard here. I'm sure that when we flip governments, a lot of these guys are gonna change anyway, so I shouldn't get too attached to them.
Pronto.
That is likely to happen.
Sì, signore.
I'm just trying to get some default generals.
Formazione.
Okay, you guys will have a front line with France.
Pronto, signore.
You three, a front line with Austria, Yugoslavia? Whatever, it doesn't matter.
Pronto.
You guys are fine where you are. Pope 2.0. The second coming, if you will.
Pronto, signore.
Ah, yes. So I believe it's probably smart to wait for reinforcements before we like try and push in here. We need to give them some proper
Pronto.
like attack orders as well, right? That way they can at least start planning if we give them some offensive lines. The big one we need to take is Addis Ababa,
Formazione.
which is still fantastic to say. And then that supply line is kind of the main one. I think attacking from the south is going to be the play, but the supplies are going to become 0 once we get up here. They have supplies, however. I'm not sure if they, how are they getting supplied? We're going to have to use trucks for this.
Pronto.
But yeah, I'm going to wait until... Oh, they're like attacking me. Okay, that's fine.
Pronto.
But yeah, our dudes just left port, crossing through the Mediterranean and the Suez Canal to go to the Ethiopian front. So they're going to start there. And then Yugoslavian troops mounting on the border on the east.
Pronto, signore.
And we also have to wait on our general to show up anyway. Trying to push through the mountains with no bonuses and undersupplied is also a bad idea. But we're making 26 guns per day, so that 1.7k infantry equipment deficit should shrink. And then we need to get all of our planes somewhere that will help as well. These dudes are... Why are there so many individual divisions? You know what I'm gonna do? Disband all of you. Right? Like, disband all the air wings, because why are they even split into 50 different places? And then we just regroup them. That doesn't destroy the airplane. It just, like, gives us nice round 100 plane splits, or at the very least 40, right? It just makes it like fewer total groups. Interwar medium airframes. Will these repopulate this since they're similar? I'm not really sure. The way that they changed how air wings work has really confused me. I don't even know what these basic medium airframes do. They have 1 point of air superiority. Do they even have guns on them? I'm not even sure what they do. These guys have 1.5 air attack. Tragic. A tragic number. These guys have 5 air attack, 5 air attack, 5 air attack, and that's pretty much it. So I want to get them to deploy, and since they're all rookies, I actually want them to just do pilot exercises, at least until they're not rookies anymore. So get them to start training immediately. The other thing we can do is check for the Navy. Oh my god, I should have known. I promise you, there is no need to have this many groups. Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding, ding ding. There's really no need for this. These are different classes of ships. In what way? I can only have one designer up at a time, apparently. Okay, hold on. These are Sirena class, And these are Bandiera class. One has a little bit more range and twice as much torpedo attack. Probably 2 torpedo tubes versus 1 torpedo tube. This is way too much micro here. Dealing with the Italian Navy is always a pain. Because these little tiny baby squads just need to be merged. Why did it put 9 units into the same spotter group? I don't really know. I still struggle with the Navy. I think everyone who plays Hearts does a little bit. I like that we have the full rainbow here. Why do you want to decrease? Because they're ineffective when there's only like 3 ships. I don't want four submarines to accidentally encounter a much larger force. Number one. Number two, nobody in their right mind can micromanage 3, 6, 9, 8 or 9 separate groups of tiny patrols and strike forces. Number 3, we don't have even that many admirals. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 admirals, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 separate Navy groups. So you want them to get bonuses, right? And ideally, you want to put them under the people who have the best bonuses. I always just put my navies in a doom stack. Honestly, there's almost no downside to doing that, Minotaur Monk. So you're absolutely right. That is a good way to do it. What's up, Dunk Slide? How's it going? Is Veninator also pumping it? Thanks for 28 months, Veninator. What you up to, dude? I would rather just group everybody together here. And then sort them out from there. All right, let's go for the green boys. It's so disorganized. All right, these guys are all actually destroyers. Okay, these guys are actually destroyers too. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Down. Okay. Green team is gonna have to figure all this out, bro. All right, they're just gonna amass in the one super group. These ones are big enough to leave the way that they are, I think, because this is 40 ships, which is crazy. 28 destroyers, 6 light cruisers, 4 heavies, and 2 battleships. Now, granted, they are old. They're old, but they do have big guns. 305mm large caliber cannons dating from before the Great War. So these are ancient. They have the bare minimum secondary batteries. little 2 anti-air, shoot down some paper planes. What's the goal of this playthrough? Win. What Italy are we playing? This one. Right there, that one right there. I put a bunch of patrols out and then a doom stack nearby, or just subs forever. That'll work too. How much fuel do we have? Maximum daily consumption for the Navy is 8.8k per day, but our daily gain is 312. So we do not even have close to the amount of fuel that this Navy needs. Like, it's actually real bad. If we had full fuel reserves, we'd have enough for 250 divided by 9, roughly, which would be what? Maybe 30 days, like a month. We have enough for like a month. Now, I don't think we benefit too much from having ships nearby. Like, they would help on defense if we had some ships here. Like, maybe I take these guys, put them in their own little group, give them their own little general guy, admiral guy, right? Doesn't really matter who. And then give him the ability to just chill as a naval invasion supporter here. And then you'll see that the little icon above the battle occurs because this one admiral is now providing shore bombardment support, sitting here in the channel, and he'll just back us up on defense. So we'll leave it at that'll give us a little bit of shore bombardment bonus. Now the rest of them are just going to be scrambling around until they all kind of get comboed in Napoli. All right, unraveling the Italian knot at the beginning of the game is difficult, but not impossible. And we got a lot of reinforcement troops moving up. End the Christmas offensive. Our troops have stalled in the war against Abyssinia and have even been pushed back in certain places. This Christmas offensive has Mussolini privately berating the military high command for incompetencies. The Duce wants results now. He has therefore authorized any means necessary to repel the Abyssinians and end the war, whatever it takes. Any means necessary, or be methodical and deliberate. War escalation increases by 1. Gain offensive in Ethiopia, which gives an attack bonus for 180 days. Ethiopia gets enemy air support plus 75% for 180 days. Major Italian offensive, or we need to be methodical. Gain logistics in Ethiopia, which grants heat attrition down, supply consumption down by 5%. Army organization regain plus 10. So we have to deal with this stuff, which I should have looked at already, but I forgot. The events and decisions for Italy. Missions from the Duce. The Duce has big plans to bring the proud Italian nation to its rightful place. To fulfill his vision of a greater Italy, he's issuing the pertinent orders that he trusts will be carried out in a timely manner. 2 active missions, 0 successful missions, 0 failed. The Second Italo-Ethiopian War. The League of Nations has so far failed to take action against us, only offering symbolic opposition to our conquest. However, the longer the conflict drags out, the more regular troops we commit, the greater the risk that they'll actually meddle in our affairs. We must finish this war before Haile Selassie convinces the League of Nations to take actions. Gradual war escalation of 108 days. Withdraw from Ethiopia 15 political power, and it can go all the way up to level X. The People's War and an uproar in the colonies. Naval treaties. We are currently below 50% of Britain in capital ship strength. Abandon the naval treaties. Second London Naval Conference is in 105 days, and then the rest of these are pretty much bog standard, except for Proclaim Greater Italy. The early stages of Italian irredentism triumph with the Great War and the annexation of South Tyrol and Istria. But beyond that, the ideas of Italian unification were betrayed by Western allies. Under the leadership of Mussolini, these ideas have resurfaced, and Italy will stand tall. What do you have to do to get this? Completed a focus toward Greater Italy. Italy will be known as the Greater Italian State if you control all the above. And you become owner and controller and get cores. Well, there you go. You get cores on the Dodecanese, Crete, Malta, and more. So lots of stuff here. Italy is funny because it went from the nation that you're supposed to start as for the tutorial to probably one of the most complicated nations to play as with the DLC. Because you've got missions, Ethiopia, you got the Ethiopian escalation, you've got the balance of power. It's definitely one of the most complicated ones now. I used to like Italy because it was so simple. Not anymore. No, it's still fun though. I don't know which one I'd rather do here. Because war escalation starts at 0. 15% attack bonus. And the air support is really nice. But logistics is nice too. What happens at these various no effects levels 1 through 2? Level 3, they may request an embargo. I feel like we should be good with just logistics, and let's keep this down before people start to get concerned. Let's be methodical and deliberate. Attrition from heat down, supply consumption down, and army organization regain down. Okay. I believe that we will be able to start making some moves once the tanks show up in the south. I think the south is where we're really gonna shine. We have 7 days until our general gets here to the front. And we are already making up the supplies that we were lacking. So support equipment is almost breaking even. Guns are down to just 1,500 under. We're feeding everyone towed artillery. We got enough trucks, and we're gonna bring our planes down as well. But they have to take the long road down here to get to the port in Somaliland. What's up, KJ? How's it going? New campaign? Yeah, we're doing a little bit of a little Ethiopia in here.
Pronto.
Well, we're not Ethiopia, but we're, you know, we're about to conquer Ethiopia. 8% attrition at sea seems harsh. But you do what you gotta do. So yeah, they're gotta get reinforced once they get here, probably. Moving to the front. The tanks should be pretty much ready to go, except for organization. In the last and final instance, a war is won by putting soldiers on enemy soil and taking the things the enemy needs to wage war. While the Navy and Air Force are doubtlessly useful, it's the Army that'll win. Plus 25 experience, so we can edit maybe some supply company or some support groups in there. And then the 2 factories are also nice. What do we want? Definitely a 4th support equipment group, or factory. And then I feel like these should be good once the artillery factories start to get better. Maybe we actually go for planes and then start trading for some rubber so that we can make those planes faster with maybe the Dutch East Indies. Give up one of our civilian factories to make planes faster. Could be worthwhile. We're only making 1 per week right now. Okay, now that everybody's here, I feel like we should start an offensive. Let me find my Air Force. Have you guys been training? They have. They're actually level 2 now. So they're no longer just rookies. So we have these guys who are considered fighters. We can get air superiority. I'm going to take these guys and these guys into the north airfield. Oh, where have you been the whole time? All right, you guys trade places. I thought that I had all the Air Force, but I did not, because there's 2 more groups down here who are also rookies. Fantastic. You guys fly back to Rome, do pilot exercises, okay? These fighters go here and to Somaliland and help us with air superiority, and then these should be technically their tactical bombers. Technically. But if they're tactical bombers, why do they have no ground attack? Right? Am I crazy? What do they do? They have no... They have only naval. I feel like I'm missing something here. Mission type may add to it. How do you check that from this page? Because I can see the missions over here, but how do you check their mission stats? I have no idea. Plane designer, maybe? On close air support, they have 8 ground attack. Okay. And on logistics strike, they have 8 ground attack for this one, the BA-65. There should definitely be an easier way to check that, because there's so many plane variations, you know what I mean? Like, how are you supposed to keep up with that? And then what are these guys? These are the CA-133 and the SM-79. CA-111. Okay, CA-133 is a transport plane. CA-133. We don't even make those. The 133 is a transport plane. I'm very confused. And then when I say the SM-79, on close air support, they have 6 ground attack. I can't believe the only way to check that is the designer. Okay. Yeah, they're probably just considered outdated. So we'll send the old outdated ones here. And they should all have an objective now. So we're sort of changing places And then these guys are going to go into training because I don't like the air accident chance that rookies have to just destroy planes. 10% is pretty high. All right, we need to pick a new national focus. Do I want to keep doing the army stuff? I'd say let's get a little bit of infrastructure. Let's go with Ethiopian war logistics, infrastructure and naval bases up there to kind of like help us with this little bit. I think that the army stuff is good too. I don't know about bandit war versus army traditions. This is just like organization, recovery rate, defense. It's also 70 days, and this is a new chief of army and some research bonuses. One leads to cavalry. The other one leads to defense on core territory and militia org. I would say army traditions are probably better unless you want to go big on cavalry and camelry, which I don't necessarily want to do. All right, we're going to launch our first offensive once the planes get here. The first hundo are in. We're running out of fuel, though. Okay, you guys go for air superiority. And then where are the close air support? We got 2 fighter wings. We're going to do air superiority for 60 there, 96 here. Tactical bombers, the good ones here, the stinkier ones there. There we go. Did I not send them? No, they're still going. They just have a long way to go to get here, I suppose. All right, standing by. Close air support. Boom. All right, planes are in the air. Do you find it better to put planes in one spot or attached to a general? Definitely in one spot for me. Micromanaging them is always going to be better, in my opinion, because they'll do what you want, but it takes longer. Like right now, I would rather know exactly which planes are where, how many there are, and especially when you're doing a small scale war. If you're crossing into the Soviet land from west to east, then sure, and you're just steamrolling, then yeah, maybe attached to a general if you're like moving. But this is going to be more of a grueling, you know, stationary conflict that isn't going to have any other airfields that I need to move to. So I'd rather just know exactly who is where in this case.
Si, signore.
All right, they have almost a full plan prep bonus. I say we just give them another minute or two. They're getting 2% per day. I want to go with a full plan prep bonus if possible for most of these guys. And I'm hoping that the light tanks kind of overwhelm them.
Pronto, signore.
In the north, they already have a full plan prep bonus. But we got to go through the mountains. They think the plan's good, but I've heard that before from Italy.
Pronto, signore.
And I think they're ready to go. 34% attack bonus. I'm going to go ahead and send it from the south, and we'll stay balanced, I think, and send it in the north. And let's see what happens. I'm hoping that the tanks in the desert give us a nice push. So in the battles, we are getting attacking from multiple directions and enemy air superiority debuffs on the awesome hat, by the way. And then these guys are getting the benefit of air support to help them make the push. General Sebastiano, good luck, bro. I like the numbers I'm seeing so far there. We've already pushed them out of the mountains in the north.
Pronto.
I don't need all of you guys to go over there because you gotta defend this tile against this one. Do you understand?
Si, signore.
Some of you need to hold still.
Formazione.
Some of you need to hold still, and you can actually just attack from here if you want to. You're all going. So there's a little bit of a nice push to kick things off. Tanks have already rolled in here.
Avanzate!
We got the L335s. Let's see how the L335s are being built. They are basic light tanks with bogie suspensions, riveted armor, classic, gasoline engines, 6.3 kilometers per hour. They have a light fixed superstructure. Oh dear. This is Italy after all. Fixed superstructure. Which only allows the main armament to traverse in a small arc. You have to turn the entire vehicle, and it just has a heavy machine gun mounted to the front. Extremely, extremely small. Only room for like 1 or 2 dudes in this. 8 soft attack, 2 hard attack.
Vi respingiamo, signore!
Per tank, of course. And there's like 60 tanks. So how much does a tank division have stat-wise? 42 soft attack, 7.7 hard attack, and then probably the breakthrough is the best part, right? Like 29 breakthrough. Versus boots on the ground. Boots on the ground have more soft attack, more hard attack, more defense, and almost as much breakthrough. So I feel like the light tanks aren't as good as they could be. But the organization on the tanks is way better. And of course, they have armor, which will let them perform more attacks in combat as the unit has more freedom of movement, it says. Which is interesting. Why are you guys all... I swear the general sometimes just is like, I want to abandon this tile completely for no discernible reason. Also, good job pushing through the mountains early.
Formazione.
Don't love this, though. What I'd like is to take manual control. I would like to stop these guys from moving and occupying this space, because if they're going to leave this open, we can stall them by launching an attack and sending our tanks, which are faster, to take and occupy this completely open tile. And that gives us a nice position for these guys to push up also on the right flank. So boom, tanks are in there while they're trying to move in. And they're trying to get reinforced from this little spot down here too. Which I would like to stall to give our offensive push time to finish the job, because they're at 98 out of 100. So once this hits 100, their organization completely busts and we win. But they're doing last stand right now, which gives them a big defensive modifier. So once that wears off, we'll be good. And then in the north, they seem really understaffed at the moment. Unsurprisingly. I figured that they would be the softest down here in the south, where we have the most desert for the tanks. The tanks are starting to run out of fuel. We have 19 days of fuel left. We need to park these guys. Oil is difficult. All right, that should buy us a little bit of fuel. We only have 22 days of fuel, which is kind of hilarious. We might need to trade for some oil. Classic. The German Reich has declared war on the German Empire. Classic. They haven't done that in a while in our ahistorical campaigns. From the lack of progress in Ethiopia, it's becoming clear we've underestimated how many supplies a modern army needs. We must make a dedicated effort to improve roads and ports in our holdings in Africa to allow the necessary supplies to reach the front. So we got extra infrastructure and naval bases. So we've upped this to level 3 infrastructure in Eritrea and down here in the south. And then the naval bases should be like level 4 now. So that should help with supplies. To continue to help with supplies, we would like to choose the port where we're receiving the supplies in Mogadishu and change the motorization level to use trucks, provided we have trucks in the stockpile. We have 227 trucks, so this should be fine. We're going to go to max motorization, which will allow, hopefully, those supplies to reach the most distant areas of the front, because we're lacking the supplies up here, and we have 22% attrition from desert plus very hot, which is going to be a problem, obviously. There's Germany embroiled in civil war. A sudden Wehrmacht coup, led by famed Field Marshal August von Mackensen, has triggered a civil war in Germany early this morning. Fascist, royalists, and Democrats alike have taken up arms against their former countrymen, and military units have been removed from the borders to see to the internal threat. The fascists, under orders of Hitler, have vowed to destroy the nation rather than see it fall into treasonous Germans. When asked why he decided to launch the civil war, August von Mackensen said, "Because the streamer has still not played Kaiserreich, I will launch this civil war once more. Betrayed by the military, we cannot suffer the same." The junta versus the Reich. A tale as old as time. Mustachioed hat man with skull versus other mustachioed hat men. The junta. Turkey remilitarizes the Straits. Turkey and the Soviet Union have come to an agreement on revising the Treaty of Lausanne. The treaty has long been declared or decried as an assault on Turkish sovereignty, but today the treaty's been amended in favor of the newly legalized Montreux Convention. Turkey now has complete control over traffic that passes in and out of the Straits, and the states around the Straits have been remilitarized. British observers are happy that conflict has been avoided in the nation.
Avanzate!
All right, I like what I'm seeing in the north up here. We're making some good pushes. We're running out of supplies up here too, so we definitely want to change motorization to try and feed them supplies as far to the front line as possible. So there's 3 levels of motorization. Double trucks requires the most trucks. We had 250 in our stockpiles. Now we have almost 100. Mussolini has nothing but praise and admiration for the armies in northern Abyssinia and their success in pushing back fierce opponents. He, of course, never doubted the prowess of the troops as long as they got the right motivation. We have them on the run! Gain base stability plus 3%, war support plus 3%, army XP up, command power up. Ethiopia loses war support. And if you have them on the run, then just keep them from getting entrenched. Like, them getting entrenched in this mountain is definitely going to be the biggest potential issue. Japan abandons the naval treaty. I don't think I've ever seen this before from the AI. Hirohito announced that Japan would no longer consider herself bound by the naval treaties she signed. The world situation, he said, has made the choice inevitable. Japan has apparently received reliable reports that several neighbor countries have begun aggressive naval expansion programs that threaten legitimate Japanese interests in the area. The Japanese Admiralty has refused to comment on rumors that several ships currently under construction were already planned without the treaty in mind. We should review our own participation in the treaty. Oh, I can abandon it too. The democracies of the world have foolishly shackled themselves to the rule of law. But in the struggle of nations, there is but one law, that of nature. And the laws of nature require strength. We will not be contained in our desire to build a mighty fleet. So is the conference underway right now? Remove London Naval Treaty signatory, which basically gives you a max cost for carriers, cruisers, and heavy ships. Activates mission escalator clause invoked. This will reduce the restriction on the cost of capital ships for all other signatories. What do you say, chat? Escalator clause invoked 363 days. One of the nations has decided not to follow the treaty any longer, and is even now probably building larger and more powerful ships. Thankfully, a clause in the treaty permits us to automatically invoke an escalator clause, which allows us to relax the restrictions in this case. So we can go plus 500 to carrier max, plus 800 to cruiser, and plus 2,500 to heavy, which is almost like a 25% increase. It might be fun to just go all in, abandon the naval treaties, but is that going to piss off everybody else because they squash me quickly? What's up, the Dark? Who else up restoring the Papal States? And Dig Dudley, thanks for the tier 3, dude. Appreciate the 32 months. Huge tier 3 sub coming in. Thanks for the 5 subs in one, dude. Much appreciated. I missed some subs earlier also. Sveninator, thanks for pumping it for 28 months. Yo, what up, Sveninator? And Osacat, hope you're still out there for 47 months. Thanks for almost 3 years. Wait, 4 years. Thanks for almost 4 years. Hi, Italian chat. My sister just adopted a little black kitten. What is a good name for the kitten? I don't know if I'm the best person to ask for that. Let me think. The best name for an adopted little black kitten. Bro, this guy with the black cat has been in every stream I have watched the last few days. Osacat, are you taking name suggestions from every streamer that you watch, and then SCP is following you around from stream to stream? Here's the thing. I like mythological names. Mussolini. Mussolini. That's funny. I would probably go, I don't know, that's a tough question. I have to like really think. I'm not good at coming up with names. That's why I solicit chat to make names instead. I don't like pets that have food names. Sorry, the Dark. Apologies. Cats are friends, not food. So my black cat's named Jasper. Jasper's a good name. I would name my baby kitten after I would name it Princess Beach after Kojima. Vital has a kitten now? I don't. I do not. I like history, heroes, or legends. Yeah, go with if it's gonna be like a really small cat, name it Goliath. Just don't ever let the cat get chunked. And it's just gonna be like this really tiny cat named Goliath. It's a powerful name. And if it's a big cat, call him Tiny. Have you considered Godzilla? I'll tell you what name. I would go with Ripley. That would be my name choice. Speaking of which, I just bought, completely unrelated to anything, I just bought Alien and Aliens. I've wanted to own them forever. I tried to get Alien 3. I've actually never seen Alien 3. I'm on like an Alien kick right now. I really want to like get into the entire Alien series again, because I've seen Alien 1 and I've seen the director's cut and Aliens, but Alien 3 is weirdly difficult to find. You actually have to watch it from a streaming service. They don't have the quadrilogies or like the Aliens as a series is stupid to try to acquire physically, because every one of the movies has like a version of the movie that's the intended way to actually consume the content. Like, don't watch Alien, watch the director's cut. Don't watch Alien 3, watch the assembly cut. They all have like a weird cut, and figuring out how to find the right one for each of them is its own challenge. I think on some of the box sets, they have both versions of the movie, which is good for all of them. But there's really no physical version of Alien 3 that you can buy now that has the assembly cut, because all the group packs are randomly sold out for some reason. So like the recommended way to watch it is unironically on a streaming service, which is kind of weird. What about AVP? Yeah, I want to watch AVP again too, and then watch the Predator series. I want to watch Alien and then Predator and then AVP. I think that'd be fun. I watched Romulus today, enjoyed it. I think Romulus has been getting me in the mood to catch up on all the Alien lore. I genuinely think Aliens is one of the best action movies ever made. Like the second Alien movie is up there on the best movies ever made for me, I think. Alien is a difficult watch in 2024. It's just really long. It's long and still good. It's still high quality, but it's not a movie that I could like rewatch a bunch. Alien is a classic because it was the first, but it's not like as timeless of a movie as Aliens is, I think. Just my opinion. Ditto for Terminator and Terminator 2, right? Terminator walked so that T2 could run, in my opinion. Italian highways? Sure, let's get some infrastructure. I also got Terminator because I want to rewatch the Terminator series. I'm in a classic movie mode right now. Italian highways for 365. I'm not building infrastructure at the beginning of the game. Sorry. I'm not going to do it. The infrastructure here is already like almost a 3 out of 5 everywhere or higher. There's a couple 2 out of 5s. Okay, how are we doing? They're still doing Last Stand, so we're not really going to be able to make much progress down here.
Li respingiamo, signore!
I think their Last Stand just ran out. Time to deal with this. Oh yeah, I forgot about Alsa. Muhammad Yayo, Sultan of Alsa, has for a long time been under strong Italian influence. Just like during the last war, he's remained neutral, despite formerly being part of the Ethiopian Empire. In fact, the only reason the Sultan still has power is Italian goodwill. The country may have sold its coastline to Italy, but it's still an obstacle to our conquest. The capture of Tigray might be enough to convince the Sultan to surrender the rest of his land. I have not seen Romulus yet, and I don't know if I will anytime soon. Probably once it comes out on home release. I won't be going to the theater to see it. Blade Runner is my favorite sci-fi film, and people constantly say it's boring and slow, which I've never felt. It is boring and slow, but I like it. I understand if you like, if that's your favorite sci-fi film, then I understand why Alien is your favorite. They're both what's the word I'm looking for? The original Blade Runner and Alien have a kinship in that they are both somewhat ethereal, and the word that comes to mind is floaty. Somewhat ambiguous is not the right word. They're just not, they seem like sometimes they don't have direction. They do have direction, like they have an end in mind, but sometimes they seem directionless in the middle of the movie. Like you're not really sure where the movie's going and what is it trying to say or do. And then it brings it all together in the end. But while you're there, yeah, like Don Quixotic, yeah. Contemplative, yeah, contemplative. And if that doesn't vibe, if you don't vibe with that, then you're gonna think it's boring, basically. Some of there's a reason why dreams are such a big factor in Blade Runner, right? It's part of the narrative, it's part of the storyline. But while you're watching the original Blade Runner, it's like someone is trying to describe a dream to you, and therefore could be less interesting to some people. Because it is literally trying to describe dreams to you at points. Whereas Blade Runner 2049 hits you from the beginning with a high tension scene that like brings you in immediately. So for some, that's why I like 2049 better. I know that that's heresy to some people, but it just grabs you faster. My attention span. I do love the original Blade Runner, though. Now, Blade Runner 2049 is still a slow movie compared to a lot of movies, right? It's still a pretty slow movie. I don't think I want to deal with him later. Let's just send him an ultimatum. The problem is we don't have anybody who's, like, ready to move in here yet. Send him an ultimatum. Okay, I like what we're doing in the south here. But we're gonna have to move over into Asa quickly. Sultanate of Asa submits to Italian demands. Perhaps unsurprisingly to many, the Sultan has accepted our demands of subjugation. While the Afar government held out hope of avoiding occupation, it became increasingly clear the colonial powers of the region would not be coming to their aid, nor would neighboring Ethiopia be able to spare military personnel to support them. With the situation bleak, the government bowed to Italian pressure to spare the people becoming the victims of unnecessary bloodshed. Italian forces are now moving into the small nation to take up new positions on the border with Ethiopia. It's unclear whether the occupation is permanent or how it impacts the wider conflict with Ethiopia. Okay, so now we go. These guys. I'll do this. Attacco. Attacco. Wait, unpause. Muhammad Yayo folds. The Sultanate of Asa has accepted our demands to use the Afar lands as a base of operations against Ethiopia, effectively ending their independence. It also creates 2 units on the front line, presumably to hold Asa long enough for you to get there with only 8 combat with irregular infantry. And now we can expand the front line. And then I want to go here to Addis Ababa, kind of like all the way across. Keep the front lines fairly simple. Pause, let them redistribute, and get there before they march in, preferably. And then continue the offensive before they get entrenched. Because if they get entrenched in the mountains, it's kind of over for us in many respects. All right, you guys will fit right in here. So they have a larger front line now because they have to defend here. And I think we have a connection point between these two, which is interesting. So their front line expands, which should weaken them overall. Logistics-wise, we are still catching up on infantry equipment. We're starting to slip on artillery, but we are spooling up the factories. We have 2 factories for arty. And our airplanes should be doing okay, which reminds me, we have more airplanes here doing exercises, which I am going to go ahead and take. Because that's French Somaliland. So I don't know if our airplanes can really reach the front lines. That's not going to stop me from trying, though. Go on some close air support missions. Not sure if we can reach into Ogden or not. Barely. Probably not very efficiently because that circle barely even touches Ogden. So they're doing another last stand. Chat asked some questions. I have not seen 2001. I know I should. $2049 was amazing, though. I think so, too. To be fair, Blade Runner's slow by modern standards, but it's so worth it. Yeah, I would describe Blade Runner as nebulous is a good word. You have to, basically, it requires you to come up with your own meaning for the movie. And some people don't like that, which I understand. Some people don't enjoy trying to come to their own conclusion about what is the movie trying to say, what happened to the main characters. There's some ambiguity at the end. So I understand. All right, I feel like we're making pretty good progress here. The war is going to gradually escalate. Active mission conquers southern Ethiopia. We're working on it. Chat, abandoned naval treaty? I never... I kind of want to see what is the biggest ship I can build. Maybe we just abandon the treaty and go for Omega ships. Boop. Like, Japan already abandoned it, so now I'm just going to abandon it too, because what's the point? They already gave me the blanket permission. So we have 100 days to try to conquer southern Ethiopia. I feel like we're making good progress here. I could take a little bit more manual control, but I feel like they're doing a pretty good job. So, okay. I was going to say you're doing a good job, but then I looked over here. And you guys are just letting them span the front line for some reason. And going around. Why are you going? Why are you taking the longest possible route around, guys? So we're intentionally trying to fight on this mountain, even though we know that we're not going to be winning, because I'm just trying to buy my boys some time. Actually, I do like the horses going over there. No, I want the horses to flank. These guys can reinforce. And if we close the front line around Harar and get the airbase, then it's going to be very spicy. So this is the only tile that we seem to be struggling with, but we already have everybody working on it at the same time. Yeah, there you go. And now I'm going to keep moving the Mountaineers down because they've got the western flank is exposed here. Now, granted, we're not going to have any supplies until we take Addis Ababa, right? So supplies are starting to... Woo, that's not true. We took Dire Dawa. Dire Dawa has a supply hub, but we need a connection from the capital. It's probably worth... just building trains through Afar and Tigray to get to there. Even if it's just a level 1. And we're so close to finishing the civilian factory. Finish that, then build the train, the rail, just in case we need it. We're starting to run out of supplies here as well, but they have 7 divisions. We've kind of sandwiched between Dire Dawa and Harar. And their manpower and strength is low. It's like 20, the orange bar is running out, so they're either out of manpower, out of guns, or both. And then their org is already down to a quarter as well. So yeah, put some more pressure on that. Electronic mechanical engineering plus 3% research speed. I think I'm just gonna go straight. We could do radio, but I feel like we're winning in Ethiopia faster than I remember last time. So I'm just gonna go for research speed straight away. Get that as early as possible. These are some spicy flanks over here. I feel like we shouldn't go further. Maybe we do attack these guys to try to buy the horse some time to get through here. And then some infantry can flank this mountain and try to push them out. Oh yeah. And we finally took this spot as well. And this Moyale is just totally open. Doctrines available already because we have a 50% off. I don't know if I want Grand Battle Plan, so I might just save that for now. We have 90 days to conquer southern Ethiopia. Maybe I don't know if I should get a chief of army because I'm not sure how many of these guys are going to stick around after we change the government type. So let's actually look up here while this happens. Because a bunch of infrastructure, yeah, just popped. 5 out of 5, 5 out of 5, 5 out of 5. The ancient Romans built roads that were the envy of the world. Now the upstart Germans believe their Autobahn is superior than anything we could build. We'll prove them wrong. 1 infrastructure. So we've got 4 free infrastructure. Lazio, Campania, Tuscany, Piedmont. And then we get a bonus build speed for Italian highways. So 4 free infrastructure, sick. Can't do this until the war in Ethiopia is over. So where do we go next? 2 civilian factories and 8 steel. Or a civilian factory and more build speed for civilian factories. I don't know what we want first. We want to see where the research slot is and probably get the research slot if possible. You have to have control of Lombardia, which we do. Chad, do we go railway to factory to research slot first? Or do we go military or civilian factories first? Probably the research slot, right? What's up, Wampa? We're doing Italy. We're gonna try and get the Pope in power. I tried this before and I failed. Long time ago. So it's a Pope Day. Hopefully. The thing is, I'm gonna get kind of interrupted here because I think we're gonna finish the war in Ethiopia. This is 7/14, 210 days. I don't know. I see research slot right here, and I feel like I have to get it as soon as possible. We get 1 building slot, 1 civilian factory, and a level 1 railway at a Lazio to 3 different places. Reduce ahead of time penalty by 1.5 years and a 50% research for trains and railways. I'm a little confused by that. What ahead of time penalty can you possibly have for trains? Like the war austerity train? I don't understand what the benefit of that is. This seems like a stinky perk, but okay. I think, I don't know. I see it. Give me the research slot, I guess. The sooner you get 5 research slots, the better. It seems like Italy can get it real fast.
Si, signore.
All right, cavalry going for the flank in Gambella.
Continuate l'attacco.
And I like what I'm seeing here with air support, or at least we have air superiority.
Si, signore.
The horse flank is going. Success in the south. Overjoyed by the recent gains in southern Abyssinia, Mussolini applauds the bravery of the Italian troops and their dedication to putting an end to this conflict. He never had any misgivings and fully trusted our armies to be the best on the battlefield. Once they got proper support, of course. Plus 3% base stability will put us at the 50. Some war support, some army XP, and some command power. Solid progress automatically completes. Yeah, see, this is what I was afraid of. Like, we literally just started... In my opinion, I feel like we need to do this as fast as possible for the Pope, don't we? Like, cancel the one we just did. Because we need to go, like, boom, boom, Triumph in Africa, all the way over to Grand Council. And I have to start moving the balance of power in different directions. So I feel like we just need to... I gotta put it on the back burner. I didn't know this was gonna auto-complete. But I'll take it. We've made steady progress in Ethiopia without overextending our lines or exposing our forces to counterattacks. Victory is not yet achieved, but it's only a matter of time. Servizio Informazione Militare. War escalation decreases by 1. Nice. You get an intelligence agency, and you get more operative slots. Time for spies. So I'm not really having... I feel like when I remembered playing Italy before, I had to micro the war in Ethiopia way more. Either I've gotten better at microing, or I made the army groups more smart this time.
Si, signore.
Like, I guess I am microing. I'm still taking open spaces
Li respingiamo, signore.
that we did not really have before. But it kind of feels like we're just
Pronto, signore.
beating them much more quickly. We've lost only 3,000 casualties, and they are 72% to capitulation. And we just took Gambella. And we're moving to Yabello as well.
Pronto.
You're out of gas. I sure am. That's just going to make the tanks less effective. But Horsies don't need gas, and Horsies are the ones who are backcapping us over here. Because we just took Yabello.
Pronto.
Now we're going to encircle them this way, and we could unite the front if we wanted to. We're about to get Harar as well, maybe. I could also trade for some gasoline if I wanted to do that. Trade with Iran. And now we have bonus fuel. So we get +8 imported fuel for a single civilian factory. Which I think is a good deal right now. So we do have a supply hub in Dire Dawa, which I'm currently building a rail to connect it up to our supply lines from Asmara. So once that rail is done in about a month, assuming the war is still going on, we'll handle it then. Conscription laws. Chat, I think you know what time it is. It's war economy as soon as possible time, right? It's gotta be. We just got 130 PP. Changing the economy law as fast as possible is never a bad thing, I don't think. Because it just gives us an extra 10% military factory build speed, and we'll have even fewer consumer goods factories reserved. War! So we go from 10 to 8, so that just freed up 2 more civilian factories. Oh yeah. Now we've got a nice encirclement, and we got 99 here. Maybe I just wasn't good at this game when we tried Italy the first time, because this is way easier. Maybe I wasn't using my planes. Maybe I wasn't using, like, motorization levels for supplies. I don't know what it was, dude. But we've got a total encirclement here. And they're pushing into Addis Ababa, the capital, now. I feel like this is going fast. I'm only on 2 times speed. Like, we're only at level 2 escalation. We're about to be at level 3, and they can't even request embargo yet. You were stinky. It is true. I can also move my planes up to here. We can focus all of our efforts on the Ethiopian highlands. Delegations from Britain, France, Italy, Japan, and the US met in December 1935 to discuss a renewal of the first London Naval Treaty restricting the number and size of cruisers and submarines. Negotiations turned quite heated over Italy's war in Ethiopia and Japan's desire to be seen as equal to Britain and the US. With negotiations now at an end, signatory nations have agreed on limits. I did not. I abandoned it already. I'm pretty sure. I left that in the dust, bro. Why? Am I stupid, or why can't I right-click Ethiopian Highlands with this group? What am I doing wrong? Fighters have an order of air superiority in Ogden, and I can't change it. They can't reach. Wait, the airfield is here, but the circle is here. What? So it's technically, an airfield is like dead center of this area, but visually on the map it's over there. That always gets me every single time. It's too far away. It's based on where the middle of the airspace is, as opposed to where the actual airfield is, which is not confusing at all. They can only take off to the east. Yeah, apparently. Logistics companies! We have specialized logistics officers we can put into the ranks to lower fuel and supply usage. I'm going to take advantage of that immediately, and I'm going to go back and start working on Construction 1 since we skipped it. We have 82 Army XP, so straight away, I think, logistics companies add more breakthrough, but they are going to take negative 340 support equipment. Okay, so therein lies the issue. Not enough support equipment, even with 4 factories. But we have an extra 359 light tanks. So I'm thinking that we're making too many light tanks. Let's start making some more support equipment. Go back to 2 light tank chassis factories. Because we have 300 spares. We're 5,000 guns in the hole. So we're hemorrhaging a lot of weapons.
Pronto.
And how goes the railway? It's not ready yet. They're still building it. So we got their backs against the wall, and I think we just have to grind it out. I could try picking a land doctrine if I wanted to swap. Chat, what do you think should be our Italian doctrine? Mass assault, grand battle plan, superior firepower, or mobile warfare? GDP? Gamer Deathbot? Is that you? I don't think we do mobile often. We don't. We did mobile a little bit. For Rohan, which that campaign went well. I don't really want to do mass assault with Italy. I feel like I do end up doing superior firepower a lot. I think it's either grand battle plan or mobile warfare, personally. I think it would be fun to do mobile warfare and try and do a bunch of speedy, like, armored cars. We never get to do, like, armored cars. Maybe some tanks in there also. Because if we're gonna do armor, now's a good time to do it. But losing that entrenchment does hurt. Nothing is more mobile than the Pope Mobile. Great point. I'm switching to mobile warfare. Unexpected thrust is a new card. Tactics, movement, and attacker damage up. All divisions are 10% faster, lose 10% less organization when moving, and plan 50% faster. And then tanks and armor will have 20% more breakthrough. Lock it in. Go. Don't even think twice. It's too easy, KJ. It's too easy. Don't bend to the will of the unexpected thrust, okay? Don't do it. What are you guys doing? Are you guys moving around over here? We're basically kicking them out of the capital now. They are trying to reinforce, and the only way to stop them from reinforcing is to engage in less than ideal battles here to buy the boys time. So we're kind of throwing these guys into the meat grinder over here to try and give them some more time to win over here. We'll see if that gambit works. Oh, I see the problem. Yeah, no, I see the problem. The problem is that one of them has a line. Look.
Si, signore.
Let me help you guys out. There you go.
Formazione.
Hope that helps. I'll just put you all on the same line there.
Formazione. Pronto, signore.
Some of you dudes are going real far around. 43% attrition. Yikes. It was worth it though. We took Addis Ababa. How did you take it that fast? The capital is gone. How are they still in the war? Oh, there we go. There you go. All right, we did it. Mussolini has announced Ethiopian nation could no longer withstand the pressure from the overwhelming presence of Italian forces throughout the country. The government has fled and gone into exile. And I will simply select all and boom, annex all of Ethiopia. Thank you so much. Italy took 10 states. Ethiopia was annexed. War over. Escalation dealt with. No problem, chat. Conflict resolved by 15th of May, 1936. When did Italy win Ethiopian war? October 1935. Wait, what? No, that's when they invaded. It's okay. When did it technically end? 19th of Feb, 1937. Are you telling me that I beat historical Mussolini by like 8 months? 9 months? We kind of made it look easy. Okay, that's pretty sweet. We really did make it look easy. Turns out I won't be needing that rail after all. But hey, we built it anyways, so now we should have a connection to the capital. Only a level 1 rail mined. So we're gonna need to reorganize all of our armed forces here. That idiot chose the wrong focuses! Oh yeah, I forgot there's still a civil war in Germany between the Reich and the military junta. Chat, I'm gonna take a gamer death break because it's been like 2 hours, 55 minutes, about 3 hours, close enough. And then we just move some of our infantry boys around and plan the ascension of the Pope. He's on his way. We're working on it now, in fact. So, I'll BRB. That seems like a decent zoom level. The Pope? The Pope? I'll leave that open so people can see who I'm playing as if they come in, if they don't recognize the flag, and I'll be back in just a minute. Hope you guys are having a nice Friday. Thanks for chilling with me, hanging out, playing some games, starting some more. And let me mute this. Boop. And I'm gonna take the doggo out, give him a snack, give him some water, and I'll be back after this. Yo. Hello, Gamer Deathbot. I'm already ahead of you. Boop. Okay. Thanks again, Dr. Skelly, for the 68 months earlier. And I saw Dig Dugly. Much appreciated, gosh. Chad, how's your Friday going? How's your intro to the weekend? What you were spending it doing? I'm spending it trying to figure out how to reorganize my armies.
Sì, signore.
What drives me crazy is when nations have like 5 different templates. And trying to organize them. Pretty good. Got situated in my new dorm today. Dorm life. I'm playing Kerbal. Kerbal, Robot Mystic, what are you doing in Kerbal? Playing the Astronauts patch. I'm glad they're still patching that game. It's almost noon on Saturday for me. Don't lie to me, time traveler. I'll be getting ready for a vacation, Yellowstone bound. You're going to be the first person to watch the volcano erupt. That's cool. Go down the history books as the first casualty of the super volcano. I could dig it. It's a good way to go out. I'm getting some communication satellites in orbit around the moon. Oh, and Kerbal? Yeah. I'll be sad. The thing I'm most sad about for Kerbal 2's development ceasing is the plans that they had for like grand management of your sort of interstellar empire. Like, I knew it was too good to be true, you know what I mean? But I wanted to believe, because that's the only I cared about base management. I knew it was never going to happen. And it was a great idea, but that's what I got my hopes up for. That's what all I wanted out of Kerbal 2 was just like the managing your star bases and stuff. Now the closest I'm going to get to that, I guess, is one day there will be a 1.0 release of Terra Invicta, but that's not the same as Kerbal by any stretch. What's Kerbal 2? I'm not familiar with this name.
Sì, signore.
Okay. We're going to organize all the Eretrian divisions or whoever. Go in your own little army.
Sì, signore.
If you got a little down arrow there, you're basically the same, even though the game considers you to be different.
Pronto. Pronto, signore.
What is the difference between you guys, pray tell? Okay, you're actually just militia, who I cannot update or edit. So militia goes in their own group also.
Sì, signore. Formazione. Sì, signore.
Because now that the war in Ethiopia is over...
Formazione. Pronto, signore.
We should be good to go ahead and get, like, extra organized.
Formazione. Formazione.
Okay, so we have 14 divisions who are kind of like our colonial divisions, quote unquote. They're about 8 combat width and nothing. 8 combat width and nothing. So the reason I'm separating them is because we don't want to think, oh wow, we have 24 divisions full combat strength, when really half of them are tiny.
Formazione.
Babies. 8 combat width, 4 irregular infantry, and that's it. You know what I mean? We don't want to be like, oh wow, we're really strong. This helps us keep a little bit better grasp on how much we actually have deployed, because we got a lot left to do for sure there.
Pronto, signore.
So, we need to leave somebody in Ethiopia and North Africa, right? That should be these guys, because they're the weakest ones. They just need to hold ports and just make sure nothing crazy happens down here.
Formazione.
And then these guys are the militiamen divisions. They do have engineer companies, which is nice. But we're going to put them under this the same field marshal. This field marshal is just going to exist in order to kind of just like hold down ports and stuff abroad.
Pronto, signore.
Might actually just use this field marshal.
Sì, signore.
Yeah, maybe we will, because he's got 2 defense, 2 supply, and the max entrenchment plus 30% is good.
Pronto, signore.
Okay, so for like home defense generals, we just want people with maybe high defense. I don't love Old Guard. Most of these guys are Old Guard, unfortunately.
Formazione.
Might need to like... Once we change governments, right? Once we switch to the Pope, then we come back through and kind of reevaluate what we've got here so far. I'll just take the other max entrenchment dude, I suppose. These guys are all questionable. Okay, sure. They're just supposed to be kind of like default defense
Formazione.
Andes anyway. So I'm going to take the big group and put them on the borders. Here. Take half of those, put them on the border here.
Pronto.
Take a few of those and put them on the border here. Actually, I didn't do this right. Hold on.
Pronto.
All right, half of you here. And then half of you here. Now the 7 slightly better units, we're going to get an area defense order. And effectively their only goal at the moment is going to be to defend naval bases. So there'll just be 1 dude in each naval base. Now back over on this side, we're going to split some of the tanks up. I don't think light tanks are that good in the mountains, but what else are you going to do with them?
Formazione. Pronto. Sì, signore.
Okay. How do?
Formazione.
How do?
Formazione. Pronto.
Okay, the biggest force on the front with France.
Pronto, signore.
Then this group of 6 on the front with Austria.
Pronto.
Then this 6 on the front with Yugoslavia.
Pronto,
And then
signore.
these 3 can just get split into the other groups.
Pronto.
All right, there we go. Sorry. Pacify Ethiopia. Mussolini has publicly declared how the Abyssinians are crushed and on the run, their will broken after defeat. Privately, though, he curses them for their resilience and defiance toward Italian rule. The Duce has given the order to crack down on local opposition with brute force and to institute laws to keep the populace in check. He wants the entire country pacified and brought into the fold. New mission: pacify Ethiopia. It's easy, just pacify it. All initial Ethiopian states have a greater compliance than 60%. If you complete this, you get a bunch of political power, stability, command power, and better infrastructure and railway build speed. So to start with, we've got military governor. Maybe we want to switch to secret police there. We are going to be building like a spy agency as part of this, so we'll be able to use the spies to help keep resistance down also. And now we have the opportunity to do Ministry of Italian Africa if we want, which unlocks a new occupation law for colonial police, which is helpful in doing all of this. And then we get a bunch of free infrastructure and building slots on 35 days, some oil, all that stuff. But first, I think we have to go for Pope. Because if we get the Pope, then we don't really care what Mussolini's objectives are anyways, right? Unfilled import requests. Well, we shouldn't need the oil anyways, right? We just take their missions off. Send them all back to Rome. And start rejuvenating the fuel supplies, which are at 0. The Bolivian Socialist Revolution of 1936. Following the largest strike movement known until now in Bolivia, the military under the young Lieutenant Colonel Herman Busch moved to overthrow the genuine Republican government of José Luis Tejada Sorzano. They claim that, unlike Tejada, they stand on the side of the Bolivian people and its socialist ideals. And now with the resignation of Tejada, they have assumed full control. In what way is a military dictatorship socialist? In what way? Doing the final project for school. I'm studying a master's degree. How do you do your final project in August? Didn't school just start? U.S. Congress passes a Neutrality Act. With tensions rising around the globe, the U.S. Congress is in the scene... Sorry, reading is hard. The U.S. Congress has been the scene of intense discussions about the role the U.S. should play on the world stage. Many members are concerned that President Franklin Delano Roosevelt might secretly be planning to intervene in a European or Asian war. Some still remember the role the country played in the Great War and are anxious to keep the United States out of foreign entanglements. Eager to shore up support for his proposed programs of economic reform, President FDR has signed the Neutrality Act into law, placing heavy restrictions on trade with those nations at war. Let the giant sleep. Did we finish the Middle-earth mod? Yep. We finished the campaign actually after like 4.5 hours yesterday, but then I accidentally went for another hour and a half, not realizing that the campaign was in fact over. Turns out that it turns out that Middle-earth is significantly smaller than the Earth. Hence, Middle-earth, you know? It's not whole Earth, just the middle. That doesn't include the top or the bottom Earth, or the left or right Earth. It's just the middle. But no, the campaigns are actually quite short, which is part of the problem with the mod. The campaign finishes before you can even get through maybe 66% of the research. Really fun mod though. Enjoyed it. It's just not something that you want to play exclusively, in my opinion. But they're even shorter campaigns than base Hearts of Iron. There's the production efficiency cap up 10%. So we had been capped on guns, tanks, and trucks. I don't know if I really want this many factories on close air support on these old stinky planes that we don't even like. I'm going to take 1 off of that. Actually, I'm going to take 2 off of this. And let's go guns and support equipment, the most important things. All right, for research, it is definitely dispersed industry time, right? For Italy, it's gotta be. It's just better. I tried concentrated industry. It's just better, I think. I don't know, maybe I'm the crazy one. You're trading 25% factory output for 25% efficiency base and 50% efficiency retention. Someone probably has done the math already. But it just seems to me like that much retention and base equals better. The only time I think concentrated industry could be better if you were like maybe playing as the Soviets and you just wanted to keep making cheap low-tech stuff. If you plan on teching up at all, dispersed has got to be better because of swapping your production lines frequently. If you want to just mass produce something, then concentrated's probably better. Okay. I think we can afford to go 4x speed now, probably. And just let that start cruising up. Middle Earth needs more trains. I think they had plenty of trains. Chad, is this rude? We conquered Ethiopia, now we're appropriating their music. That seems, in bad taste, potentially. Uh-oh. I've never seen the junta lose, and I don't think I will today either. Seems like they're on the back foot. All right, support weapons 1. We need it. I researched that in case it helped us win the war in Ethiopia, but we finished the war before that even concluded. So now I'm going to go back and catch up on whatever I need to catch up on. I think I want armor trains as fast as possible. Let's start making armor trains. We're not making any trains right now, I just realized. So that's a bit of an issue. Okay, let's start making trains at least a little bit. Our military requires accurate information to plan ops. For this, we need a central organization that gathers analyses and analyzes this information, as well as take offensive actions against select targets if necessary. Chad, I take offensive actions against select targets all the time as a streamer. Very familiar with that strategy. War escalation decreases by 1. I don't think that's an issue anymore. Add Servicio Informazioni Militare, which grants a new operative slot and a new operative. All right, well, they named my intelligence organization for me. So if I wanted to, I could start upgrading to get some intel on things. We're working on a factory now, so we'll have 15. I feel like we should stay in civilian factory build mode for a bit. But is it worth improving our intelligence agency or just leave it as is? I'm not sure. It might be worth getting like economy and army at first, just to get some info on them. Them being who? I don't know exactly. I guess that's the issue, huh? All right, I'm just gonna let them build for now. I really don't do a good job of using intelligence services early in the game. Oh yeah, I need to pick a new national focus. Triumph in Africa, 35 days. The shame of Adwa has been wiped out. Some 40 years after the humiliation we suffered at the hands of the Ethiopians, we've finally gotten revenge. Our forces have proven their ability beyond any doubt, and the world must now acknowledge our might. I don't know about that. 5% war support, 5% stability. This is your daily reminder that you actually get to save up 10 days of national focus research without having to use it, and then once you pick a national focus, it'll automatically advance the counter by that many days, however many you banked, up to 10. Unlock Italian occupation of Ethiopia decisions. National balance of power starts. Slander or criticize the war effort are new choices. So you'll notice it's already taken 9-10 days off the top there quite quickly. I'm gonna go ahead and save my political power because I think we're gonna have to start using them for various decisions to try to get the Pope. We're trying to get the Pope in power if you join late. I've attempted this before and failed because I was bad at the game. Maybe I still am, some say. Can we do volunteers to Germany to grind more XP? Why do I need XP? Number one. Number two, that would cost me political power, which, as I just said, I'm trying to save. But yeah, I don't need XP right now. I don't even have a chief of army yet. Also, their war is going to be over rather quickly, because Berlin is about to fall. Operative time. Italy's got a lot of choices. Italian, Ethiopian, and Syrian nationality. Italian, Egyptian nationality. I'll just pick whoever has the best traits. I like Commando because it has a 10% detection chance factor. Linguist is good. And then Sabotage. Looks like Commando's the only one we have here that's worth. Seducer is actually probably the best one. Costanzo Deza. Yeah, mine is 20% detection plus 25% infiltration. I think he's the best for sure. Now, where do I want him to go? I guess. Who's our next target? Pope support is over here. It's kind of going to be everybody, isn't it? I feel like we have to wait a while before we can truly go to war. Who's most at risk of going to war with us is the question. I think Italy would be interested in Yugoslavia for obvious reasons. So let's put our agent there, have him start building an intel network, and then we'll get to find out what focuses they are taking, which can be some nice intel. We're gonna get another agent as well, so we can spread them out a little bit. Focus bypassed. With the new reality in East Africa, the other colonial powers must come to terms with us. We need them to allow passage through the Suez, but they need us far more. If they refuse, we could just look elsewhere for support. Okay. National focus complete. So we got 92% stability, 94% war support, plus 50 political power. Hey, this is nice. So we get some new Italian decisions for Ethiopia. And the balance of power exists. I feel like we just immediately convene the council. And by immediately, I mean as soon as possible. So the national balance of power is less than 1% on the Mussolini side in order to convene the council. Okay? So let's take a look at the balance of power here. National balance of power. On the left is the Grand Council of Fascism. And on the right is Mussolini. So it needs to be less than 1% on Mussolini's side. It is currently 35% on his side. So this is how you affect the future. And we need political power to do this for pretty much everything here. So this is going to be toward Mussolini. This is away from Mussolini. This is away from Mussolini. Away from Mussolini. Praise the armies toward. 15% toward. Yeah, all of these. Takeover, foreign affairs, Ministry of Justice, education, and corporations are all toward Mussolini. So I think the first, we just kind of have to do all these, I think. Let's start by slandering him. Italy is struggling on multiple fronts due to Mussolini's incompetence. Is it though? It feels like people are pretty happy. We just won the war in record times, minimum casualties. We only lost like 7,000 people. Is he really doing that bad? He's stinky and bad. Okay, I guess that's all you need to say. Does it even take time to do these, or can you just do a bunch? Our valiant troops are struggling because of incompetent leadership, bad logistics, and inadequate equipment. I mean, again, it kind of seems like we did pretty good, but let's criticize the war effort next. That'll take a little command power and some political power. I'm surprised you can do all these at the same time without like a timer. Question the army's loyalty. That takes army XP. With recent events showcasing the ineffectiveness of the army, has many people wondering exactly how loyal the troops are to the system. And then we have just enough air experience from the war to do question the Air Force's loyalty. Otherwise, we'd be stuck here. Which maybe is what happened the first time. With recent events showcasing the ineffectiveness of the Air Force, to be fair, our Air Force kinda sucks. So I'm in favor of this. And then we go, boom. We used up all of our air XP. Got the balance of power to, it's 5% on Mussolini's side. So do I have to do the Navy to get it sub 1%? Oh man. How am I gonna get the Navy XP? Like this, I guess. I think I need to do the 35-day naval power projection. That does give us some dockyards also. But the 25 Navy XP is right there. See, now I think it's a good time. Well, is it a good time to get the Chief of Army? What if these guys leave when Mussolini leaves? That's what I'm afraid of. Could be a good time to get an industrial concern. Sometimes these change also, but usually not. Like, I don't, there are two different ones. These are identical. Why are these identical? They're both 15% industrial. Manage the Italian occupation of Ethiopia. Do I need to do any of these? This changes compliance, max factories, land construction. Probably eventually, but not right now. here's the thing. For research, are there any Hearts of Iron experts that want to chime in with... Do you prefer researching electronics faster, which one assumes also includes radio, radar, and computing machines? Or do you like industrial research speed plus 15%, which is... We always question, is it everything on this page or just this? Because these are both called industry. Which is not confusing at all. Hearts of Iron 4, does industrial research include whole page? I can't be the first person who's asked this. Apparently, I'm the first person to ask this. Pretty sure it's the whole page. Industrial research, to my knowledge, is everything in the industry and construction branches, but not synthetic oil. Interesting. Okay. See, I didn't think it was everything, but it includes all this. Which, to me, culminates in a larger bonus than just doing electronic engineering. Because it is a third... I don't know, you could... I think either one is probably fine if you plan on going all the way down to scintimetric radar and you're getting fire control systems along the way. Maybe that's fine. But yeah, this has excavation, presumably, and industry. Yeah, I think you gotta do industrial research here. That's what always speaks to me. Though I'm worried one of these is gonna, like, disappear. But we'll see. All right, Tourney Industria. Good luck. 15% bonus to industrial research. Go, go, go. Note that there's a focus that improves that design company, apparently. Yeah, I saw that there was something that goes with it. Maybe I should have researched that a little bit more before picking. I got a little jumpy. Because we can either get civilian or military. Which, out of these, I'm thinking the one that gives you more steel is probably better. Even though you have a smaller bonus to factory construction speed. Plus, you get an extra building slot. So, plus you, yeah, I think that steel industry has to be the one. Another seducer? Multiple seducers. I don't know if I would call this dude a seducer. He's got something going on that we can't see on the surface. Clearly. Gaetano Zuppelli has got it going on, I guess. All right, so we already got an agent in Yugoslavia. Let's get an agent in Austria. Start building up some information there. Okay, 4 research slots. We're not working on the 5th one now. We got to get that extra naval XP. And then we should have the power, balance of power the way we want it, presumably. Following the legacy of our ancestors, we must ensure we have the necessary industry to develop a formidable naval force capable of maintaining Italian supremacy in the Mediterranean over any other navy. 2 free dockyards is nice. And now we need to question the Navy's loyalty. With the recent event showcasing the ineffectiveness of the Navy, many people are wondering, how loyal is the Navy to Mussolini? Boop. Okay, balance of power is at equilibrium, which should allow us to convene the Grand Council to discuss what to do about Mussolini. His latest foray into Ethiopia, an unwillingness to share power or responsibility, leave many questioning his capabilities. He served his country well in the face of fascism, but it might be time for new leadership? Minus stability plus political power, new political advisors, and there will be a new national balance of power. I like all these 35-day focuses. That's quite nice. Everyone loves, all my homies love 35-day focuses, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it's correct or not, but I'm just going all in on civilian factory infrastructure at the beginning. The sooner you get, oops, that's regular infrastructure. The sooner you get them up, the more long-term they will be beneficial, is how I feel, right? Italy should definitely have more than 15 civilian factories to play with. That being said, we haven't done all the industrial things down the focus tree that'll give us a bunch of free factories either. Junta is very much winning quickly. Let's see the war. The German Civil War. Can't click. Okay, that's so weird. What? I've never not been able to click on a war. Click to open the war overview. Nope. We'll never know the casualty rates, I guess. Weird bug. My first military-industrial organization for ships? I'm gonna wait. Hold off on that. Okay, so we got Dispersed Industry 1 for factory space and factory output, research speed, armor trains, and construction speed. I kind of did construction speed late. I thought we would need more infantry buffs for Ethiopia, but I was wrong. Wilhelm assumes the Hungarian crown. Seeking a king for their nation, the Hungarians, after long negotiations and preparations, officially invited a Swedish prince, Wilhelm, Duke of Södermanland, earlier this week. Today, amidst much fanfare and celebration, he was crowned King of Hungary in a solemn ceremony at the Royal Palace in Budapest. It is said the new king takes the well-being of his people to heart and that he strongly supports their democratic rights. Furthermore, he advocates dialogue with Hungary's neighbors over hostility. The new king may thus well prove a welcome aid in reducing tensions in the region. Is it going to be king time because Hungary and Germany are going to go maybe monarchy? All right, we're convening the Grand Council to question the capabilities of Mussolini. To go to the next... Oh, by the way, look at how the focus tree has cut off. Like, anything that was directly below or to the left is gone. And now it's only stuff that's adjacent to the council. So that's nice. Depose Mussolini. So I need to do depose... into monarchy, into power to the king, into disband the black shirts and seek papal support, right? To get the Pope? Is that right? I think it is. So what's necessary here? Anything? The national balance of power is more than 9% on the side of the Grand Council. The time has come to oust Mussolini from power. He's proven himself incompetent and has dragged our beloved Italy through many unnecessary hardships. and tested its resilience well past the breaking point. While his shadow might loom large over us for some time to come, Italy and its people will prevail. 50 political power. Grand Council of Fascism becomes the leader. The Grand Council political power gain -1, stability -5. The shadow of Mussolini is added, which lowers your daily PP gain. National balance of power moves 10% toward the side of the Grand Council. Mussolini buying bars. Yeah, do I even need to do anything here? Balance of power wise? I feel like no. I'm just gonna save political power for now because I feel like we're gonna need it again. Rip to a real one. I hate this bug. It happens all the time. Only a relaunch fixes it. The inability to click on an ongoing war. Mad Dog Mac. When does the Spanish Civil War start historically? Not 100% sure. You know I always gotta skip this song. You know I gotta. You know I gotta. It happened since the last DLC. That's a weird bug. That is a strange one. So we finally got a small surplus of infantry equipment. There's the construction speed bonus at last, and it's October 1936, not quite 1937. So we're a little ahead of time on this row of research. We are going to need to think about oil, clearly. But in 1936, one of our chief concerns, in my opinion, is either keeping up with armor, if we want to do tanks, keeping up with artillery and anti-tank, if we want to do that, which we probably do. Our navy, we actually have to do a navy because we're Italy. We have to get a modern air force because we're Italy. We got the airframes. We could do some basic stuff there, or we could just get radio first. I feel like radio is a must. The reinforce rate, the coordination, they're both actually huge buffs that seem really small. Chance per hour that units in reserve can actively join the fight is what reinforce rate does. So when they're waiting in the periphery, they can jump in faster, and coordination focuses all your damage on the same target, which I think is good. And we're gonna take all three of these researches and do the 1937 industrial. Since it is November, should have a very small ahead of time penalty. And I think that's pretty good timing for the industry stuff. All right, Mussolini, your time is up. Get out of here. Simultaneously, Norway declares war on the Norwegian People's Republic. So a little burst of political power. New political party, the Grand Council of Fascism. It's just a silly name. All right, we have to have more than 25% support for PNM to get monarchy. Which is this, not aligned. Okay, so to get not aligned, we're gonna need the advisor, right? PNM is our not aligned party. Dude, there's so many Italian advisors. It's Pietro, right? Daily support for unaligned is the guy that we just unlocked. Yeah, we just unlocked him with convene the Grand Council. Pietro, last name D. First initial D. Acquarone? Acquarone? I don't know. I tried. I think we basically have to hire him to start slowly building non-aligned support to get to monarchy. So he's up first. And then it's probably a good idea to just go ahead and grab a chief of army While we're at it, maybe? Because I don't think these guys are going to go anywhere. Unless I do. I could get Bandits War for division speed. That's not bad. 10% speed. I do love speed. Don't care about division training time. Defense is fine. Organization 4% is fine. So if we can't pick monarchy yet, we need to do something else. It feels a little early to go for like all this when we need to do industrial stuff and that extra research slot that we skipped, right? This is a difficult research tree, or difficult focus tree, to be honest. I say let's go for the research slot while we wait. We got to go railway to investments to national universities, and that's the 5th research slot. And I haven't decided. I like the plus 10% division speed, but I don't love Bandits War. They do give you 50% cost reduction for mobile warfare doctrine, truck and recon companies, and a research bonus for armored cars, which I was talking about doing. So it actually does seem like it's made for us. And this is a cost reduction for Grand Battle Plan. Okay, so we are going to do Bandits War. In which case, don't hire a chief of army yet. Ethiopia resists. Abyssinia is still nowhere near being pacified, and the resistance to Italian occupation is stiff. Mussolini's been deposed. Apparently they didn't get the memo. But Mussolini has no kind words for them or the efforts to quell the opposition, and calls the operation a national embarrassment. Well, he's in jail, so he complains the Italian colonists have a rough appearance and crude manners, which is not instilling respect in the local population. Well, that just took, what, a bunch of political power. So what do you want me to do? I think we want to do Ministry of Italian Africa in that case. Chat, maybe we do Ministry of Italian Africa first. All right, fine. I'm never going to get this focus, which is hilarious. It's like just out of reach. Ministry of Italian Africa is probably better because it's a new colonial police law that's probably good with the colonial management decisions. German Reich was annexed. The Civil War is over, as it so often is. The civil war that has racked Germany has come to an end. The fighting was extraordinarily intense, with fanatical resistance by Nazis causing devastation on a scale reminiscent of the Great War. It appears Hitler is dead, and the Nazi leadership imprisoned or executed. The provisional government has announced it is necessary to secure their hold over the state and ensure the return of stability to the nation, before there can be any thought of embarking on a process of constitutional reforms. Mackinson is in charge. All right, armored trains. We're going to change our single factory that's making civilian trains. Yep, start over. Just start over. And now it's time to just go to the next level of industry. More production efficiency cap. A 0.13 year ahead of time penalty isn't bad, and we're offsetting that with the industrial focus company anyways. So I think that'll be fine. And then dispersed industry is about to open up some slots. So to kind of see how many slots they open up, we got like what, 7, 6, 9, 8. 7, 6, 9, 8 becomes. It should be like a +1 to each. Yeah. 7, 6, 9, 8. It's a +1. So 8, 7, 10, 9. So we get just more space to build with dispersed industry. You can kind of see that happen in real time. Factory output is +10%. And we'll be able to retain more of that efficiency when we swap lines. In fact, if I had waited a few days to swap the line to armor trains, we would have retained more of the previous line and probably saved time, but I didn't think about that. And I'm just going to go straight for the next tier. Norway was annexed. The Red Norway. Communist Norway. Adam Egidissen? How do you say this? That is a fake mustache, for sure. Huge Red Norway. I think Italy's gonna be fun because we have the chance to make an air force, a navy, and tanks and or armored cars, like, and a lot of industry and a lot of potential for conquering. So it seems like it has a lot of flexibility. We'll see if we can tap into that or not. Okay, mechanical computing is that extra research buff. 4% flat research buff to everything. And we'll use that for construction too. And then just get all of our industry caught up. There's the Spanish Civil War. Also, we need to be building. Do you think I should stop mass producing civilian factories or just keep rolling? Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. I feel like we just need industry. We don't need to pivot into military factories until we know for sure we're going to go to war, I guess. The 11th Olympic Games were recently held in undamaged parts of devastated and newly rebuilt Berlin, Germany. Attended by athletes from 49 nations across the world, the 1936 Summer Olympics are the first in history with limited TV coverage. The Games, a symbol of renewed German national unity, were a significant propaganda victory for the new German regime, which, despite the tremendous costs of rebuilding the nation after the Civil War, spent lavishly on the event. German athletes saw the most success, winning 33 gold medals, while the Americans came in second with 24. 4 of these were won by Jesse Owens, the single most successful athlete of the Games. Australia won its first ever gold medal in breakdancing. The Games are concluded. Good job, everyone. Well done. So we finally have a surplus of artillery. Surplus of trucks. A little bit of support equipment, mostly guns. What's up, Mulisha? How's it going? Our colonial possessions have grown considerably ever since the formation of our nation less than a century ago. This growth has started to strain manpower, however. There are ways to alleviate this by using local police forces such as Meharisti, Savari, Spahi, and others. Recruiting these groups would be less taxing on our own forces, and they have the benefit of being native to their own lands with what that entails. The various tribes and people of Africa cannot be handled like we might deal with other subject people. Administering these areas requires a different approach. 75 political power unlocks new occupation law in African states, colonial police, which grants resistant target down, damage to garrisons down, required garrisons down, and daily compliance gain down a little bit. Okay, here's my question. I'm not really sure what this does. So colonial management is train irregulars, disband irregulars, reorganize irregular bands, and establish Africa Orientale Italiana, which you can release as a subject. So do I want to recruit them, or do I want to have other plans? I don't really know what the pros and cons are here. Because wasn't the whole point of this that I can use the new law? I just now noticed that below martial law is forced labor, harsh quotas, brutal oppression, and colonial police. What do these even do? They don't even look like they do anything. Infrastructure repair speed and resource sabotage chance down. You can build factories faster with harsh quotas. And then this is just like resistance target minus 75%. But damage to garrisons up 100%. I wish it was easier to tell what each of the stats were on these, like comparison-wise. Chat, what would King Pope do? What would the Emperor do? Would he not just use his own colonial police force? We have other plans. Okay, so what's the difference here? Military governor is minus 35% resistance. So this cuts... Why would you use colonial police over local police? If you hold control on that screen, oh my god, how did I never know this, Stickman? How did I never know if you hold control on this screen? I learned something new after 800 hours. So let's say we go to secret police. Time to make a Reddit post. So if I have secret police, my resistance target stays the same. Damage to garrisons goes better. Required garrisons is better. What about local police force, though? So resistance target is better for colonial police. Okay. See, that kind of makes sense. The damage to garrisons is worse. Required garrisons is close. Daily compliance gain is actually better. So colonial police gives you a lower resistance target so that their resistance doesn't build and then they rebel, and it gives you better compliance gain. So I think that's what it kind of amounts to. So this is for the Dodecanese. Let's go from military governor to local police force. Croatia, local police force. Libya, colonial police. Colonial police. All right, yeah, no, that makes sense. So that should help. And we can develop them as well, which we're going to do later. Now I'm going to try and go for the research slot. While also maybe should we even start to try to improve some of this? We have to have develop Ethiopia clicked for this. So we'll see about it. Lots of stuff to manage, which I don't mind. This game looks real fun. It's complicated, Primordial, especially with all the DLC, but it's super fun, yeah. There's a reason why it's my most played Paradox game. Very, very replayable, and tons of mods. It's one of the most popular Paradox games, and as a result has maybe the biggest modding community. It's actually quite surprising how many people play Hearts of Iron. Just to show you. Here's the top 100 played games. And if we search Crusader Kings, Crusader Kings had 24-hour peak of 27,000 players. 27,000 today. Europa is way down here, number 98, barely made the list, 17,000. So like 10,000 more daily players in Crusader Kings. Then you got Stellaris, which you would think is more popular, but it's not. 13,000 players, barely. That's the peak. So more people play Europa daily than Stellaris, which is crazy. There's more people playing Stellaris right now, though. You know why? I bet Americans like Stellaris more than Europa. And the 6,000 discrepancy here is the sleeping Europeans. Whereas this is much closer. Its current versus its peak is way closer because we're still at peak American hours. I guarantee you that's what it is. Because that's like 7K difference. 6K difference. You guys are... Europe is asleep right now. Nobody plays Vicky 3. Yeah, I don't think Victoria even makes the top. Let's see how far Vicky is. Oh, that just goes to the store page. Okay, I don't even know if you can see past the top 100. And then Hearts of Iron. 49,000 daily players. Almost 50K daily. Playing Hearts. It's number 40 right now, currently. Number 1 by a lot. Because the next closest one is Crusader Kings at 27. So it's almost double as popular as CK3. Daily. You wouldn't think it is. Like, I love Hearts of Iron, and it's my favorite, but you wouldn't think that it is, like, that much higher than the next most popular Paradox game. I played Vicky 3 until the update. What happened in the update? I've tried to get into Hearts of Iron a lot, but I just can't. I don't know why. I don't know either, Papa Joe. If you don't know, I don't know. I want to try to get into this again, but alas, a new WoW expansion just came out. To not be honest, the fact that there's a new expansion is meaningless. You were already playing WoW every day before the expansion came out. Okay? So don't act like the fact that a new expansion came out is the reason suddenly you're playing WoW every day. Oh, huh. If it weren't for that darned expansion, I wouldn't be playing WoW every day. Space jumping and spinning in circles, waiting for my guild to log on. Hoping that they take me off the bench for my raid today. Maybe this time I'll actually get some raid gear. Robot Mystic, so I'm assuming you're talking about Vicky 3. They added spheres of influence and lobbying and foreign investment, and I can't survive as a small country without getting eaten by someone's more powerful economy. Oh. More mechanics? I like playing as small nations also, so I feel ya. Too realistic. I have 187 political power. Do I want a political advisor? I'm still scared to pick them. Current ruling party is fascist or non-aligned. We are going to be non-aligned, right? So it's probably safe to get the captain of industry and get the civilian boost. See, this one has to do... You have to be fascist for that guy. Which we're not going to be. Ditto. It seems like the guy that helps you build infrastructure, civilian factories is a safe pick. I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade to him because we are building a lot of civilian factories. So another 15%. Wait, how much was it? It was 10%. Yeah, plus 10% build speed. Seems good. According to SteamDB, there's 6.5k people playing Vicky 3 now. They're trying. I'll try it again eventually, probably, but I think what it always comes down to is I like logistics in its relationship to war, and I don't know if I like logistics for its own sake. But maybe. So, Robot Mystic, what you're saying is, even as someone who liked Victoria 3, are you saying you don't like the new patch? What's up, Laughing Bear? Yeah, we actually finished the campaign way early yesterday. In the Lord of the Rings. Oh, we finished making those like 1936 holes that we had queued up. Having some convoys stockpiled is never a bad thing. So let's get some of those. We need to actually build a navy, but easier said than done. I liked being able to just build up my nation in Victoria 3. I could easily go an entire game while going to war maybe once or twice. It still feels like something's missing. I say this as Victoria 2's strongest warrior. I didn't play enough to really know what it was missing. I just know that it gave me like headaches while I played it, trying to figure out what I'm supposed to be doing. We have no need for the colonial irregulars any longer. Let them return to their homes. Should I? Like, do I really want the irregulars? Or is there only an upside to keeping them? I think I'd like it more if I had time to learn the new mechanics, but I just don't care as much anymore. That's so sad. That is so sad to read. I just don't care as much. Yeah, I mean... Part of that could be... How many hours do you have in the game? Because sometimes you just play a game so much. I wish I could stay addicted to things forever, right? Like, I've sort of hit that point with Star Citizen and Out of the Park, where I just grind something for so much that I still care about it conceptually, but there's a difference in conceptually caring about something and actively occupying the rent-free space in your head. You know what I mean? Like, you can't force the feeling of every waking moment is spent obsessing about something, no matter how much you like a thing. And I might still do some Star Citizen just for fun, but it's different than if I have a moment of free time, then it's going to be spent consuming content on that. And you can't manufacture that. It has to happen naturally, unfortunately. And I'm kind of in between things I'm addicted to right now. Even in the age of the automobile, a strong railway is the backbone of a strong economy. Reduce the ahead of time penalty by 1.5 years and a 50% research bonus for a train and railway research. We get a civilian factory for free and a free building slot that it goes in. And a free railway, 3 railways out of Lazio. Lazy-O. Lazy-O. Where is Lazy-O? Like here, I guess. That's where Rome is. So it just upgraded the rail. Would be my assumption. To Tuscany, Emilia, and Campania. So Tuscany's there. Emilia's there. And Campania's there. Okay, so probably just upgraded. Is it this level 1 rail on the coast, or did it upgrade a level 1 rail to level 2 rail? I don't know. Anyway. Better infrastructure and better rails, always good. Your troops move faster along it, more supplies. Now we're going to do investments in Edison. Modify, reconstruction, whatever. Reconstruction industrielle. It's hard to say. This guy right here. And it's going to give us 5% consumer goods factories factor. It's very small, very small. 2 building slots, 2 civilian factories is the main bonus. Japan declared war on the Japanese People's Republic. That's an uncommon one. Communist Japan at war against Hirohito. Communist Japan is a very rare ahistorical one. Also, they're about to do the escalator clause, which I don't know if we'll get a pop-up for that or not. They defy the Emperor! Okay, we need to change this. Who's winning in Spain? Right now it's just nationalist Spain versus regular Spain. We've only played like a year and a half because Italy starts out really slow because you actually have to win the war in Ethiopia. So we have to kind of like... I like that you do start in a state of war because you get to experience the war gameplay right at the beginning. But as a result, we've moved a little more slowly than most because we're the only ones at war at the beginning of the game. Reading some chat comments. What's up, Mostly Lost? I have 100 hours in Vicky 3 and 500 in Victoria 2. I still can't figure out 3, to be honest. The mods in CK3 are keeping my love for map game alive. Yeah, I'll try some Crusader Kings. I'm probably going to go back to Crusader Kings, to be honest, when Roads to Power comes out or whatever it's called. Because even though I don't trust them, the idea that conceptually there is a game mode where you can be a wanderer who earns a small piece of land and start your campaign that way is compelling. So if anything can get my attention or my interest, it's that. Because I have to give them credit for having a good idea. Now, will they execute it well or implement it in a way that's fun and satisfying? Doubt. But that is definitely right up my alley. So I have to at least give it a try. I feel like it'll be real buggy. See, I feel like it's gonna be like, you're a wanderer, and suddenly you're a hero by clicking these 3 buttons. Here you go. Kind of just like a Stellaris Origin. But we'll see. It's just gonna be, here's 3 custom events that turn you into a god. Now here's your land. That's my fear. It's gonna be shallow. All right, I'm scrolling down now. You click the Help the Emperor button 3 times, and then he gives you some land. Perhaps. I think it's all going to come down to how well it's written. I have complaints about the writing in Crusader Kings 3 for whatever reason. I don't know why. The short version is it just doesn't hold my suspension of disbelief like Hearts of Iron. Hearts of Iron has a lot of typos, but I feel like it's written in a consistent voice. Stellaris, I think, is probably the best written of the Paradox games, narratively. Production efficiency cap up 10%. Okay, simple, useful. Starting to spool that up. Next. It's March 1937. We're too far ahead for computing machine research. We're too far ahead for new types of armored cars. Oh, we could just get... What if we just got railway guns real early? It's probably anti-tank time. If we're gonna go armored cars, we probably need anti-tank support companies to deal with enemy armor, especially if we end up fighting Germany or France. I'm still saving all the political power. Maybe that's wrong. But yeah, tier 1 anti-tank from 1936. Artillery for defeating tanks, armor-piercing shells. Mostly here for the 20 hard attack and the 60 piercing, which if you compare to even the anti-air, which does decently against tanks, it's night and day. It's like 3 times the hard attack of anti-air. Because you can attach anti-air to your support companies, and they'll still be able to be used against tanks, which is cool. It'll give you something, right? But 60 piercing versus 25, 20 hard attack versus 7. It is still... I do enjoy using anti-air support groups just to kind of have some extra anti-tank, but you really can't replace the real deal. So we'll rock that. Hearts of Iron is the one game I haven't touched, and I know I'm missing out. It's fun. It is. It's just a comfy sandbox, because you just keep going back to the start as a different nation. It feels like much less of a marathon than Stellaris and Crusader Kings. It's much more... It feels more like a roguelike in a weird way that you have way more control over. Ostensibly, in an effort to garner more popular support for their rearmament programs, the British government has now entered into conversations with the trade unions, proposing to make concessions in return for their support. It is expected this will greatly increase socialist influence over the government. Oh no. Oh no, oh interesting. So, potentially communist UK and communist Japan. Huh. How is this going to change the dynamic? And we got August von Mackensen junta, and Hungary also went monarchist. What's up, KO Fishy? This isn't Middle Earth? Yeah, because you didn't finish the stream yesterday, I guess. I'm just kidding. We finished the campaign like 4.5 hours into the stream yesterday. The Middle Earth campaigns are real short. Could probably, if I went fast, finish them in one stream. Just a one stream campaign. All right, radio. We don't really care about these two. We care about the reinforced rate and the coordination. And then the world's kind of our oyster. I think we showed that oil and fuel is a huge problem for us. So we need to start thinking about making our own synthetics, in my opinion. I don't know if there's sometimes there's a national focus. That'll give you a research bonus for synthetic oil, like this. So that can be something that maybe makes you pause, but then you could just take it down these and it'll still work, right? So it's not like it's gonna be useless. I think we need to build a new synthetic plant sooner rather than later. We have almost no natural oil yet. Yet. We can't sustain an Air Force, a Navy, and armor with 8 natural oil and no synthetic. So I say let's just start building it. I am amassing the civilian factories. Hopefully not occupying too many important slots here. I would like at least 30 civilian factories, but we're going to get a bunch more from the industrial researches that we're doing, like this one adds 2. But anyway, thanks for the sub, 30 months, KO Fishy. Welcome back, appreciate you. You probably been asked this, any excitement for Civ 7? Oh yeah, I love Civ 6. So I'm definitely interested in Civ 7. I've been waiting for them to do that instead of continuously releasing new Civs for 6. So I'll be there. Unfortunately, they're about to get me with the classic age-old, sorry, you want to play early? You got to pay more. That one's been going around recently. They've got like a play 5 days early. which is called the streamer tax, because of course you got to play early if you want to make content on it. So when's that coming out? February or something? It's pretty soon, right? I'll be there. I'm interested. They got, instead of Sean Bean, didn't they have Brienne of Tarth doing the announcements for that? Italy boasted the very first power plant in Europe and has always been on the forefront of technology. With an investment in the Edison company, we can ensure that we remain in the lead. 2 civilian factories, 2 build slots, a small consumer goods factor, and then we got 15 and 6. Okay, so both of these are building at the same time. Now we can go for the research slot, get that 5th slot, and then decide where to go from there. We're gonna need it if we want to do Air Force and Navy. We got improved machine tools for efficiency cap. We got dispersed industry for even more space for factories, factory output, and base factory efficiency. What do? May 1937. Choices are armor research, number 1. Number 2, artillery research. Number 3, Air Force research. All of these things are important. We'll probably do them all. I would say I would like to make a proper Air Force. As Italy, I think it'll be expected of us. So we've already got more research than most. We have engines 1 and 2. We have aircraft construction, which gives us dive brakes and other options. Those are all good. Range improvements are nice. Heavy machine guns are also nice. Survivability studies are nice. And we already start with 1936 airframes. So I say let's go heavy machine guns. That's going to take a whole year to research. So this one we might actually... I don't know if I want to use a designer. It's going to take a year, man. Okay, actually, before we do that... Is it possible... This is a 4 times 25% research for aircraft. Huh. But I don't think there's one that gives us heavy machine guns automatically. All right, sure. That's just such a long commitment. But we don't have anything else to research except for tanks and maybe Navy. Disaster was narrowly averted today when a diesel fuel leak was discovered on the German passenger airship Hindenburg as it came into dock at Lakehurst Naval Air Station in the U.S. The leak was promptly repaired. Had it gone unnoticed, flammable vapor could have resulted in a fire that would have engulfed the entire airship. Critics have long questioned the wisdom of passenger airships given the spotty safety records, and this incident will make them even more vocal. Yeah, will we still have airships today, do you think, if that doesn't explode? I'm not sure I like the Civ switching that'll be in 7 since it's a major departure from the formula, but I'm open to the concept. Oh yeah, I heard people talking about that. Where you can start as one Civ and then pivot into a different one depending on your decisions. Yeah, I think that will be causing some friction for some people for sure. I don't know how I feel about it. Construction 2. All right, 10% faster build speed for us. And if we're gonna go for air power, then getting... Oh wait, this is a 1.61 year ahead of time penalty. That's why it's taken so long. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I don't think that's worth it. I'm gonna do something else then. My bad. My bad. I was like, that seems oddly long. And it is. We only lose 3% progress. It's fine. We got bombs already researched. Survivability studies a little bit ahead of time as well. Do we want recon cams? Having the recon there is pretty good, actually. Let's just go and get interwar artillery. Just a nice, clean artillery bonus. to stay up to date. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. 100 days, not 365 days. Anyway, I hope that the only thing that they borrow from humankind is the civ switching and not the combat, because the combat in humankind drove me so bonkers that we tried to stream humankind and I only made it 4.8 hours before giving up. I remember giving up on stream, being like, I can't do this, guys. I'm sorry. And I was like kind of excited for it. So if you're ever wondering why other streamers you know have characters in humankind based on their likeness, and I don't, that'd be why. At least probably the main contributing factor. You're wrong, the combat was the best part. You're just arguing for the sake of argument. The combat was like, would you like to do a 5-minute minigame to do like 10% HP damage that you have to do every single turn before you're allowed to win? Yeah, it was bad. We have 252 political power. To design an airplane, we're gonna need a chief of the Air Force, right? Bad weather penalty, minus 20%. Air accidents chance down. Air experience gain up. I feel like it's gotta be the air superiority guy, but he has the least amount of air XP. But definitely, we'll go with him. I think we go ahead and up conscription before we change current ruling party. Right? That way we're locked in on extensive before we switch off of fascist. That seems like it makes sense. Because we're at about 750k manpower is not going to be enough. We need to double that. Pump those numbers up. From the Gamescom thing, it sounds like you have to change civs when the age changes. Here's the thing. What if, this is going to be a controversial take, what if they, first of all, congratulations to Amelia Earhart for circumnavigating the globe and the Hindenburg for not destroying. That means we're in the proper good timeline. Everything from this point on is going to be a positive canonical change. The famous aviator Amelia Earhart, known as the Queen of the Air, has completed a flight around the world with navigator Fred Noonan. After a brief scare when they got temporarily lost approaching Howland Island in the Pacific, the flight proceeded without incident, and this morning their Lockheed Electra touched down in Oakland, California. A ceremony is to be held in the White House next week and be congratulated by the president. I forgot what I was talking about. Probably for the best. Oh, what if they're going to allow switching civs? Here's an idea. What if they just didn't name civs? That would be the least civilization game thing ever. But like, if you want to have dynamic civs, maybe the thing that's jarring to people is they don't want to be like, I'm Egyptian. Look, it's Cleopatra, and then suddenly, look, I'm FDR. Okay. I've had extensive surgeries, and I am now Franklin Delano Roosevelt. I think that's the jarring aspect. So, fluid civilizations are cool if you don't tie them to historical names and people. And that way you can just be a dynamic civ instead of like being kind of tied down mentally to a specific place and person. But I don't know. But then why even play Civ in the first place? You think people play Civ in the first place so they can be Gandhi, or so they can play a really satisfying and well-balanced hex-based strategy game? I promise you, the main compelling factor of Civ is not, I want to be a Russian Tsar. It's like, you want to actually play the game. I don't really care who the goofy little character is that's on the screen. For a technologically advanced nation such as Italy, there's always a need for more engineers. We've identified our universities as the biggest bottleneck for education through educating enough new experts to keep our country competitive. 5th research slot locked in. China has declared war on Xinjiang. It's getting spicy. And more importantly, we are now at 24% support for not aligned. How much do we have to be at for the monarchy? 25. We're actually quite close. We're literally 1% away from being able to pursue the next monarchist path. So the timing here is quite nice. Gain base stability 2% from Triumph in Africa. Devalue the Liar and get a consumer goods factory factor for 365 days of minus 10%. Interesting. Topple the Amhara rulers. Ethiopia is far more diverse and splintered than most believe. There are many groups that are not strong supporters of the old regime. Giving them some small concessions would easily turn them to our side, making it far easier to pacify the region. Plus 10% compliance. Start the local rulers approach Italian officials event chain, allowing us to increase compliance or establish Italian subjects in Ethiopian states if we desire. Chat, there's so many choices here. What should I even do first? Should I do the Ethiopian ones? Or I feel like I don't have time to do a 70-day here. Maybe we do a 35-day 2 military factory Lombardia bonus. It's either that or start getting the civilian factories and the steel and just wait 70 days. Because it's going to be... We're at 24.32%. He's increasing it 0.1 per day. So mathematically, that's only going to take like a few days. What if we just wait 10 days? Lithuania was annexed. Communist Lithuania. China's popping off over here. Chiang Kai-shek is at war with Jibei Sanma and Xinjiang simultaneously. Okay, sorry, hold on. China just declared war on Shanxi and the Guangxi clique simultaneously? Chill, Amazon, chill. I got it, man. I'm letting it build up, okay? I don't know if you knew this, but you can actually save up to 30 days of research. So there's not a rush. Don't know if you knew that, though. So I'm saving my stuff so I can see if we get 25%. We're 24.82. You can save 10 days of national focus and 30 days of research. And it doesn't go to waste. All right, what do? I think I need to do the Pope thing as fast as possible. So just give me the 35 days. Fiocchi Munizioni. How do you say this? I don't know. 2 military factories. We'll just do that. And then by the time that's done, it'll be time. It's already kind of time, but that's okay. All right. Research. Oh, wow, I have like 150 hours in this. I never knew you could save it. Well, Gambler, 150 hours, you're still in the tutorial. I just learned that something new today after 800 hours. I'm still in the tutorial too. I'm just a little further along in the tutorial. Planes. I'm gonna wait until we get range improvements before designing my plane. I have wanted to get like photo recon for a long time. Maybe we do that here. The first clear military purpose of the airplane was to find the enemy and report their location to generals on the ground. This is still the most common task of military aviation. Let's go. Let's try it. We got 5 research slots now. Hell yeah. The grace period is nice quality of life in multiplayer where you can't pause. That's true too, yeah. That's a great point. China's at war with everybody over here, man. They just declared war on Yunnan, Guangxi, Shanxi, Jibei-Senma, Xinjiang. Good luck, I guess. They're just going for dominance early. I don't know how it's going to play out. I don't think I've ever seen them go to war with everybody this early. And the Japanese People's Republic is winning. I love that they're a fascist communist group. And then I think the UK is going communist in this timeline. And then Germany is decidedly not fascist, though sometimes Mackensen goes for domination of Europe anyways. So I don't really know. It seems like communism is going to be the main threat this time. Or, you know, usual Mackensen problems. We'll see. Chile triggers a naval arms race. While there were no formal treaties preventing the expansion of the Brazilian, Chilean, or Argentinian navies, there's an informal arrangement since the Great War that prevented any major expansion. However, with the announcement by the Chilean government they intend to expand their naval capabilities with more capital ships, it seems a new arms race in South America is inevitable. What this means for the wider geopolitical situation remains to be seen, but it can be assumed the leaders of the great powers will also be watching carefully. Okay. 2 military factories, 2 building slots. Fiocchi has long supplied our armed forces with high-quality ammo. A steady supply of ammo is vital in the wars to come, so let's ensure they are up to the task. Okay. Now that you've got that, we should have monarchy. Vittorio Emanuele should never have opened the doors of Italian politics to fascism. It is time to correct this mistake and make the fascists take a back seat. Zara, the Dodecanese, Tripoli, and 20 others get plus 10% compliance. That's nice. Plus 50 political power. Politics will change. New ruling party. New political advisor Vittorio Emanuele Orlando available with a 15% PP gain. New general. Mussolini is removed from the balance of power. Emanuele is added. And there's a new balance of power. We keep changing the balance of power, which is funny. All right, now there's 2 factories. How should they be used? In my opinion, we're just gonna need guns at first, so just do the extra one on guns. Simple, easy. We got 1 million manpower that needs to be deployed. I'm working on it. I could probably start deploying some now, because these guys are pretty basic. They're just 12 combat with little weenies with a support arty and an engineer company to get them entrenched and also help attack and defend some different terrain. Forts, rivers, amphibious, forest, hills, jungle, marsh. Difficult terrain, they benefit, and they let us get entrenched on the defensive side. And then support arty just adds a decent amount of defense and soft attack. The organization's fine. I don't really want to change them very much right now. Well, actually, that's not true. Maybe I want to add a little bit more infantry. What should be our desired combat width, I guess is the question. The combat width that I enjoy designing around in places like Italy is just design. Mountains are the worst place to fight in my opinion. So designing a combat width that's a little bit more compatible with the 50 combat width of mountains, I find useful. So 25 is going to be my desired combat width. Because we have mountains in around Torino, we have the Swiss, we have Austria, there's some mountains in Yugoslavia, there's mountains all through Italy, there's mountains in Ethiopia, we'll probably be fighting in there, and in Africa. So I like 25 combat width when you have mountains all around you. Personally. However, for now, 16 will have to do. That'll get a 1632-48. That'll still go decently neatly into mountains. And it's pretty much all I can afford anyway. So that's going to require 3,400 guns. I could go to 18. And that would be what? 18, 36, 54. So we go slightly over. I'm kind of like need to math this out. What is my ideal? My ideal is probably a line artillery with I like double line artillery with line anti-air and then a support anti-tank. When I'm planning on being the underdog with air power. And that would be a 25 right there. So why don't we just go for this? 18 combat with just boots. 5,100 guns out of our 24,000 stockpile, and that'll make all of our divisions stronger. So save that, start reinforcing. I'm probably going to rename these guys to grunts. Okay. And let's start training said grunts, because we just need 12 artillery and 30 support equipment per, which is not bad. We have a surplus of 455 arty. So we should be able to easily sustain close to, like, what, 12 divisions of these guys? Let's get 12 divisions in training, because I don't want to be caught sleeping if somebody else declares war on us and we have 1 million manpower that needs to be deployed. So let's start mobilizing. Speaking of anti-tank, there's our anti-tank research, which also unlocks some parts for tanks if you wanted to get into that, like tank designing. All right, September 1937. It's not quite 1938. I would say military police is a fine research since we do have colonial holdings. Changing the garrison makes a lot of sense. Adding military police to the garrison unit for more suppression makes a ton of sense. All anti-air. Do it. Innocent Bystander, thank you for the 8-month. Welcome back. Thanks for sharing the Prime. How you doing? Hope you're having a nice Friday. Spain has declared war on the Regional Defense Council of Aragon. That is maybe the biggest anarchist group we've ever seen. I'm sorry that I did forget to let you guys bet on the Spanish Civil War. It's not too late because Carl's not here yet. Carl has not arrived. So maybe I will still let you bet based on what you see. Range improvements for airplanes. All right, maybe we start designing some airplanes now. Because now we can make extra fuel tanks and also drop tanks for our fighters. It's a nice improvement. What do I want next? Is it time to dedicate one of these researches to naval? We're gonna have to have a navy. So maybe we have 5 research slots. At least 1 or 2 of them should probably be for boats. One day, I want to lay mines in the entire Mediterranean and just see what happens if you go maximum mines. I don't know if I want to do it this time, though. We actually start with 1936 destroyer, cruiser, heavy, and submarine hulls, which is quite nice. We start with inclined belt, improved airplane catapult, basic depth charges. We have some big features, actually. Let's do sonar. I think it's too soon for service by requirement. I don't like the build speed penalties. It's hard to predict. Some of these political advisors will not be available once we change the ruling party, and more of them will become available. Didn't we just get Vittorio Emanuele soon? Yeah, we're about to get him soon. I might actually want one of these guys. We'll see. Maybe I just save political power for now. Anarchist uprising in the Spanish Civil War. Continued government attempts at reasserting central control over the independent, mostly independently acting anarchist communes in northeastern Spain, as well as Stalinist repression of dissident communist viewpoints, has led to full-blown infighting in the Republican front. Initially limited to street fighting and low-scale clashes between militias and government or Stalinist forces, the unwillingness for either side to compromise means the conflict has rapidly escalated in just a few days. The reallocation of military resources to deal with the internal threat means the front lines against the nationalists have been noticeably weakened. All right, I'm going to let you guys gamba. That is a lot of red. It is. Oh, yeah, I forgot I'm doing Iron Man. You guys can make a prediction. Who will win the Spanish Civil War? Option 1, Republican Spain, which is currently the yellowish sandy color Spain. These guys, they're like the democratic Spain. Number 2, nationalist Spain. They are the fascists under Francisco Franco. The anarchists, who are in red, or Carlist Spain, who has not yet arrived. Carl is not here yet. He sometimes does not get to enter the war, FYI, but usually does enter the war. However, the anarchists and Carlists almost never win. Just an FYI. Almost. If you're looking on how to weight your channel points. All right, while you guys do that, I need to take a BRB, I need to take a bathroom break, and I think the dog needs to go. So, put your channel points on the line. Tab in, gamba while I am away, play the odds. I am saying that there's a chance, 54, there's a chance. A little chance. I'll be back. This will be a little break. BRB. Channel points going in. Wow, you guys are going all in on anarchists. bettors don't want you to know that Carlists are looking at a 20-to-1 return on investment. Chat saw the big red and is getting baited. Let's see. Let's find out, I guess. We'll find out pretty soon. Boop. I need to get a factory working on some basic anti-tank. We don't need much. Like one factory is probably plenty. We have 1,100 spare trucks right now. I'll get that taken from the trucks over here. I just want them to win. I want the AI to win. Come on. What's up, 54? Thanks for the 20-monther. I appreciate the sub. If you joined the stream late, chat, we're trying to get the Pope in power here. Though it's like a secret path to get the Pope to rule over Italy. And I tried to do it once before a couple years ago and I failed. It's kind of hard to do. Maybe history will repeat itself and I will just fail twice. We'll see. But I got 5 research slots. I won the war in Ethiopia in record time. Vittorio Emanuele should never have opened the doors of Italian politics to fascism. It's time to correct this mistake and make the fascists take a back seat. All right, so compliance up in basically everywhere that we're currently occupying. Just a flat 10% gain. The colonial police is actually working out real nice because there's no resistance here. And compliance is going up. That helped it a bunch. The other benefits include some political power, new ruling party, public elections will not be held, Vittorio Emanuele is available as a political advisor, and we have a new general. See, I can only do this as long as all the following must be true. Current ruling party is democratic. It's not, wait, what? Has completed focus, common ground. Is he gonna stay here? I'm worried that I'm gonna pick something and waste 150 political power, because the sooner we get a plus 15% political power gain, I think that's pretty good. So I am going to pick him. Boop. And hopefully that's a correct choice. Because we're getting a lot of political power. So we actually need to do power to the king, right? More than 50% support for PNM. Mutually exclusive with revoke the Acerbo law. We have to do power to the king and then seek papal support, I believe. So to get more than 50% support, we have to what, wait, I assume? I don't know if there's a faster way. I already have the political guy that gives daily support for unaligned, so that should just go up. We're developing it. So while we're developing it, I think now's a nice time to go down the infrastructure path. At least in part. Is there a new balance of power? There is, but I think I'm supposed to ignore it because it's Vittorio Emanuele versus the Grand Council. And what we want is the balance of power with the Pope, which doesn't start until this. Because this unlocks 2 balance of power decisions. And this one changes the balance of power to His Holiness on one side and Vittorio Emanuele on the other. So we got that going. Also, we have been building a lot of civilian factories. Perhaps, have I been going too hard on this? I don't know, maybe? I want to have a bunch. I want to just get mobilized, industrialized. Let's go, dude. All right, out of these two, I think I like the one on the left better. The Turney Steelworks. I like the extra 8 steel. I like the 2 building slots instead of 1. I think the civilian construction speed bonus is probably better, but this is better to me than that. So we'll do steel industry and Turney. The government idea of Vittorio Emanuele III has been removed because its prerequisites are no longer fulfilled. Well, he's the guy now. There's a Vittorio Emanuele Orlando and Vittorio Emanuele III. So Emanuele III is currently seated here. And that is where we ended up last time we tried this. So where did it go wrong for me? Did I utilize the black shirts instead of disband the black shirts? I may have picked some focuses that put power toward Victor Emmanuel III without realizing it was going to be a problem the first time. Japan was annexed. Went the wrong way. The Japanese People's Republic, led by Kiichi Takuda, has been formed. China is still at war in all of China. That 10% balance is spooky. Does this mechanic end when one side reaches 100%? It just keeps changing as you go further and further down. Some, like, certain focuses require certain balance. Does that make sense? So it's sort of like a prerequisite for you to fulfill if you want to go down a specific focus path. Carl! Wary of being increasingly sidelined and having influence over the Nationalist Front more and more curtailed, the Carlist forces under Manuel Falconde have renounced their affiliation with the nationalist cause. Declaring their own independent insurrection, Carlist Riquetes, predominantly in the north, have turned on their erstwhile allies, while at the same time continuing the fight against their Republican enemies. The effect on their military position in the Civil War is being downplayed by the nationalists. But it's evident that current chaos presents ample opportunity to the Republic. Look at this. Dude, this is your hope, Carlists in chat. This is it. You have Pamplona. Good luck. That's the smallest Carlist start I've ever seen. Republican Spain has been split in two. Nationalist Spain is split. Anarchist Spain's still pretty big, but they have Sevilla right now, but they're probably gonna lose it. And everyone's in here now. All the parties are there. At a speech today, Neville Chamberlain announced a change in the nation's colonial policy. Recognizing the rights of all peoples for self-determination, the British government resolved to set all imperial subjects on the path to independence, the conclusion of which is intended to occur in the foreseeable future. In response to concerns this would greatly weaken the UK's position in the world, Chamberlain stated that all nations that desire to do so will be welcome to remain as a member of a newly founded community of nations, but then as fully equal and independent. It remains to be seen whether nations will accept the offer. We're the Kingdom of Italy now, also, apparently. Photo recon. All right, we need to start designing our airplanes. It's still a little early in October to be doing anything super crazy. I would say let's start getting, like, some destroyer tech. It's a little early for that. We could get torpedo launchers. Okay, I am gonna... I gotta do MIOs eventually. We have 4 ship MIOs, dude. I don't know. Yo, I don't know. What's the difference in these? Battleships, cruisers, capital screens, subs, screens, battleships, cruisers. Okay, so for destroyers, we want this one or this one. What is the difference, pray tell? Don't know, because you can only have one open at a time. This one is submarine hunters, sub hunters, max speed, anti-air, and light attack. Anti-air, light attack. Okay, and this one's for raiding. This one has max range or max speed, and some submarine perks. Capital ships. So really, like, this Escort Fleet 1 is more specifically for... Yeah, I'm gonna go with Odero, Turney, Orlando. There you go. What was the other research we just got? I feel like it's a bit early to do railway guns. We know that we're gonna need maintenance companies to go with our armor. Photo Recon and Arty. Okay, yeah, I remembered Photo Recon. Let's fix the 1936 airframe. Why do we have so many of these? I assume this is medium. Basic close air support. Hold on. Which one is it? The basic small airframe. I guess it's this one, but it says basic close air support airframe. Maybe it'd be outdated. Okay, yeah. We'll just make a new one. What would it even look like? Probably something like this. Single engine for sure. This is max speed up, thrust up. So more thrust equals more weight that you can sustain. And we only have basic light machine guns right now, so that'll have to do. And these are going to have 10 air attack each. We could add recon equipment. But I don't want to... I want to make a separate recon plane, I think. Because they have to be on a different job, if I'm not mistaken. I don't like comboing them. I'd rather have 20 air attack. And then that's 8 weight. So yeah, this is probably the best we can do. 2 sets of 4X light machine guns. And then for other special features, I think the big ones are probably drop tanks, because they give you 25% bonus range without compromising your air defense. And then we don't really need radio or bomb sights unless we're doing bombing. There's just like a night penalty bonus. We don't really need anything else. Like, you could do extra fuel tanks, but you lose 2 air defense. You do get a lot of extra range, but I feel like we just deal with the range that we have and then mass produce these. Like, this is as basic as it comes. I guess you could add a light MG defense turret if you didn't care about like a little bit of max speed. For that 1 extra air defense, how many hits a plane can take before being shot down? 1 more air attack. 1 more production cost. Let's try it. I never put these on my planes. Let's just give it a try. Okay. 1 moment, chat. Maybe. Am I crazy? Maybe. Perhaps I am. There we go. All right. Fixed. I know that this is not cool now. Okay, but I was doing it before it became uncool. And I'm going to ask ChatGPT for some name suggestions for Italian-themed fighters, okay? All AI is not bad. ChatGPT can still be dumb funny. Under the right circumstances. The Pope Mobile. No, that's going to be one of our, like, armored cars. Probably. Okay. Here are your ChatGPT suggestions. They'll be about as predictable as you expect. The Pasta Panther. The Cannoli Charger. The Tiramisu Talon. The Lion Lightning. The Silver Stallion. The Red Raptor. The Gelato Guardian. The Basilisk Blitz. All right, I like the Cannoli Charger because this is not a particularly advanced plane. It's fairly simple. I feel like we saved the Gelato Guardian for something that's a little tankier. This isn't going to do much guarding as such. So we're going to say, forget about this close air support plane. Hello? There's the Cannoli Charger. Wow, the first actual fighter. It's the only one that has more than 5 air attack. It has 21 air attack. So it was, I don't know what they were thinking. All right, we're gonna need more than one factory on this. And we probably want to use the Machi light aircraft designer. Definitely want another factory here. I'm gonna take one away from guns to get a second factory for airplanes. There we go. Ital making planes before 1940? I know. I know. Also, as chat said, Godly Ollie said, I never actually played a powerful nation outside of the tutorials. Seeing all the factories and research available so soon is wild. I know, right? I never play major powers either. It's very rare. Just felt like doing Italy today because we failed the campaign the first go around a couple years back. It's been a couple years. We're going to see if we can do it better this time. My field marshals got changed out, which is, you know, not unexpected. I don't know if I want to even mess with these until we finish changing all the governments and see who's actually going to stay when the dust settles. But yeah, I actually do have an airframe production line. Making one new Italian fighter a week right now. We're also training 12 divisions of grunts. We're actually mobilizing some manpower here. We almost have enough to do 24, but I don't want to go too crazy. The Terni Steelworks have long formed the backbone of Italian steel production, and the wars to come will rely on them even more. Some investments now will undoubtedly pay off massively later. So military factories built slightly faster, but the big thing here is 2 free building slots out of nowhere, 2 civilian factories, and 8 steel, which we're gonna need. I don't think we need to be trading for oil anymore right now, though. We got full supply. We need to make some more fuel depots, I think. It's gonna be a while before we can do power to the king. Add some oil in every fully controlled state that already produces oil. Pretty cool. And the wars to come down here is decent. I think I'm gonna keep following through over here for as long as I can. Has researched synthetic oil. Well, funny you mentioned that. That will have researched in 11 days. So I'm already on top of it. These are some decent little research. These are some decent little focuses for sure. This focus tree is a focus forest. You should have seen it before we even picked solid progress, because it was even larger than this. This is 1/3 of the political tree. Now, this is all the same no matter which one you go with, but this part here is 1/3 of the political focus. It's already been pruned. Yeah. Italy's with the DLC is huge. There's a lot of ways to play through it, for sure. In my opinion, we go... Military factories are good. Especially 35 days. Yeah, let's go for the 35 day that has a research bonus for infantry weapons. Also, we're gonna go ahead and exercise all of our troops with a shift left click. So they'll automatically stop training once they hit max potential. Just a generally good thing to do. Gonna build a little army XP. Get them in fighting shape. I choose to believe that IRL Italy in World War II did poorly because they didn't understand the focus tree. You might be right. All right, we can now build our own synthetics, and it's December 1937, so we're gonna go ahead and get a jump on 1938 computing tech, which gives us a flat 5% research buff for all of our research slots. And we almost have like the 30 civilian factories that we wanted. We need to start building boats. We got a bunch of dockyards that I'm only using for convoys. I don't even like looking at the Navy here because it upsets me. I hate these level 1 destroyers. I hate them! To be honest, it might actually be worth just trying to refit them instead of build all new ships. Perhaps. But not yet. Future me can worry about that. So, we're slowly building anti-tank. We have 500 extra artillery, which isn't a lot. 15k extra guns, again, not a lot. 1,000 trucks, 1.3k support. We have a ton of tanks. Like, I could start training some new light tank divisions. Because it's what, 70 trucks each? And 60 tanks each? Sure, we'll train like 6 light tank. They're not even very good. To be honest. It's only one set of light tanks and they just have machine guns. Alright, we learned military police tech. We can, once we have some army XP, we can make our own garrison troop, but I've been putting that off. I should think about doing it. But I need the national focus. All right, let's get depth charge throwers. I think I want to do this one faster. Are we going for battleships or carriers? I vote carriers. Maybe this time we actually go for naval destroyers. I mean, you know what I mean. Naval bombers. Maybe we should go for naval bombers. Because I haven't done that in a long time. Wilhelm II returns to the German Empire. In a surprise announcement yesterday, the German government officially lifted the exile on Wilhelm II. Later in the day, the old Kaiser's motorcade passed the Dutch-German border, and upon his return to Berlin, he was ceremoniously reinstated as Kaiser of the German Empire. He's already vowed to see Germany by the way, Spain, channel point betters. There's a lot of red there. It remains to be seen what direction this nation will take with its diplomacy. A return to the start of the century. Wasn't Hungary being led by someone else besides Miklos Horthy? Or do they just have a king in the background? Italian small arms are famous throughout the entire world for their high quality. But we must also ensure we have a sufficient supply of the modern types of weapons to ensure our soldiers can beat any enemy. Research bonus for infantry weapons and a military factory. Let's go a 7th support equipment. And then a 3rd on airframes. Okay, what should our factory boys start doing now, chat? What would you start doing? Would you start militarizing? Is it military factory time? Is it infrastructure time? Is it coastal fort time? Probably military factory time. The problem is we need to save some space for dockyards, and it's hard to do everything because Italy is exposed to the coast on like all sides. So let's get at least a few in because we have 1.5 million manpower who's just like, when do we get to come out, right? They're just kind of waiting. And we can't get them out until we have stuff for them to fight with, yeah? So like at least 6 will be the 25% increase in our military factories. National focus time. Is there any way to get non-aligned faster? I guess we have to wait till we're, what, 50%? Yeah, 50% support for P&M. Okay. So we're probably okay down here with the path that I'm taking. This is 2 more military factories. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, this is the best song. Hold on. Best song in the whole game, bro. We were going to take this, right? We were just waiting until synthetic oil was researched. That was the requirement. So that'll auto-build a building slot and a synthetic refinery with a double bonus for only 35 days. That's a solid one. That's what I was waiting on anyway. And then that leads to a huge one. Look at these. Strengthen the north or modernize the Mezzogiorno. The Mezzogiorno. Because that's like 3, 6, 9, 12 building slots. And then 2 civilian, 1 military, 1 dockyard. And this is infrastructure plus build slots plus dockyards plus naval bases plus steel. That's a tough call.
Si, signore.
There's 12 fresh divisions ready to go.
Pronto.
Ding, 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 ding. Okay, you guys.
Pronto.
Head over to the border.
Pronto, signore. Pronto.
And then you guys go over there. We're gonna need to reallocate the generals. So yes, 22 divisions on the front with France now. Okay, hold on. Gotta do it again, dude. Gotta do it again, man. And then we'll start training 12 more divisions as long as we have enough supplies. We barely have enough infantry equipment to keep them set. But it should keep going up. 12 more divisions on the way. We have begun actually mobilizing. That's highly unusual. Don't need any of these, I don't think. Can't manage Ethiopia yet. Can't change any of these. I'm gonna grab a chief of the Navy. Capital ship attack and the screen attack, that guy. I need a chief of the army, but I want the bandits war guy. And I'm not doing that national focus. I'm kind of dragging my feet on it. Just invade Switzerland, it's easy. The Lord of the Rings mod was fun. Yeah, we enjoyed it. Good time. Just really short campaigns. Could you try anti-fascist raids to promote non-aligned? Maybe. Let's see. That's might be. I guess it reduces fascism support, which is maybe what we want. I guess, yeah, I never thought about that like that. Because, yeah, reducing support, it has to be filled in with something. So we lose base stability, but then we gain it back. Sure, let's try that. And we're at 33% right now. Our geographical position in the heart of the Mediterranean makes us uniquely vulnerable to blockade by hostile powers. If we're to take our rightful place in the world, we must be able to sustain our industries without foreign oil imports. 2 research bonuses, a new build slot, a new synthetic refinery. And now, how do we choose? Between, chat, what would you pick between these two? Strengthen the North, modernize the Mezzogiorno. We have 3, 6, 9, 12 building slots versus 2, 3. I feel like 12 building slots is always better than 3 building slots and 12 steel, right? Because, like, infrastructure is cool, and naval bases are not useless. Chillin' Sicilian. Are you biased, bro? Further the divide by investing in the North. It just seems like 12 build slots has got to be better than 12 steel. Right? Like, steel is good and useful. But this is just some, like, 12. It's got to be the 12 build slots. We have to figure out where the steel comes from somewhere else. 1 civilian, 2 civilian, 1 military, 1 dockyard. South France has plenty of steel. It's true. All right, so raids will be another 112 days. There's passive sonar tier 1. Now let's get active sonar. And then we'll start building destroyers. Communist China joins the war. Regular China is still at war with a bunch of people. Okay, maintenance companies will be going in our armor companies, as well as if we do armored cars, which we're a little ahead of time on, but we're just on time to get these infantry equipment ones. And we have a 75% research bonus. I think I'm going to start using political power, since we seem to be getting a lot on these different groups. This is a... Have we ever tried the support equipment one? Italy has a few different MIOs. Would I rather have this standard infantry, or would I rather have the support equipment manufacturer? Question, can you actually use it? Oh, it already is being used. Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess in that case we want to do the infantry weapons. Sorry, brain not work so good. Brain not work so good. Click all the wrong buttons. There we go. We'll get there eventually. But yeah, it feels like it's going up at a decent pace, but we need to get to 50%. My agent has been captured. Classic. I didn't even get any information. That reminds me, we're gonna start making some new intelligence bits. Rescue captured op with the one other operative we have. Commence when ready. It's going to take 200 guns. Classic. Here's the current status of Spain. I'd be a little nervous if I didn't bet on Anarchist if I were you guys, chat. I've never seen them do this well before. Communist China is going to war with Shanxi and Jibei Sanma at the same time, giving them another front while they're at war with China. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to support 12 more divisions of grunts after this. We'll deal with that when we get to it. Yeah, I don't think they've ever won unless I've been playing in them as them in any campaign we've ever done. Pretty sure. All right, we just got Torpedo Tier 2. It's about 33% more effective torpedo attack with a small plus 1% hit chance. And that's pretty much the last thing we're going to need besides sonar and depth charge throwers to make our 1936 destroyers. So, next thing is what? We have no recon. Maybe just recon. I never leave home without some recon. $1.5 million juice. China took 2 states. Yunnan has capitulated. They've been annexed. We got the Department of Civilian Intelligence. Our agents will be trained to assume the role of civilians in enemy territory and operate in their industrial and civil sectors. Gathering intel. Let's do the same for the army. Seems like a worthwhile investment. Also, military factories are popping out of the oven. We got 10 on guns, 7 on support equipment, 3 on planes. Let's get 2 on trucks. Two on anti-tank. And then that reminds me, we can change motorization level here back to what it was before.
Si, signore.
Do you guys not have an order?
Pronto, signore.
What? I guess they never got their orders.
Pronto.
Whoops.
Pronto, signore.
They're still just chilling in Ethiopia for the last couple years. They're like, we'll get our orders eventually. Maybe, supposedly. All right, we're about to get 12 building slots, 2 new civilian factories, 1 new military factory, and a dockyard. The Soviet Union just declared war on the Soviet Union. Classic. Northern Italy has long been the industrial heartland of the country. The entire region is excellently positioned to grow even further with just a small investment of time and resources. We have to have 100 factories so we can get this. Production output plus 10%. Pretty good. Okay, let's do the thing I've been putting off, Bandits War. That's gonna let us get our Chief of the Army. Okay, the Swaraj movement makes gains in provincial elections. British civil servants woke to a rude shock this morning As a result of the recent provincial elections came in, it's clear that a majority of Indians have given their votes to pro-Swaraj candidates. In provinces across India, calls have already started to turn this limited amount of local government into total self-rule. Chat, didn't the UK already announce anybody who wanted independence could already have it in this timeline? And that anybody who wanted to stay could stay? Weren't they decolonizing already? The Soviet Civil War. Once again, there was open fighting in Soviet Russia. This time, it's not a war between Bolsheviks and whites, but rather a war between rival factions in the Communist Party. Stalin holds the capital, while the rebels, led by Lev Kamenev, are based around Tashkent. Rumors are circulating that Kamenev's rebellion is sponsored by foreign powers. The communists are destroying themselves. The SSSR versus the Soviet Union. The battle rages on. The dawn of the European Syndicate. Despite the recent Soviet focus on communism in one country, the internationalist roots of the movement transcend borders. This solidarity with workers around the world was a key element in Stalin's speech today when the European Syndicate was announced. Going beyond a political international, this is an alliance that binds the countries militarily, with both regimes promising to aid each other against outside threats. Whether it'll act as a sword or shield for the communist revolution remains to be seen. Soviet Lithuania joins them in this alliance, the European Syndicate timeline that we now find ourselves in. Let's go for another armored train factory, I feel. Okay, so clearly we're not making enough guns to mobilize 1.5 mil. Let's go up to 12 infantry equipment, 9 support, a 3rd artillery, so we can have line artillery, and then 5 on planes. And then we'll make our second armored train one. Civilian factories are open for business. I say let's get a new synthetic going in, because we will need rubber and we will need oil. We're gonna need a couple of these, right? So we just made one. One synthetic is only giving us 52 fuel a day right now. It's not very much. But it'll be more over time. So maybe we need 2. Let's go ahead and just get 2 of these going. And then I'm gonna need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I need to add 5. Let's add 5 more military factories. I actually might do some infrastructure. Because, like, how much infrastructure am I'm not going to really... I have to build my own. So, I don't like these 40 and 60%. I'd like 80. 80. But I definitely don't like 40. So let's at least upgrade the, like, worst infrastructure. Why is this one a 1 out of 5? Littoral? How do you say that? Littoral? I don't know. You gotta have better than 2 out of 5. And then we'll just move these down. So continue on with the rest. The last vowels are not silent. Literally. Literally? Literally? It's literally the worst infrastructure in all of Italy. Intel of enemy military is paramount, and it's necessary to establish a Department of Military Intelligence. Our operatives will be trained to infiltrate enemy arms, serving as soldiers and generals and reporting to us the secrets that they find behind enemy lines. Okay, cool, cool. Now let's go ahead and do Air Force Department, using some of our 5 factories on that. So where the build slots were all in the north, correct? China annexed Shanxi. That was quick. Yeah, so we got 17, 22, 14. We got a lot of building slots up there. So this, like, in this case, building infrastructure is good because it'll help us. If there's like a bunch of building slots, each level of infrastructure helps factories get built faster on that territory. Your troops move through that area faster, they're better supplied, and if there's natural resources, you get more resources out of the ground. So infrastructure does a lot of things. I got a lot of political power now, which I think is fine. We've already got all of our advisors filled up. Improved infantry equipment, just a simple 5% soft attack for everybody, and that leads us to 1939 tech when and if we want it. I'd say let's go ahead and stick on oil processing since we have the ahead of time bonus of 50%. Fuel gain from refineries is important now that we're actually building refineries. And there's a depth charge thrower. So I'm gonna get smoke screens, fleet speed while retreating is good. And then with active sonar, it's time to start building our 1936 destroyer in May 1938. So, you know, it could be better, it could be worse. Because we can put these on to help with sub-detection. And then what? And then what? Did someone say railway guns? What about tanks? What about them, huh? Yeah? What about the freaking tanks? Chat, what about super heavy tanks? Hmm? Have you thought about super heavy tanks? You know what? I'm going to try making submarines in this timeline as well. I never do that. Chance to receive critical hits down is good for us. Torpedo attack is good. We're still ahead of time on all these. Radar. You know what? We need radar if we have plans. I always leave radar for like the last thing we research. 5 research slots helps a ton though. Bulgaria approaches the Germans. Under this agreement, German investors receive significant legal benefits and tax reductions operating in Bulgaria. They only seek Wilhelm's protection. Oh wait, did we rescue our guy? We did. Let's go to Greece. What's up, Tom and Mott? Who are our enemies in this timeline? I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't really know, man. I think if we go foreign affairs, we can choose some enemies. Maybe I should have already been doing that, but I've just been like hyper-industrializing first. There's a lot of things to choose from. I think maybe we go Bandits War. And then maybe we start thinking about foreign affairs because it's 1938 and we start going over here and seeing what we can do with this. Yeah, it seems like communists versus monarchists is the way that it's going down. Because if we go over here to foreign affairs, this gives us just a new political advisor, which we're not going to use. This also changes the balance of power. Unite the opposition and defy the Duce will be locked after completing this focus. Do we even have that? Or is that one already gone? I don't think we care about that, do we? He's already gone. So then we have Balkan ambitions. Send an ultimatum to Yugoslavia. Or potential allies in the Balkans. So it's kind of up to us. And then we had Nationalist Spain gains volunteers in civil war, but I don't even know which side. I wouldn't want to help Nationalist Spain in this timeline. Because we're not even doing fascism, so this whole line's kind of out. And then we have to choose what to do with Austria. Albanian occupation. And we gain claims on Kosovo, Macedonia, Epirus, and Montenegro. The Albanian oil. Colonial police in Albania. If you do the Ethiopia development stuff, does it make the relationship with them better? I mean, I think you can kind of like develop it and then you get building slots there. And then colonial police get more powerful. So yeah, it increases their cooperation. But when you increase cooperation, you have to decide whether you want them to be a puppet or not. So I don't really know if I want them to be a puppet because I struggle with maintaining the freedom meter, whatever it's called. But they're not really at the top of my to-do list. I don't think. There's a lot of choices as Italy. I think it goes without saying. Okay, Air Force Department. May as well just do the Navy and get all the departments of intelligence up and running. Because, like, taking Albania into Yugoslavia, I feel like is solid. Do we just want to be conqueror guys? Like...
Pronto, signore.
Probably, right? Okay, I don't know if we want to train these guys right now. Because we did not have enough infantry equipment for all that.
Pronto. Sì, signore. Sì, signore. Pronto, signore.
Okay, maybe it's time to situate all the generals and whatnot. We're at 39% P&M support. Should we do anti-fascist raids again? Probably. Weekly daily fascism support minus 0.05 for 120 days. Yeah, I'd say so. We lose stability, but I feel like we get it back. And they're still #1 right now. Okay, so we're working on the double synthetic plants. Simultaneous, and then infrastructure, and then more military factories. We got 12 factories on guns, 8 on support equipment. Those are the most important bits. We made a second factory for anti-tank. We got 3 on airframes. 2 on trucks. It's about as balanced as I can get right now. Okay. Quit India movement. Indian calls for independence have intensified. Now things come to a head as a radical movement has called for the UK to leave the country as soon as possible. British authorities were quick to react and crack down on the movement, arresting several leaders in dawn raids on homes across India. Reports prepared by Special Branch indicate many sympathizers are still at large, and many in the civil service have expressed fears that more extreme elements may resort to violence. I thought they were already allowed to take independence, but they're just like, nah, we're gonna fight anyway. By the way, speaking of fighting anyways, if you put channel points down on anything that's not anarchists, good luck. Good luck. Best of luck. Technically, no one's been eliminated yet. The old ways of waging wars should have died in the trenches on the Isonzo. Some of our old generals still believe modern war can be won by throwing masses of soldiers into the meat grinder. We know better now. Modern war is won by fast maneuvers and flexible organizations that can react quickly. We must prepare the army for this kind of war. Modify Regio Esercito or Esercito. I don't know. By org loss minus 15% when moving. Good. Division speed fast, 5% fast. We're going to be so fast. And the chief of army that I want is here. We also get 2 doctrine cost reductions, 2 research bonuses for trucks and recon, 1 research bonus for armored cars, and we get Bandits War as a, I'm assuming, permanent. Yeah, we get a permanent national spirit for modernizing our army with armored car organization plus 10%. Production cost is down, reliability is up, trucks are cheaper, and mechanized is cheaper. Those are all pretty sweet. To be honest, there's a lot of really nice choices here that just get you good things. And it's hard to choose one over the other, but I feel like it's time to kind of pivot into foreign affairs. What I'm worried about is when you pick this, doesn't power move 15% toward the Grand Council of Fascism? Does that matter for us? Am I repeating history? On accident? I'm scared. I'm scared of messing with the balance of power at all until we get the Pope in play. But by the time we actually start doing this, it might be too late, because it's already June 1938. Ugh. Tough call. We need 4 more factories for this. Maybe I should develop in Africa. That's an option. Artillery production is an option because actually I like increased artillery production. Because it gives you a military factory, 2 artillery research bonuses, and it makes artillery, anti-tank, and anti-air cheaper to produce. New generals. New tank chassis. What about Air Force? What about the Navy? Dude, I can't do everything. Can't do everything, man. You can do everything, but at what cost? Shouldn't the Kingdom of Italy help the Carlists? I don't know. I don't know what we should do, man. There's like, it seems like there's half a dozen very good, beneficial choices to make. I'm worried that I'm going to wait too long to pick this, but I'm worried that if I pick this, it's going to screw up my secret Pope path somehow. So what helps me now? Probably something to spend political power on. So if I need something to spend political power on, why don't we develop one of these? What is a secret Pope path? It's the path that puts the Pope in power. The Pope is going to be in power. Yeah, we do need Navy stuff also. This is a 35-day that gives you 2 dockyards. And then 10 levels of naval base in one go. Okay, you got me. You not only do you got me, I'm gonna make my cool little destroyer right now. The 1936 destroyer hull. We got 45 Navy XP. This should be good. We got light battery 2, 1.5 light attack, 2 piercing, so double as much. I only have level 2 anti-air. It'll have to be good enough. We have active sonar. Wait. Sonar goes here. It's got 10 sub detection. Sends a short ping into the water and listens for echoes. And then we have fire control 0. Oh dear, I always forget fire control research. We'll do that next. Light battery hit chance plus 2.5%. Wow, 2.5. All right, tier 2 torp launchers is 33% more torpedo attack, but it does cost more to produce. Don't care. Light engine 2 is just faster. Speed is king with destroyers like this. Now the world is our oyster, but I only have 2 spots, so it's a much smaller 1936 design. I think you need at least rapid fire guns to have 2 of those. And then chat, what would you put in the final slot? Do we want to make a separate submarine boat, or do we want to make every boat have some anti-submarine? Anti-air, torpedoes. Mine warfare time. I feel like we tried super torps on destroyers last time and it did not go well. Like, I noticed nothing. We could not destroy ships until we got cruisers. The torpedoes did nothing and our destroyers kept getting wiped by larger ships. Anti-air is probably not the worst choice, just because dealing with enemy carriers, we're not going to have carriers at first. So having some more anti-air might be good. And we still got 2 small batteries plus a torpedo, the upgraded torpedo, and we'll get the fire control upgraded. All right, and then I'm going to make a separate one that has anti-torpedo tech. Or sorry, anti-submarine tech. How about, the 1936 Ravioli Raider Mark 1. Isn't there a bug with torpedoes since a few patches ago? I would believe it, Soger, because torpedoes have not done anything for me. I have not even seen them get a kill. So I would genuinely not be surprised if there was a torpedo bug. Because it was weird. We got slaughtered. It was like we sent empty boats that had no fighting power. Okay. So we gotta start a line of destroyers. In fact... Well, I guess I didn't need to delete that. We'll start 2. We're gonna use the escort fleet MIO because they seem to be focused on... Do we already have upgrades for this? Anti-air plus light attack. Please do. Okay. Yeah, those already have upgrades. Make sure you get those upgrades. Wait, do I have to create a variant and use the MIO? Yeah. I always forget that. So you have to apply the industrial organization to get the 10% anti-air, 5% attack bonus. There you go. Now they're instantly out of date, and we have to update them. There's the micromanagement I'm talking about right there, chat. That's it. Okay, so we got 2 lines of Ravioli Raiders actually making a Navy? What? Now, granted, that's just destroyers. We're gonna do more. We're gonna do more. Let's do counterintelligence. We just got the Air Force and Navy departments to get some intel on other neighbors. Speaking of other neighbors, Greece is working on connecting our prefectures. So we actually have intel on what they've been doing. They devalued the drachma, so they're doing economy right now. And they haven't even chosen a political path yet. They've also done the Hellenic Armed Forces and some Navy choices, which is curious. Yugoslavia, we don't have enough intel on them yet. I got my spies there to try to get some info. So yes, we got some dockyards with more dockyards on the way. So we'll have 2 full destroyer lines. From 1938. Wow, that's the earliest we've ever done this. Okay, recon companies, we can start adding those if we get enough support equipment. Now I want to work on like submarines. And also, importantly, fire control. Let's get the upgrade of fire control on these guys. A new president in Uruguay. Gabriel Terra, the president of Uruguay, announced last week he was holding elections and stepping down from power. A rule which he extended through a coup d'etat in 1933. The power will hereby be handed down to the leader of the National Party of Uruguay, Luis Alberto de Herrera. Herrera. Chat, what are you guys playing on Friday night? What's the first video game you're playing of the weekend? 6 light tank divisions rolling out. They only have 60 baby light tanks each, but hey, it's good for what we've got, I think. Noita. Can you name your submarine class the Meatball? No, I usually use the Meatball for my like carrier or battleship. Project Zomboid. Carl's still there. They are still there. I don't know what that is. I don't know what STFC is. Should I know? TF2, Popcorn Ninja? Warframe, Dead by Daylight, Fallout 4, Zoo Tycoon 2, the Lord of the Rings mod, Sins of a Solar Empire 2. Yep, I saw some people playing that. Shadow of War. Kingdom Come. Elden Ring. Stanley Parable. Oh my. Nova Drift, Factorio, Hearts of Iron 4 because of Streamer, Cyberpunk. I need to get back into Cyberpunk. I don't think Carl's making any moves. I just played Halo 1 co-op campaign on max difficulty. That is iconic, actually. A classic, a true classic. RimWorld, Astronauts, Dragon Age to play through all of them. Fall of the Samurai, 7 Days to Die, Hardcore WoW. You guys have such a varied taste in games. Space Station 13, EverQuest. There's almost no identical games between you. That's kind of impressive when you think about it. Total War Shogun, Counter-Strike gamers, Deadlock. How is Deadlock? I know that like kind of came out today for people to play, right? Or stream, rather. Tarky, Bannerlord, multiple Tarky gamers. Core Keeper free weekend. Core Keeper was cool. Deadlock fun. Ranch Simulator. I think we played Ranch Simulator with Kiwo, if I remember correctly. That was ages ago. That was genuinely so long ago.
Sì, signore. Pronto, signore.
Man, it's gonna take a long time to get 50%.
Pronto.
All right, in that case, I gotta get a general. I just don't like these guys. This guy sucks as a field marshal. I don't imagine Bulbo is gonna stay with me for super long.
Pronto, signore.
Panzer leader, infantry officer. Maybe we give all the tanks to him.
Formazione.
I need some default generals just to do some area defense.
Pronto.
I'm playing out of the park because I saw it here. That's a good one. I've been playing a little bit off stream. I started a campaign as a manager of a single A team. I don't know if I like manager only mode, but it's at least interesting.
Pronto.
It's kind of interesting.
Formazione.
306 PP, man. Oh yeah, no, I can hire the chief of army that I was holding out on. The speed guy. 10% speed from Bandits War. Yep. And he'll start giving us army XP. Kind of forgot about him. We need to start building army XP. That'd be good. Have you seen Kingmakers? I have not seen that, I don't think. Deadlock's like Smite and Overwatch. Interesting. That is an oddity. So we've got our third refinery almost done building. Then we're doing some infrastructure upgrades because I just can't abide the 2 out of 5 infrastructure spots. And then I'm going to go ahead and just keep upgrading my intelligence for now. Research speed plus 5% with theoretical mechanical computers. We have invented the computer. We're going to need rubber processing for the planes also. Let's get that so our synthetic refineries give us rubber. And then smoke generators will help us retreat, our ships to retreat anyway. And I said I was going to do submarines. But also, we've already got a lot of the research here, which is great. Chance to receive crits down is always good. Or we could just do magnetic detonator that makes torpedo attacks stronger. Chat's unsure whether torpedo attacks actually do anything. But I guess we'll find out. All right. A first-class Navy does not just need a strong battle fleet, but also the ports and docks to support it. By investing in our naval infrastructure, our Navy will have the base and construction of repair capacity it needs when the war breaks out. 2 building slots, 2 dockyards, a slew of naval bases in Sardinia, Campania, and more. It's hard to say. I'm still not sure if foreign affairs is worth, or if it does anything good or bad. It's a little spoopy. But maybe I'm supposed to be doing it to get Albanian occupation. The only thing I'm worried about is the national balance of power moves 15% toward the Grand Council. So to pick power to the king, what are my prereqs? I don't even think the balance of power matters. It just needs more than 50% support for PNM, right? Political power, add political reforms, which gives you political power gain and stability. Change in popularity of non-aligned up 10%. Unlocks the decision abdication of Vittorio Emanuele III. New political advisor with production efficiency cap up, which is really strong, and new balance of power decisions. Then we want to disband the black shirts, which requires power to the king in our case. Delete a template and disband units. New political advisors. Maybe it doesn't matter, because then we need papal support. As long as it doesn't go to Emmanuel, I think. Yeah. All right. I'm going to try foreign affairs because that's what I've been wanting to do. And I hope it doesn't screw up my Iron Man campaign. Because I want to try and take advantage of the world state before World War II breaks out, right? Because we got Yugoslavia right here. And we got a spy back there building a network. And we can take Albania and then backdoor Yugoslavia and Greece. And start increasing the size of our empire. You know, start putting it to work. All right, fuel gain from refineries. Plus 50%. We could do that again. We'll probably need to if we're going to go to war. But I also need support weapons too if we're going to go to war for that extra ground bonus. We need all of them. We need a lot of stuff. Even with 5 research slots. In my opinion, I think oil is going to be the hardest part. Fuel gain from refineries, just stick with it. We have the research bonus. We got radio for radar, fire control, rubber, magnetic detonators, and improved oil. We have... made our very first brand new destroyers. Dude, who's gonna organize the Navy? Chat, you to it, man. I don't want to mess with this, dude. There's just so much work. Here's what we should do, right? We only have 15 Navy XP. If my Navy starts doing naval exercises, how long do we have fuel if our whole Navy goes? 147 days. Finland in civil war. See, this is why I'm building more synthetic refineries, because if our whole Navy's doing exercises, we have like 4 months of fuel, and that's before planes and tanks. You know what I'm saying? We got problems there. So I say we build... I'm happy with building the infrastructure. Maybe we get 1 synthetic going early, because I really feel like that's going to be the big issue. Kingmakers, is basically you with a bunch of modern weapons equipment versus medieval knights. Oh, yeah, no, I have seen that. Yeah, I have seen that, actually. I think I know what you're talking about. Is that the game by the Goat Simulator guys, or is that a different thing? My entire spy force is going to be just... Okay, listen, I don't want to know how Angela Cadorna is a seducer, because I can see the wrinkles in her forehead and the vein coming down under her chin. All right, so you don't need to tell me your ways, Angela. I trust you. And your minus 25% infiltration risk and detection chance down. I trust you implicitly. She's a 1938 10. All right, sure. More counter intel. A number of communist delegates from around the world met in Paris today for a founding conference laying the groundwork for what's become known as the Fourth International. Calls for its formation have existed for years, with supporters of Trotsky's theories taking the lead. Stalin has responded to the growing support of Trotskyism abroad, ordering additional assassinations and increasing propaganda against his old rival. With the past purges of suspected Trotskyists in the high ranks of the Soviet military and leadership in recent memory, this is unlikely to be met with any resistance. How many internationals will there be? A very, very fair question. No divisions in basic. That's because I was just making sure we had a stockpile of infantry equipment before we kept training. I think let's do like 6 divisions, because that's about 5k guns. We need to have at least some stockpile of weapons before we go to war. Vanguard Chile at war with Chile. Every great power needs to set a clear foreign policy, as well as have talented people trained to conduct diplomacy to achieve those goals. Indeed. Okay. So our choices are Balkan ambitions or potential allies in the Balkans. I think you know which one we want. I wanted Albanian occupation, but you have to have Balkan ambition or the other one first. So yeah, that makes sense. They're only 35 days. So many good 35-day focuses. So do we want claims on Slovenia, the Dalmatian coast, or do we not need to subjugate and dominate them? We just need diplomacy for allies and then subjugate the rest. So Yugoslavia gets Italian diplomacy focus, authoritarian influence, daily support for unaligned up, and acceptance of unaligned diplomacy. Kingdom of Italy is influencing Romania, ditto, Bulgaria, and activate choices to pressure their governments. We all know that annexing is more fun, right? Like, of course. But it is cool to do the other way as well. Everybody wants to have big area. Sure, Balkan ambition it is. Yeah, Yugoslavia is already non-aligned. They got Prince Paul. I don't know. I'm tempted to try the other way, but I've never done Balkan ambition before, so let's gain claims on Slovenia, Dalmatia, and some more. I feel like the Pope, well, the Pope's not in power yet, but I understand your point. You can't really destroy them once you choose one, you can't do the other one later. It's kind of the issue. Yeah, let's do Balkan ambition. Everyone wants to see the Pope control the world. right? That's kind of why we're all here. China has annexed Jibei Sanma. We have 350 political power. That's kind of a lot. Am I doing something wrong? I guess I could be doing anti-democratic raids. Also. Let's just kind of get these together. Did we have an Italy run recently? You might be thinking of Greece. We did Greece, which is kind of close. But now we're much larger Italy. So we did a Greece, Byzantine, and now we're trying to put the Pope. There's a secret path in Italy that puts the Pope in power. Chat, Spain was annexed. I can't believe my eyes. But the Republican Spain is out. And anarchist Spain is massive. Never before seen turn of events and ahistorical. All right, one more passive defense and that'll be maxed. Here's the thing. Once we start getting a good network here, we can actually do some operations. So the operations that we have available to us so far are infiltrate the civilian admin, infiltrate the army, the navy, infiltrate the air force, or prepare a collaboration government. The best one we can probably do is prepare a collaboration government. Having a friendly government in charge of Yugoslavia allows us to concentrate on our other enemies and frees up troops to pursue other objectives. So what this does is if we do go to war with Yugoslavia and you've successfully prepared some collaboration government, they will capitulate faster. This is especially useful if you are going to war in the Soviet territories, because it takes forever to make the Soviet Union capitulate. So different areas of the world where it's difficult for them to capitulate, collaboration government makes it way easier. Agents will use diplomatic passports to enter the country and move around. We expect enemy counterintel to try and tail them. This can be overcome with sufficient training. Our team will follow some leads that indicate some retired military officers are deeply unhappy with the current Yugoslav government and would be willing to help us create a new government. One of our submarines will be on station at a designated pickup point along the coast. Timing is of the essence as enemy naval patrols cover the area. So we need to pick the two people who are not currently creating a network there. So we maintain the network, right? He got a 52% network. So the other two people kind of have to abandon their network for now. Which is the only problem with having just 3. But it is what it is. All right, you guys are involved. And they'll take 200 support equipment, 1,000 guns, and they will need to collect 14 units of civilian factories over 60 days. We're going to launch it when ready. It'll increase their collaboration 30% if successful. We have an excellent outlook. Looks pretty good. And we'll get that started. Okay, not only are we going to get that started, I want to go check out our Navy and actually get through some of this. So of all the Navy, we have a significant amount of early destroyer hulls. Okay, lots of them. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we go look at the destroyers, go to the early destroyer hulls. One of them. Actually, let's just start with the basic one here. And then we just chuck on the upgraded light, the batteries, the anti-air. Wait, how long until fire control? 20 days. All right, wait until fire control, then do it. And we're going to try and convert a bunch of these destroyers and see how long it takes. That way, because what ends up happening is when I have these old navies, I'm just like, I don't want to use them because they suck. So instead of using them, I just let them languish in the ports. So maybe if I focus more on upgrading them and bringing them up to speed, I would, yeah, Old Navy. Oh, I see what I did there. I might actually use them if I upgraded them, because what happens is like 1942 rolls around, I throw the Navy out, and then they instantly get decimated by whoever they come up against. So maybe if I actually spent time upgrading them, I'd be able to use them. Balkan ambitions. It's time to expand the Italian borders east towards Slovenia, and more importantly, the Dalmatian coast. We will emphasize the Venetian cultural heritage of Dalmatia and make the world see how the Venetian government was not only beneficial to the Dalmatians in the past, but also accepted by them. Claims on Slovenia. Ljubljana, no idea. Dalmatia and Montenegro. Send ultimatum is possible. We can also guarantee Austrian independence, which is very interesting. However, we're not going to do that. We're going to go down Albanian occupation first. Albania paints an easy target for our troops to occupy. We are unlikely to be met with much resistance. We must show the world the might of Italy and restore the glory of the past. If they accept, we annex Albania. World tensions increased. And Victorio Emmanuel gains King of Albania, which I don't think will affect the other stuff that we're doing. We're getting real close to being able to actually do the Pope thing. We're making moves. And then we've got ultimatum to Yugoslavia and demand Dalmatia. Support the Hungarian claim to Vojvodina. What is this? Kingdom of Hungary gets Italy offers Vojvodina in exchange for mutual guarantees. Oh, from Yugoslavia. Vojvodina. No. No. Someone's in the kitchen with Dinah. Reorganize the irregular bands. What does this do? We could strengthen them. Add 2 irregular infantry battalions and 1 Cav recon detachment to all irregular infantry division templates. Should I demand Dalmatia, or is that just going to be like, I click the button and then instantly regret it? What's up, Def2? Yeah, we finished. The Middle-earth campaign was super slow. I mean, sorry, super fast. The opposite. You could probably do it in like 1 stream, I bet. How old are you? I mean, clearly as old as you are. Are you saying that for me to recognize the lyrics to a infamous song, I have to be older than you when you also clearly recognize the lyrics? Frackery? So you can't call me out without calling yourself out. That's the problem. So I guess I'm as old as you are. But I'm curious what's going to happen here. What does the ultimatum do? It'll put pressure on the government to give in to our demands. Like, which one are you supposed to do first? This will pressure Yugoslavia to become a puppet or to join the blank. They can refuse. I think I'd rather occupy Dalmatia. Let's demand Dalmatia first. Not sure if we're supposed to support any Hungarian claims. They accept our demands. Prince Paul has gracefully accepted our demands for occupation of Dalmatia and has subsequently ceded the territory. They'd rather appease us than stand against us. Okay, so here's the problem. They screwed up. This is why appeasement never works, chat. Okay.
Formazione.
This right here is why.
Sì, signore.
Because they gave me stuff, and now I'm just gonna take more. Okay, you push over. This guy has 2122. What are your traits, bud? He's got Panzer Officer. Okay, that's what I was
Sì,
thinking.
signore.
So here's the play. There are mountains there. So we're going to take the Alpine divisions
Pronto,
over.
signore.
We're going to take all the tank divisions over.
Pronto.
And then
Pronto,
whoever
signore.
is left.
Pronto, signore. Sì, signore.
Go into a different squad. Okay. Yeah.
Pronto.
Because Team Purple, they're just holding the line with France, right?
Pronto.
They're just holding the French line. So because of that,
signore.
we're going to move you over.
Pronto,
And I'm
signore.
actually going to move the Mountaineers over here.
Formazione.
I don't think France is going to do anything right now.
Formazione.
And then we're going to do one line for you with the tanks.
Pronto, signore.
One line for you with some horsies and some Mountaineers in Albania. And then we're going to, like,
Formazione.
create an offensive line. So where do we already have claims? I'm guaranteeing the independence of Albania right now. Don't we already have claims here? We have claims, we don't have a war goal yet, right? There's the basic fire control system. I'll get right on that. Let's go ahead and do support weapons too, because I've been putting this off. Early destroyer hull. There we go. So, I'm going to try. We're not actually going to make the early destroyer hull, because it is just worse, right? Like, if we take a look at the two, I guess we'd have to look in the research tab. If given the chance, the 1936 is just better. It has 300 kilometers more range, 15 more HP, which in this case is a lot, faster max speed, more reliable. It has all those things, but we already have a ton of the other destroyer, which I'm thinking about upgrading. Oops, wrong one. So I'm thinking about upgrading that. I can give them light battery 2, anti-air 2, the new fire control system that has a 10% bonus anti-air, and then 5% light battery hit chance, active sonar to detect subs, torpedo launcher 2s, engine tier 2s, and then this is where I always struggle. It's weird to me how 1944 is the only one that's not just a straight upgrade. Yeah, it is. That's the basic template. I don't think there's any ships out there that are that. Can I not just convert them to this as long as they're both early holes? I'm pretty sure I can. I don't think it'll let you refit old designs with upper slots. What does that mean? They already have upper slots. They rechanged that recently, but I'm not sure in which direction. You can also click upgrade all modules, replace each outdated module with the best available of the same line. For whatever that's worth. You can't upgrade to a different year model. Yeah, I know, I'm not doing that. I don't know if chat's crazy or I'm crazy. You can refit anything on the same hull, but some modules like engine, armor, and main batteries are not worth the time. Okay, so chat's crazy. That's what I thought. Look, I'm just gonna do the thing, and I'm gonna find out myself, all right? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. All right. Raiders! We have come for your tea and oxygen. I'm all out of both, as it happens. I am especially out of tea. What's up, Avik? How's it going, dude? I feel like I haven't talked to you in forever. Silent Psychopath, Merkburb, Ottercog, More Golds, AB Cody, Disillusioned. Welcome back, Miss Lissaday. Darkest Dodo. Hello, Avik. The lack of tea is a bad situation, but I do have a little bit of Coke left. And it's gone. And it's gone. Hello, how was the stream today? Are you sure you didn't move to America, Avik? You're raiding me? At 10:16 p.m. Pacific time? That means you must have started hours ago. And I assume, based on the oxygen, that you were playing some classic Oxygen Not Included. Thanks for coming over, Raiders. We are playing as the Kingdom of Italy in Hearts of Iron. And we're trying to follow a secret path down the focus tree of Italy that will see the Pope rise to power in Italy. We've already deposed of Mussolini in the 1930s, and we're trying to find the secret Pope path that will instate the Pope as the one true ruler of Italy for world conquest. And then we can have all of our legions of armored cars, which we will of course dub the Pope Mobile Armored Force. If you're in my chat and you haven't already followed Avik, please click the link in the chat. We'll do it again. Playing some Oxygen Not Included. An amazing content creator and a dear friend. Enjoying the new DLC. My last game was on a super hot map, so now doing a super cold one, so much to learn. How recent is the new DLC? I wasn't aware that there was a DLC recently, so that's awesome. Nice to see some new content, because I know Oxygen Not Included is one of your favorites. You definitely have the brain for it, that I do not. I have always sucked at Oxygen Not Included. But that sounds really fun. Hope you guys had a nice time. Hope the colonies survived, and you are leaving of your own free will, and not because the oxygen was in fact not included. Yes, the secret Pope path, Merkburg. Shh, very secret. Basically what we have to do is we had to depose of Mussolini, and we had to do that. Italy starts at war with Ethiopia in 1936. So we had to either win or lose that war. And then we convened the Grand Council of Fascism. That's their actual name, okay? There was a real Grand Council of Fascism, and they just wore it on their name tag, which is insane to me. And then they got together and were like, Mussolini, maybe he's not so good. And so they put him in jail. Look at this. Baby Mussolini behind bars. Look at him. He's still got his chin up. And then from there, we were like, maybe monarchy is good. So we brought back Vittorio Emanuele, at least for now, and he is leading our redubbed Kingdom of Italy, at least until such a time as we can put more power into the king. So we have this advisor here who's helping kind of stir up support for not fascism, which we've reduced to 36% popularity in Italy. And we're waiting till we get to 50% popularity in the people for the PNM party, which I don't even know what that stands for. The Partito Nazionale Monarchico, however you say that, the Monarchy Party. And then once we have enough support for the Monarchy Party, we're going to invest more power into the king, upon which point we will seek support from the Pope, and then we'll have the opportunity to start propping up the Pope in a pro-Pope power play, as I would like to call it. And then there should be a way from there to depose the king in favor of the Pope receiving ultimate Pope power. And then the true game begins. But there's a secret path in there. A PPPP, if you will. Yes. So that's our plan at the moment. If you've never played Hearts of Iron, I know it can be a lot to take in. There's a lot on the screen. I know a lot of people think it's quite complicated, but it's my favorite of the Paradox strategy games, and it's the one that I've played the most, and I find it to be the most replayable. I can give you a little status of the world right now. I'll let you know what's been going on. We play ahistorical, so things get a little crazy. Hitler's already dead in this timeline. And Wilhelm II has returned to the seat of German power in the German Empire, for example. Also, anarchists are taking over Spain, and the anarchist communes, for the first time in 800 hours of me playing, are beating the rest of Spain to take over in the Spanish Civil War. Additionally, the SSSR, led by Lev Kamenev, is leading a revolt or uprising in the Soviet Union, and Japan is now being led by Kiichi Takuda in the Japanese People's Republic. They have a neat little flag there, a little fruit, maybe, with communist leanings. China is at war with the rest of the warlords in China instead of uniting with them in the Chinese front. And the UK is also going communist, so lots of communism in this playthrough right now. So that's kind of where we're at the moment. And then of course we are trying to bring up the Pope, so chaos. But it's a really fun game, lots of replayability. Tons of variation. I kind of think of it like a roguelike. Avic said the DLC's been out for about a month now. Also, thanks for the sub. 49 months. Yo, thank you for the sub. For the Pope Mobile. No less. Well, I'm looking forward to catching your next stream. But how have things been for you, dude? Hopefully well. You haven't streamed in a little bit, have you? I was starting to get worried. But I'm glad that you're back. Yeah, in China, yes. We have Mao Zedong currently just in communist China still. And then Chiang Kai-shek is here in the China that surrounds him at the moment. So, where we're at is we just demanded Dalmatia from Yugoslavia, and they gave in to our demands. So we control the coast of Dalmatia, and we've been moving into position because we're actually about to occupy Albania and then potentially try and go for an annex of Yugoslavia. But before we did that, I was attempting to convert some of my old ships. Italy has a pretty sizable navy compared to at least the minor powers of the region, and I was attempting to make what is currently my highest tech destroyer on an old destroyer body. I think that there is something to be said for, like you said, not changing the engines per se, but I do want to upgrade. Well, let's just see how long it takes to upgrade everything out of curiosity. Let's give them some depth charges. They can all be anti-submarine. And then I'm not convinced torpedo launchers actually do anything. But I would probably throw another torpedo launcher on. And then what will we call this early destroyer hull? The early... Baby Theseus. Mark 1, sure. Okay, now the real test. Can we convert our existing Navy destroyers into upgrade ship? Yeah, no, we can just upgrade it straight away. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know how many I just selected actually. We use the escort fleet with some anti-air and light attack bonuses. Refit the selected ship 1 to early baby Theseus. Hold on, I can do a bunch. I think you could do refit, then click this, then this. Is it only gonna do 1? This is like difficult to do. What are the differences in these designs even? One of them has mine-laying rails. We don't care about mine-laying rails, I'm pretty sure. And some of them have nothing. Yeah, I'm pretty... You have to shift-click all of them? I don't know if does every destroyer need to have an anti-submarine thingy? I feel like I'm overdoing this. I do tend to overthink things, so that's not super uncommon. Okay, 27 ships. Should I just have 2 versions of this? One with... yeah, I feel like we need to change this real quick. I've changed my mind. Take that off the top. The early... Like, we need to get these converted faster, is what I'm saying. So taking that off the top, this will be the early sub-destroyer Mark 1. And then we're gonna create a variant that is the early Theseus Mark 1 that also has nothing on top. Or just has another anti-air. Which I don't think is ever bad. All right, save as new. Boop, boop. All right, now we got 2 of them. So what I can do is go into my fleets, such as this. And then if we have 27 destroyers, how many of those destroyers would you say need to have anti-submarine? I would say at least 12. Maybe even somewhere like 10, 12. Let's say 12. Okay, early sub-destroyer. Boom, boom. 14. Did I select 14 ships? All right, whatever. That's fine. 14 ships go. How do I know which ones I've picked and which ones I haven't? I guess they're already on the way. And these ones are not on the way yet. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I hate this song. And then refit these to the early Theseus. And there they go. On the way to refit. Now, we need to save, I would say 20 dockyards for repairs, because they should already be on the way to refit, and I don't mind using every single dockyard we've got. What is wrong with ETAL today? What did I say? What did I say? What did I do? Oh, this is them. Okay, it's gonna take a while to refit these, I think. I may have made a mistake. We'll see. All we need to do is make more naval yards, right? We just learned how radar stations work. We're probably gonna need to learn more about radar. I think getting a bonus on Logistics Company 2 is always a good idea. And then, why don't we upgrade our Grunts and our Mountaineers? Let's augment the Mountaineers with some basic infantry. That way we can make more Mountaineers in the future. I guess we could do like this many Mountaineers. How do you know how many Special Forces? You are currently fielding 30 of 32 Special Forces cap. See, that's what I'm worried about. So let's just augment them with basic infantry. The Mountaineers are still going to be there with their mountain and hill advantages. They have an engineer company. They have a support arty. Give them the logistics company in the mountain for supply usage reduction. They're going to need recon as well. I'm not convinced we're going to have enough trucks for everyone to have motorized recon. But motorized recon gives you more reconnaissance than cavalry, right? By 0.5. It also gives you more defense, but it does take more fuel. But I think if you do it maybe just for the Mountaineers, that's fine. And then I want anti-tank and anti-air, but I am out of army experience. So let's just upgrade the Alpine division and maybe get some names. Here are the suggestions. The Pesto Peak. The Salami Summiters. Of course, we have the classic Lasagna Legion, the Vino Vanguard, the Basil Brigade, the Cannoli Climbers. We already have Cannoli. Every single division is going to be Cannoli. We need some super heavy tanks for the Alpine divisions. We may well. Chat, you're welcome to suggest some names as well. I just know that you're not creative. The Alto Dente. That may be the best that chat has to offer. Every Italian-American looking on in rage? Are you serious? Italian-Americans is how we got here. To what we're talking about right now. The only people who should be looking on in rage are like dead Italians who have probably been in the grave for like 70 years. And they don't know how to make a joke. Everything has to be super serious, okay? Italian Americans is how we got freaking pizza. And Alfredo sauce, all right? I don't think that they're too concerned with, like, using food and pasta names. The Mamma Mia Mountaineers. Cannoli will be treated like a synonym for Italian once we're done. Mods, get this guy. Okay, the tortellini toppers. I am not going to explain that one to everyone who comes in. The pepperoni peakers. I like al dente, but it doesn't really have anything that finish it. Pepperoni pizza, yeah, the peaks. The peaks. We're just going to go al dente. Lock it in, save it. That's going to upgrade all of our existing Mountaineer troops. We just gave them logistics, motorized recon, so we can actually have some intel, and a couple more infantry to increase their combat with. But I'm out of army XP. The peaks. My spies grow stronger. Counterintelligence is up. Let's do death chance of operatives on capture, suicide pills. It also lowers your detection chance. Coincidentally. All right, we have begun upgrading all the subs. We have 20 dockyards just doing destroyer upgrades, not sub upgrades. Yes, silly goose. And I wanted to give the grunts, now that we have 10 army XP, probably a logistics company is the next most important thing here. Supply usage down, breakthrough up. All my homies love logistics companies. We're gonna need 410 trucks and 820 support equipment, so it's not cheap, but it is useful. The supply usage down is a lifesaver. By the way, how did the collaboration government go? Can you see? Oh, it's still being prepared. Albania paints an easy target for us to occupy. We are unlikely to be met with much resistance. We must show the world the might of Italy and restore the glory of the past. Albania gets Italian ultimatum. If they accept, we annex Albania. World tension increases. So I think we need to see... That's not us. The Dominion of Australia seeks distance from the Commonwealth. Prime Minister John Curtin gave a speech. The Australian people can no longer bear the weight of foreign conflict on their shoulders. Never another Gallipoli. The rapturous cheers from the crowds indicate a new era of Australian politics have begun. This will have ramifications in the Pacific. Albania yields. King Zog has been forced to resign. I've never been on this side of Zog resigning. From now till the end of time, Albania shall be Italian. We have annexed Albania. Okay, well, that's really bad for Yugoslavia and Greece, as you might guess.
Si, signore.
So we're gonna get the other dudes. King Zog submits to Italy. An ultimatum has been delivered to the Albanian government. King Zong has abdicated after realizing the futility of resistance, and Albania will be ruled in a personal union under King Vittorio Emanuele. The Kingdom of Italy looks to the Balkans.
Pronto, signore.
I will do what Mussolini did not do very well.
Pronto.
Is this the part where we hold Albania even if it means losing Rome to the Germans?
Formazione.
You think I am the AI? You think I'm gonna make the AI's mistakes? Agent captured behind enemy lines. Bro, this is a second agent captured. They're still preparing for the... They're still preparing for the collaboration government, bro. We didn't invent suicide pills fast enough. Okay, so what's gonna happen here? Is it gonna cancel the collaboration government thing? Do we just let that ride and then rescue him, or is it already over? Synthetic refineries now output 1 rubber each. Cool. It's November 1938. Not quite 1939. We're gonna want more planes, right? Let's just keep down rubber processing, keep current on that. So we're working on the other synthetic, and then we got a few more infrastructure, and then we go back to military factories. Vanguard Chile has been annexed. There's suicide pills. A little late. All right, I'm just gonna let everything under construction get constructed right now. The operation is ready to be launched, supposedly. You can't commence it because network strength is not more than 25%. Classic. Absolutely classic. Okay, how do I rescue this dum-dum? Is he dead? Where are you? Yugoslavia. He's been captured in Yugoslavia. Worst spy ever. Also, I may have forgotten the national focus after that, but I don't think much time passed. So, since we now control Albania, we've got naval bases here, we got borders with Greece. Albanian oil can add a synthetic and oil. That's fantastic. Support Albanian irredentism. We must try to legitimize Italian rule over Albania by supporting Albanian irredentism in the Kosovo and Epirus regions, and even further will surely win significant public support from the local populace and give us an opportunity to expand our sphere of influence, gain a claim on Kosovo, Macedonia, Epirus, and more. Compliance is up in Albania and more. So, what do we do first, chat? Create faction. Oh yeah, this is the Italian League. War with the UK. It's easy, dude. Yeah, I think we want to support Albanian irredentism first. And get those claims. What was I doing before then where I got distracted? Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to get the planes off the ground. We got cannoli chargers here. How many do we have total? We're making only like 2.6 a week? Oh dear. Yeah, these guys need to do some like pilot exercises, probably. We're losing fuel! All right, maybe trade for a little oil with Iran. Try to help that stay up. Man, even 8 extra oil is not enough. I'm trying, dude. Fuel gain from refineries plus 50%. I'm trying. How about fuel refining plus 20% from gained oil and 10 from refineries? Dude, oil is a problem. Let's trade for more. We're gonna be out of oil in 22 days. Current daily consumption is 3.8K. We're only producing 1.5K. Yikes. I've had all the ships doing exercises because you don't want your ships to be novices when they actually go out to war. So let's let them actually get repaired. Canada seeks immediate repatriation. An empire coming apart. They want to be away from the Commonwealth. Unsurprisingly. It's chat's favorite songs. But yes, the ships are incredibly thirsty. So we will put them into port for now. Developing the oil in Albania is actually a very nice thing. All right, chat. I'm gonna take a BRB. I'm gonna take the dog outside, stretch, let you jam. You know you want to, anyways. Okay, I'll be back in just a minute. You guys are having way too much fun without me. Donu chat is online. Okay. Chat, what do I do with 359 political power? Second question. I guess we want to keep the division colonial and then just reorganize them. We can strengthen our irregular colonial troops. We have to have 15 army points. Oh, there's a bunch of decisions here for Balkan diplomacy. I think didn't I click this one by accident? And I gave Albania away. They become a Reichsprotectorate of Italy. Claim the throne of Montenegro. Effects when selected. Yugoslavia gets the event. Kingdom of Italy claims the throne. Should I do that, or do I need to wait for this? Okay, so let's see what this does. We must try to legitimize Italian rule over Albania, supporting Albanian irredentism in Kosovo and Epirus, and even further, will win us significant public support from the local population. Gain claims on Kosovo, Macedonia, Epirus, Montenegro, and then Albania, Northern Epirus, and Shkodër get plus 10% compliance. If Albania is a subject, they lose independence. So do I wait for that, or do I go ahead and claim the throne? Let's wait for this, then claim the throne. Also, we have 23,000 surplus guns, which is, you know, it's a reasonable amount. It's not a ton. It's already December 1938, though. Time's running out. I got my troops on the border with Yugoslavia. They know it. I know it. Okay, you guys don't need pilot exercises anymore. Just these two. Okay, we supposedly have claims. Now, what do I do with them? Chat, Yugoslavia is being guaranteed by France and Romania. I forgot about that little detail. Well, I'm glad that I, you know, remembered this time before just going deep. Sure am glad I just remembered that. I don't know if I'm ready. We're only just now finishing my little infrastructure bid to get back on track. Can create the Italian League. Bulgaria joins the faction. We probably want Bulgaria in a faction with us, right? Before factions start forming and they join someone else. And then that leads to a bunch of different things. Wasn't there a thing that only applies if anarchist Spain exists? I don't know. It seems to lead to war with the UK, British colonies, befriend or war with Greece, befriend or war with Turkey. Gain a bunch of claims, befriend Japan, war with France, request control of French territories. I don't know what to pursue first here. Unlocks occupation law occupation law in Albanian states for colonial police. And create divisions there. I say we just get the oil first. And 1 infrastructure, 1 synthetic refinery, 2 oil. We're making those anyways. Can we get Yugoslavia diplomatically? Not really. I still have this claim the throne, which I don't really know what that does. That's gonna be funny if it just like kills the entire campaign. I'm gonna click it. I don't know what it does. Because it can't just instant declare war, I'm pretty sure. Claim the throne of Montenegro. What's the worst that could happen? Yugoslavia hands us the crown. Prince Paul has declared they have no reason to resist our will, and the territory of Montenegro will be transferred to us at once. Today is a great day for the Italian nation. Oh, it was that easy. They're so nice. What, chat? Was there a worst case scenario there? Was there a scenario in which they not only rejected that, but went to war with us at the same time? Yugoslavia access to the sea removed. Basically, yeah. I mean, that's got to be like best case scenario there. Do I want to do any of these other things? I want to do all of this stuff, but we have to actually do the focus tree first. I'm just gonna hire the mobile warfare expert 15% off doctrine guy. Okay, that'll work for now. How goes the naval refit? It's gonna take a while. Well, we've already done some nice expansion here along the coast. And we're about to get some Albanian oil. Did we ever free that one dude? I think we're still freeing him. Wait, how do I free him? Where is he? Oh, we can't free him without an agent there. Of course. We have to build a network again. Oh, we're 50%. Okay, cool. We just hit 50% P&M. So we get Albanian oil, and then we go straight over to the other path. Also, our infrastructure upgrade. I was getting all the 2 out of 5s up to at least a 3 out of 5 in mainland Italy. So the infrastructure upgrade is passing. We're getting another synthetic, and then we're going to do some military factories. And I'm also going to want some radar and some dockyards. Dockyards will also be a key. So let's go. Chilean earthquake. Oh no. Dockyard, dockyard. Dockyard. That's not connected to the water. Realistically, these are probably just going to get filled with dockyards. An earthquake of magnitude 8.3 has left the Chilean cities of Chillán and Concepcion in complete ruin with a death toll above 28,000. Reconstruction and relief efforts are on the way, but many have been displaced, and the countries in the region are unsure how to solve the ongoing issue. That is a fantastic question that I do not know the answer to. Okay, I think we go back to... We are recruiting a few grunts. We could probably recruit a few more. But we got 6 at a time right now. And there they are.
Signore.
Team Perp is up there on the border with France. These guys are going to be on the border with Austria. Can't leave any borders undefended here. I don't love most of my generals here. Okay, this guy's pretty good. Ezio. Some kind of assassin. Infantry leader XP gain and planning speed up. Reasonable. Logistics Company 2 is also very reasonable. Nice supply usage bonus for us. Let's get military police to upgrade, and then on top of that, go ahead and get... I can edit the division colonial, right? How many divisions colonial do we have? That's what I want to know.
Pronto, signore. Formazione.
Like 1? No way.
Pronto, signore.
Like 3? The plan is we take this, we duplicate it, and we call it Garrison. We give the Garrison military police for a big 20% suppression bonus. Actually, we want them to be mostly horsies, right? Yeah, we want them to be horsies. Duplicate the horsies. Horsies have the best suppression for garrison purposes. And then we give the horsies military police. Maybe add 2 more cav. We have 14.4 suppression. That's all we care about for local resistance. Do it. Lock it in. And now that we've got a garrison unit, we just go over here and say, instead of cavalry regiment, which has 8 suppression, we get a garrison that has 14 suppression. So local resistance really shouldn't even manifest from most of these places because of the better garrison forces. So we can do civilian oversight in our little bit of Greece that we have, which is the Dodecanese. Albania will try civilian oversight and watch resistance. Colonial police is still pretty good everywhere else. Yugoslavia, we will attempt local police at first. And maybe local police also for Albania, yeah. All right. There's the Albanian oil. It's time to replace our obsolete equipment used for old oil concession in Albania and turn into a strong extraction industry now that we have full control. 1 free infrastructure, 1 free synthetic refinery. We've discovered more oil in Albania. And now it's time. Power to the king! We've been waiting on getting 50% support for the non-aligned party. And now it's finally here. In this time of great social and political tensions, the only way to ensure that no extremist regime, whether fascist or communist, prevails in Italy is to increase the concentration of power in the hands of the king. Surely the most suitable person to guide us. 75 political power. Add political reforms, which gives you bonus political power, bonus 5% stability. We have 94% stability right now. Non-aligned popularity goes up. Vittorio Emanuele can abdicate. New political advisor that gives you production efficiency cap, which sounds pretty strong. And some new balance of power decisions. At last. It's hard to say whether we have enough. For these guys. We do have enough for more light tank divisions, but what I'd rather do is just upgrade the light tank divisions with, well, more light tanks. Double the number of light tanks. Because that'll add, what, 8 soft attack, 2 hard attack. They're not very good light tanks. That's the problem. Like, I'd ultimately like to disband them almost entirely. But since we're using them right now, we may as well use them, right? They're in the stockpile. A little extra defense, a little extra breakthrough, a little extra armor, a little extra piercing, a little extra combat width. Seems worth. We have no support companies for them. You're on your own, buds. But yeah, there's like 2,000 tanks just sitting in storage. The death of the Pope! Oh no! Pope Pio XI has passed away after leading the Catholic Church for almost 20 years. During his turn as Pontifex Maximus Pio XI ended the long breach between the papacy and the Italian government and was crucial in establishing the Vatican as an independent state once again. A new pope shall be made. Papa Pio XII becomes the new pope. Well, the new pope has got some big ambitions, shall we say. Some ambitions that may differ from his predecessors in many ways. Can we even really do anything? We actually can change this tank. Maybe we should. But I need more XP. We have no army XP. Let's do some training for people. Because we got a bunch of green grunts here that could use some training. They're very fresh. So we're going to shift left-click exercises so only the people not at level 3 will exercise. That'll save us from a nasty negative 25% combat modifier for green troops. Can we change the tank so it doesn't look like a toy? Do you not know that we're Italy, Maria? And Italian tanks were the most toy-like. In fact, I believe this is the tank that we're using right now. I'll show you a picture. I could be wrong. I think this is, if this is not the exact one we're using, it is very similar. Look at it! It looks like he's at a World War II museum, and this is like a 1/10 scale. It's a little baby tank. You get to drive that around, shoot the machine gun. It's your own personal tank. Stop laughing. Maybe that's just a really big guy. All right, well, China is definitely winning here for you. Why does it still make me laugh this many years later? Dude, I can't believe Carl's been holding out all this time. The Norwegian People's Republic declared war on Finland. There's also a Finland civil war. Fascist Finland versus regular Finland versus communist Finland. What's going on over there, guys? But yes, it is possible that we can get Yugoslavia to become a puppet. That would be the only other way to get them without going to war and thereby pissing off France and Romania. So puppeting Yugoslavia is not the worst idea. We already took the coast. But let's see what happens with the Power Pope first. There's power to the king. And there's a new decision, right? For abdication somewhere. And then a new political advisor. There's the efficiency cap political advisor. Oh, it's balance of power decisions. That's what it was. But there is a decision to abdicate. So do we disband the black shirts, then seek papal support? You have to do this very specifically. I think you do disband the black shirts. The black shirts are a very dangerous organization in the service of fascism, so it's time for them to disappear, as their regime did. We'll disband all active units immediately. Popularity of fascism now 50%. Delete this template and all units. New political advisor who gives you stability and democracy support. Nah. Remove this guy as a political advisor. Balance of power changes. Disband the black shirts. All right, you got it. And then we just picked up support weapons 2, which is just a flat 5% defense offense bonus for us. It is 1939. Oh dear, it's March. And I am not doing my industrial homework. Tisk, tisk. Okay, start dispersed industry. We'll get on that. Been focused on the things. I'm working on it. And then the planes can stand down. We have a little over 100 cannoli charger Mark 1s. It's not a lot, but we're trying. What do you want, Turkey? Reps from Turkey visited our country and met with our politicians in the hopes of garnering endorsements for their investment scheme. The government of Turkey would like us to use resources to better their own industrial capabilities. Turkish officials inferred that by assisting, we could expect aid of our own in the form of a military alliance in the future. Well, that all depends on if I decide to make claims on Turkey or befriend Turkey, doesn't it? I can either conquer, focus war goal against Turkey, or befriend Turkey. Chat, there is a small part of me there's a part of me that wants to conquer, annex everything, and there's a part of me that wants to make the Grand Pope Alliance, where we puppet Yugoslavia, ally Bulgaria, ally Greece, ally Turkey, and just make this, like, cool alliance that never exists otherwise in Hearts. But I also want to annex everything. I vote for evil. I vote annex the world. Create the truest Holy Roman Empire. Okay, we will not sign the bargain. Sure. magnetic detonator, boost torpedo attack, and we need to go back and do advanced machine tools for more production efficiency cap. And then we'll do construction also. Ally them, conquer the world, then kick them out of the alliance and conquer them. They'll never see it coming. Okay, so our designs are actually getting put out. Our destroyers are getting upgraded, which is nice. We need to, when are we going to upgrade the cruisers or the other things, though? Synthetic rubber, nice. I like it. Let's do construction 3 for the 10% build speed bonus. And we got military factories and then dockyards coming in. And then I want radar. We need radar here. On the border with France, for sure. On the border with Greece, for sure. And on the border with Austria/Yugoslavia. Also, probably just here. In a hotly contested vote, a small majority of Australian Parliament decided the country should leave the British Empire. The last few remnants of British legal rule have been declared null and void. John Curtin has signed the decision into law, bypassing the long-standing legal tradition of royal assent being granted by the Governor-General and turning Australia into a fully sovereign nation. Parliament also voted to form a constitutional committee which will discuss and advise on changes that will be made to the Constitution to remove all traces of British intervention. There you go. A mere formality. This game would absorb me. It probably would, yeah, it's really good. There's a reason for that. Soviet Lithuania rejects German demands, and they have not ceded Memel. Memel once belonged to East Prussia, but was annexed by Soviet Lithuania following the Treaty of Versailles. It was the integrity of the treaty Antanas Sniekas said it was necessary to protect when the Lithuanian government announced their rejection. Observers expect the Germans to respond possibly in force. No Memel. You rarely see Memel not giving up. But there are some interesting changes. Oh, Finland. Finland's getting crushed now that Norway has gone to war against them. Okay, we're disbanding the black shirts. Fascism down in popularity. We've deleted some templates and removed the political advisor. Removed multiple political advisors. I don't think it affected us because I didn't pick the ones that I was afraid might get removed. Now that we've disbanded the black shirts, we seek papal support. This is the one, chat. To deal with the growing social and political stability in our country, we need to lean on the church, which has historically exerted so much influence over the Italian people. We must approach the Pope in search of his approval and support. Non-aligned popularity up. Add papal support, which gives you more political power, more stability, and daily support for unaligned. The Grand Council of Fascism is removed. His Holiness is instead added to the national balance of power. And unlock some new decisions. Can no longer release the Papal States after completing this. I think this is the way. And then we just have to balance it toward His Holiness after that. It might take some time, but that's the path. And now look at the popularity of non-aligned. Fascism support is dead. They are actually gone. Completely and utterly dissolved. I feel like I should have already gone to war with people. Maximalist Portugal declared war on Maximalist Portugal. The anarchist commune of Portugal seeks to purchase Italian ships. The Portuguese anarchist movement, aware of their lack of a proper navy, has submitted a tender to purchase Italian ships. Should we accept to build the ships they desire? They'll provide us goods for our own purposes. This will be, but if we get one civilian factory. What? One? To build your navy? This does not seem like a good deal. Unless I'm missing something here. Do it for fun, people happy. I already have a queue of ships that are going to be upgraded. That are still being upgraded. One factory to build the navy of a movement that wants you to die. I mean... Maybe? I don't know. I kind of just want to see what happens. How much could a ship cost anyways? $10? I kind of want to see how ridiculous this is. Okay, I said yes. And I took them up on it. We'll see how it goes. I'm working on the last military factories that we had originally queued. So we got 12 on guns, 9 on support equipment, still only 2 on... I don't really want to go all in on light tanks. 3 on artillery, 2 on anti-tank, 5 on airframes. We're going to get an Air Force, chat. 2 on trucks, 2 on armored trains. Seems fairly reasonable, actually. In fact, we just got a free military factory. I feel like support equipment is going to be the problem, as it so often is. Likewise, we do not have... I don't think we have enough trucks for motorized recon. We definitely need some recon. So I think Cav... And then I wanted that support anti-tank, which we don't have enough for. Okay. What about Linearty? We don't have enough points, nor do we have enough artillery and storage. Okay, so we're just in a position of kind of sucks right now. I'll just be happy with my cavalry recon, because we have Ingis, support artillery, logistics, and cavalry, which is just going to give us some reconnaissance. It's pretty much the only real benefit. Technically makes us slightly stronger, but yeah, it's going to change by 470 support equipment. All right, grunts, you're getting the upgrade. I think you deserve it. And then the tanks have nothing. They have nothing. I'm going to give them a maintenance company for the reliability bonus. And then I'm going to give them, I feel like engineers or support arty. Or both. I need to do both, but I can only afford one. I feel like engineers are more important in my opinion, because I think that the damage bonus that they confer when going over difficult terrain or defending difficult terrain. How about... Here are the suggestions, chat. The Olive Outriders. Boom. We also got Basil Blitz Corps, the Alfredo Assault Regiment, the Pasta Panthers. I may have told it to use... I told it to use food sometimes. And then it's just like, every time? Yeah, every time. We'll do Olive Outriders. At what point do we make a new tank division without cavalry? When we have an abundance of trucks or tanks. The reason you have cavalry is because you don't have enough trucks to support motorized. But you have some trucks, so you kind of balance it. But yeah, the support equipment is definitely going to be the problem here. And the lack of guns, but definitely the support equipment. I lean pretty heavily on support companies. Okay, papal support. We got new balance of power. And we have a new national spirit. Support, where is support from the Pope? Political power gain plus 5% stability. We have 100% stability, and we got unaligned support. The Pope still exerts much influence over the Italian people, and with his approval and support, we can sway hearts and feelings to our cause. Now look, on one side, we have His Holiness, and on the other, Vittorio Emanuele III. So what we have to do now is move the balance of power to the Pope. As far as we can. And the only way to do that is to condemn fascism for now, and also expand the Lateran Treaty. I don't chat. What's the Lateran Treaty? I think these are the only two that we have that were just unlocked. So we gain 5% base stability. Non-aligned becomes more popular. And we get 15% toward His Holiness. And then to condemn fascism, we lose 5% base stability. Maybe I should have done that first. Fascism popularity goes down. National balance power goes 10% toward His Holiness. Okay, the rest is toward Vittorio Emanuele. So I think I have to wait and do those again. It's a treaty that recognized the Vatican. Gotcha. We can do agents of the church as well. The church has countless reps throughout the world. If we succeed getting the Vatican on our side, we could have new agents at our disposal with the perfect cover as envoys of the church, who will improve our intelligence networks. Papal support gives us a new operative slot, new intel network strength gain factor, so intel is gained faster. We get a new operative, and we get 5% balance of power. Yeah, that's kind of our chief objective right now. Speaking of, did we ever rescue that dude? Oh my god, still haven't rescued him? Oh, we never even sent... Chat, where the heck are my spies? They're stuck on prepare collaboration government. They're on the op. Oh, they... What? Priest spies? I guess they're already preparing the collab government. Huh. Whoops. Didn't realize how that was gonna work. So World War II should be popping off any time now because it is 1939. Italy campaign starts off a little slower because it has a lot of mechanics. You have a navy, you have an air force, you have a war at the beginning of the game. That definitely makes you take your time. But I like it. I enjoy it. It's been fun so far. Suppression bonus up for military police. Cool. So we got logistics and military police upgraded. We're doing all of our industrial catch up. We've got engineering. We could get the improved fire control system. Might be worth actually sticking with. And there's some the airplane upgrades. And the artillery upgrades. And the tank upgrades. And the rest of the support company upgrades. And the guns! Ah! That's actually so many things. I think guns are the most important bit. New guns. It's gotta be. +6 defense. 33% more breakthrough, 50% more soft attack, more hard attack, more pierce. It's just better. It's just better. Slightly more expensive steel-wise. But yeah, we gotta start getting the new guns. The other thing we gotta get is at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minus 4. So we need 3 more dockyards queued somewhere. I don't know if we get to use all of Albania's, so I'm not gonna go ham there yet. White Finland took 9 states. I want to get some more infrastructure upgraded. What areas have the most building slots that are on the coast free? Sicily has like 5 available. This has 8 or 6 available. This has 6. This is going to end up with a lot. Let's go boom, boom. And then boom, 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 boom. Like that. And I want another fuel silo somewhere, so may as well build one there. All right, we got stuff queued. We're working on it. We're almost done upgrading our ships, actually. At least we only upgraded some of them, but we're, you know, I'm trying stuff. Is Carl's still holding on, I think. Get a new operative slot from the Pope. A Pope spy? Heck yeah, Pope spy. Strengthen the papacy. It's clear the influence of the Pope in Italian society is really strong. The only way to maintain national stability is to empower the church within the Kingdom of Italy. So papal support gets another political power bonus, stability bonus, compliance, growth speed bonus, unaligned balance, and 15% toward His Holiness. That's what we want.
Sì, signore.
Okay, 6 divisions popping out.
Formazione.
Probably want to go on the border with France. They're the scariest right now.
Pronto, signore.
They are definitely the spookiest. China annexed Sinkiang. They're making moves over there.
Sì, signore.
Okay. Now we got 23 divisions on the border with France. That makes me feel a little better for sure. And we will exercise them until they get closer to level 3. And then they'll get entrenched and dig in. But yes, this is what Spain looks like right now. Oh, wait, Maximalist Portugal ended up going to war? Oh, shit, this is gonna be... That's not allowed. Wait a second, so the anarchists in Spain allied with the I don't know, dude. I don't know how Maximalist Portugal ended up going to war, but now anarchist Spain is losing ground to Maximalist Portugal, and they still haven't finished off Carl or Nationalist Spain. And there's an anarchist commune of Portugal up there also. Maybe the spiciest Spain we've seen in a while. Did they finish? Collaboration government. I think it got a crit success, actually. The team had no trouble getting into the country and definitely avoided the tail enemy counter-intel put on them. Our team made a few contacts with retired military officers who might be convinced to help organizing a new government, as long as they play a role in it. After several tense days of hide-and-seek with local enemy patrol, we managed to arrange a pickup and leave undetected. We actually got 45%. I think it was predicted to be 30. Here's the problem. I need to rescue this dude. He might be dead. So we're gonna have to create a network, go back in, and then once we get a 30% network, we can rescue him, I think. Wouldn't mind training some mountaineers. Always useful. And then maybe just like 6 divisions. Shouldn't put too much of a strain on our supplies. We only have 1,000 extra support equipment, which worries me. Maybe I should just get Hugh, because he can help us rescue operatives easier, since clearly that's going to be an issue. He looks like somebody familiar. This is time for Carl's comeback. Portugal's kind of going ham, actually. You might be concerned if you were an anarchist voter. Out of nowhere. Okay, Pope power gets stronger. More political power for the Pope. Pope political power. More stability, compliance, unaligned support, and the national balance of power moves. It's a 45%. And now we can do liturgical reforms. Chat, this might be it, actually. Gain base stability plus 10%. And that puts us up to... Are we at 60%? Yeah, we're 60% with the Pope. I think that's the goal. I'm gonna wait for a couple days and see if anything changes here. Maybe it needs to be above 60%. Possibly. We have almost unanimous non-aligned. Okay, here's a question. Should I go back to making ravioli raiders or upgrading the rest of my destroyers? Second question. Why did you guys not remind me to make a new submarine? No, it doesn't matter. Because I wouldn't have been able to build it yet anyways. We got the 1936 hull. Put the better torpedo tubes on it with more torpedo attack and hit chance. Put the better engines on it. Double torpedo tubes. How about the Linguini Lurker Mark 1? Just call it the Italian sub. I could do that also. Okay, where are the rest? I guess I could just upgrade the existing submarines also. I think all these destroyers are upgraded. All right, I'm gonna upgrade all of these ones to the same thing. The early sub-destroyer. Okay, yeah, there you go. That'll take a while. Okay, chill, chill, chill. Chill, chill, chill. So what was that? Fuel refining 2? I say, what do we say? Fire control's important, guns are important. Support companies are important. I say artillery is important. Getting level 2 artillery is kind of a nice upgrade. We have to catch up on a lot. So now while we're waiting on the Pope, what do? There's a whole bunch of possible things. Like, this seems good. Extraction industry. We must expand our resource extraction industry. Resource gain efficiency 10%, lack of resource penalty down, a civilian factory, a build slot, 8 steel. Add 2 oil in every fully controlled state that already produces oil, which is just Albania right now. But that leads us to a bunch of factories. I'll think about that. I also have been wanting to develop our holdings in Africa. I've also been wanting to get this and that and this. There's a radar. Oh, there's already radar? Oh no, I already built radar. And it's just gonna... Oh, I didn't know there was a radar research. Plus we got the army, the tanks. We got the Air Force. It's hard to know what to focus on. We still got devalue the lira, which gives us like consumer goods bonuses. Compliance, manpower. Italian tree is freaking huge, man. Normally by this point, you're pretty much locked in. You know exactly what you're gonna do. And here, you really don't. You really don't. You think you do, but you don't. I say we have 300 political power often. Let's try and develop Ethiopia first. Infrastructure and build slots with compliance. Let's just do one. That way we can at least do some of the decisions and spend some of the political power. Because I've been wanting to do that for a while. And then we just have to keep an eye on when we can, like, give the Pope even more power and just kind of check on this every so often. I think it'll come back up after some time passes. Dispersed Industry 3. That's huge, because now we have more space for more factories. 10% better factory output. 1939. I've been wanting to do armored cars, and we have a ahead of time bonus, so let's get some armored car research and actually start producing them. I was wanting to get armored cars, and we have the research bonus. Prospect for oil looks good on the Africa path. Yeah, that would probably be solid. That one seems like it'd be solid. So we need at least 4 more naval dockyards, possibly even more. We'll start with 4. Communist China has declared war on China. Well, what choice do they have? They are completely surrounded. That would be a rough campaign start for Communist China. 10% bonus production efficiency cap. Good timing, so all of our production lines are about to just get mo better. They can go up to 73% now. I want to grab survivability studies for the next round of airplanes. I feel like I'm really scatterbrained on what I'm actually researching. Okay, Ethiopia gets 3 building slots, 3 infrastructure, some free compliance. I don't think you want to pick this until you develop all the regions. We'll come back to that. Construction 3, faster build speed, love it. One day I'll actually make mechanized. We could upgrade mountain infantry. I think I want to focus on stuff I need to produce right now. Like, I need to produce artillery. We also need to start updating cruisers. At least that's what I want to do. I don't know if that's a good idea. We also need to get the improved batteries. Dude, there's so many things, man. We'll eventually catch up and then we'll be like, man, I wish I had more stuff to research, but that day is not now. Eventually we will, but right now, not really. There's the abdication of Vittorio Emanuele. He's always had the greater good for Italy in mind. The best way he can serve Italy is by stepping down and letting his son take over as king. See, that's not what we want. That is not what we want. We do, however, potentially want to start developing Ethiopia. So what do these do? For 30 days, we have a consumer goods factory factor, but when removed, we get plus 15% compliance, local build speed, and max factories goes up. I actually don't know how good this is. You can only do one at a time, though, so I guess we need to micromanage this. And then what? There's just so many things my eyes glaze over. You know that feeling? I think we just need to narrow it down to Army, Navy, or Air Force, or factories. Those are the four choices right now. What do you say, Chad? Army, Navy, Air Force, or factories? Because there's so much stuff. Even for me. We could also do resources. We have enough resources for now. Ethan, why do you play at 4 speed? Right now I'm playing at pause speed, Poto, because I'm thinking, man. Factories all day, every day. Navy seems the easiest. See, the thing is, Navy can also translate into factories, but like it'd be dockyards, right? We also have diplomatic stuff. Create a new wing of the Italian black shirts in Albania, but I thought we disbanded the black shirts. Unlock colonial police in Albania. I don't know if I need to do that or not. Do we want to create the Italy First Italian League with Bulgaria? Because the sooner we do that before Bulgaria joins the Axis, the better, probably. It's either that or guarantee Austrian independence, which I don't know. Is that something we do? Probably not. This is tough, man. A research bonus for fighter models is kind of helpful because it's about to be like time to research the 1940 model. These are research bonuses. That's a 70-day. This is a dockyard, medium and heavy batteries. 3 fuel silos for free? Oh my god, that's so good. 2 coastal forts in 24 states? And 2 coastal forts in every province with a naval base? Oh my god. One naval base and coastal fort in like 5 different places. These are amazing. And then over here, what do we have? We have army leaders, some new generals, and then XP bonuses. Italian tankettes. Make light tanks more reliable, cheaper, and a research bonus for a new model, which we're really behind on that. Artillery bonus, which I'm already researching artillery without the bonus. Analysis paralysis is this. 100%. Okay, I choose to just get the faction up. Italy first, I think, is the one we're doing. Neither of these... Our glorious Duce will never play second fiddle to Hitler. Neither of these people are in power. We must heed the lessons of the Roman Empire. Teutonic interference in Italian affairs never ends well. Can create factions, create the Italian League. Bulgaria joins. Yugoslavia gets a +20 opinion of you. But sure, let's just do that before it's too late. They're all good. Maybe the Pope tree has a faction. You're scaring me. Does the Pope tree have a faction? Why you scare me like this? Okay. In that case, I'm taking stockpile fuel for 3 free fuel silos. So that way we can start stockpiling fuel. Boat time! Yeah, the boats are upgrading. And we're building a couple more naval dockyards for them. And while this might be a waste of time or bad order, to me, I would like having 4 out of 5 infrastructure before I start building, since Italy seems equipped to do this. Doesn't seem too bad. We don't have to do all this because we're annexed. We just occupy this. It's not really... I'm not going to build there first. Mainland Italy, though, yes. The decolonization of the British Empire. At midnight today, the long-awaited transfer of full sovereignty for the various subject nations of the British Empire was accomplished. Despite the British government's invitation for former subjects to join the Allies, many have chosen to go their own way. The move continues to be controversial domestically, but it greatly is applauded by socialists internationally. Yeah, the UK is going real communist. Someone in chat asked about how the Soviet war was going. They still got a big bubble right in the middle. Portugal is taking a lot of ground. I'm a little worried for the Channel Point. Oil is the blood that runs in the veins of our ships, without which the fleet would be rendered inactive. With Italy lacking substantial domestic oil, it's vital to build oil storage tanks and fill them to sustain our forces even if future conflicts cut us off. Gain stockpiling fuel as a national spirit, which gives you army fuel consumption minus 15%, navy and air consumption minus 15%. That's huge. Fuel silo construction speed plus 50% for 730 days, 3 free building slots, and 3 free fuel silos. Kind of amazing, actually. And then we got coastal forts, coastal forts. How far away are we from Pope? We should be like right at the cusp of Pope, to be honest. All right, I want to do more Navy. But for the moment, let's focus on... Let's do air innovations and get the fighter model. We'll do that next. Yeah, we'll do that next. Let's do tankettes. And we need to get the new tank model. We can't keep using the old one. That'll give us a research bonus. Commando and demolition expert. We didn't rescue that guy. I think he died in prison. I kind of forgot about him. Whoops. Whoops. My bad. Oops. The Empire of Brazil declared war on Bolivia. Interesting. All right, let's go get... We're going to get a network set up in Austria, France, and Greece. Get some intel on them. Yugoslavia is doing improved Serbian rail network, so they're doing infrastructure stuff right now. We can see... We have enough info on them to see what they've been doing. Invite German military missions. See, that's worrisome. They have a tracked Axis capital path. They're still being guaranteed. We can issue an ultimatum to become a puppet. Small caliber piercing shells, and that'll take us to improved batteries if we want. Not quite 1940. That being said, we should get the heavy MGs. That costs 5. After completing the focus, strengthen northern industry and new industrialization program will improve the designer. I don't know why they all cost 5, I guess. Okay, fine. I'll pay it. If Portugal takes out anarchist Spain and only nationalists are left with a tiny part of Iberia, dude, no, you have to win. Well, if the win civil war text comes up, then you win. Those are rules. If the text doesn't come up, you don't win. All right, there's 33 freaking subs here. Okay, so in that case, what if we just select half? Is there a quick, okay, select all, wait. Select. Is there a select all in here? Have the current selection of ships. Okay, you guys are going to become early sub-destroyers. Then the rest of you... which I think I have to, like, shift-click individually. Are going to become early Theseus, which is basically the same thing but minus the sub thrower. All right, that's going to take forever. But we have 3 sets of factories working on it around the clock. Yugoslavia seems to be sad in this playthrough. Yeah, the thing is, I wasn't sure if it's better to try and puppet them or if I could try to annex them. Should I just go for the puppet? Like, I'm not really sure how do I annex them. Also, I keep forgetting that we have custom decisions I have to do every 30 days down here. May as well reorganize the irregulars and give them recon companies. And then there's not really anywhere to spend my political power, which is not what I expected. Okay, new model of Artie is in. Same price. It's literally the same resource cost, which is insane. Unlocks some stuff for tanks. 50% more defense, some breakthrough, 5 more soft attack. It's just better. Probably fuel. I really think fuel's going to be the one that sneaks up on us if we're not paying attention. All right, let's ditch the old Artie. Out with the old, in with the new. Gonna lose some production efficiency. And then up that. But yes, for the Pope, we have to wait until I think there is a decision here that renews once a year, if I'm not mistaken. So that's where the Pope comes in, Hummus. Maximalist Portugal seeks to purchase Italian ships. No. We are not interested in communist Portugal. I help the anarchists who were at war with you, but chat, I got bad news. Bad news for the Iberian betters. Nationalist Spain is getting larger. Carl is still here somehow, and it's like a lava lamp right now. It's like a lava lamp. I can't explain it. Does there need to be a Portugal option in the future, perhaps? Survivability studies. All right, so we're gonna need to redo our planes soon. Dude, we got everything soon. I'm gonna get started on improved computing machines for the 8% research buff. Does the Civil War usually last this long? Yeah, it varies. Normally, Portugal doesn't do this, ever. Maybe once. I've only seen this once. I don't even know how it starts. Time to fix our gun manufacturing line also. But the extra 50% soft attack is insane. The defense and breakthrough's better. It is more expensive, but we have steel. So let's swap. Start building up the production efficiency, I guess.
Formazione.
All right, boys.
Pronto, signore.
Take the Mountaineers with you.
Pronto, signore.
On the purple line. Boop.
Pronto.
Boop. Then we have 5 more divisions.
Sì, signore. Pronto, signore.
You know what time it is, right, chat? Do you know what time it is? It is yup time. That's true. It is yup time. This is my Coast Guard. This is the Coast Guard. We're gonna give them a 10th combat width. Definitely give them engineers, because the entrenchment is really the only thing that keeps the Coast Guard together. And then once we have enough artillery, we'll add support. We'll add support already after And I think we give them Cav Recon just so that they can get some intel. Logistics might be useful, but I don't think so. At least not initially. I think this is good enough initially. And then, yeah, they can be reserves. So now it's time to start training. "24 divisions simultaneously. Netherlands continues the Zuiderzee works. A large-scale land reclamation project has been undertaken in the Netherlands. My favorite. Continuing a series of such projects known collectively as the Zuiderzee works. After the closing off of the IJsselmeer with the Afsluitdijk, the reclamation of the Wiergemeer and the Noorderspolder, the project now focuses on the reclamation of the Flevopolder, the largest area yet to be reclaimed from the sea. Though the full project will undoubtedly span many years, draining has proceeded enough that small areas are now already accessible. And benefits to Dutch industry are palpable. All right, time to start researching some tanks stuff. Actually, no, let's get the boats. Dude, Italy feels like it needs so many things, man. Like, I need light batteries for the new destroyers. While other countries might develop ever larger and heavier tanks in search of the super tank that will render all others obsolete, we know the best tank is the tank that's on the field. A tank must be fast enough to go where it's needed, and it really only needs armor heavy enough to withstand rifles. Such a vehicle would be cheap to produce. Modify military industry with light tank production and light tank reliability. 5% bonuses both ways. A new military factory for free, a research bonus for light tanks. Once you research it, you create a new variant on gaining technology. Create a tank destroyer variant. And basically it's just going to create some free variants that are historical. Once Engineer Company 2 is researched, create a flame support tank. Dude, I've never even made a flame support tank in this. Dude, it's December 1939 and World War II hasn't even started yet? That's kind of insane, right? Let's get the research bonus for plane models now. I'm kind of all over the board here. So there's the basic light tank destroyer, which is pretty funny. Poto, every time somebody asks about the most popular mods in Hearts of Iron, I add another 3 months to when I'm actually going to play them. So we're up to about 17 years at this point. So maybe, you know, check back in 2040, somewhere in there. Are we winning? I don't know. We're not losing. If your name is Spain, you might be losing. I don't know what's going on here. We might have to just refund everyone's channel points. I've never seen this hungry of a Portugal. A historical go burr. But anyway, if I wanted to play, if I'm not happy with vanilla Hearts, I would play mods. Or if I wanted to try something different. But right now, I just like... I know that people who play mods find this crazy, but I actually like the game with the DLC. I know that that sounds insane to some of you. I want to start making armored cars. So the one on the left is the Fiat that we already made. Or like we already started the game with, researched. Now we get this little guy. It's the same cost, 2 steel, so it's just a strict upgrade. Production cost, it takes more time though. 3 defense, 16 breakthroughs, pretty good. 65 hardness, 13 soft attack. That's the moneymaker right there. A little bit of heart attack. It's also super fast, 12 kilometers an hour. That's about as fast as motorized, if I'm not mistaken. 10 armor, that's like 3 times as much armor. More piercing, more fuel usage. So it does have that downside. That armored car looks awesome. Dude, I don't even know what to get now. So many options. I guess well, yeah, we do have the bonus light tank model. That was the whole point, right? Did you like the Lord of the Rings mod? Yeah, it was really cool. Short, but deep. Mod community is crazy in this game. So if I wanted to make armored cars, where am I gonna carve out the factories? Not that kind of car, Hummus. By my estimations, we're going to need at least 3 factories just for that. We are going to be building some. Hopefully soon. Pumping up the industry, or the infrastructure in Italy. It's January 1940. Poland returns Danzig after Germany demands it for military guarantees, assuring the Poles the Germans will come to their aid in the event of any hostilities committed against them. Oh, man. Though the price has been high, once more entirely cutting off the Poles from the sea, it may be worth it in light of the communist threat to the east. Poland small. Didn't I say I need to update the planes? Yeah, once heavy MGs get researched here. A pact of mutual assistance between the Soviet Socialist Republic and France was signed yesterday in Tashkent by diplomats from both countries. This agreement is part of the policies of collective security proposed by the Soviet People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, Maxim Litvinov. Under this pact, the Soviet Socialist Republic and France have pledged to defend each other in the event of aggression by hostile powers. So is France going to join the war against the Soviet Union? They're fighting a defensive war. They have a non-aggression pact. They're guaranteeing France is guaranteeing the independence of the SSSR with Lev Kamenev. I've never seen this either. And France is going communist and Britain's going communist. What is happening in this campaign? Communist versus monarchy again? 25 air XP we don't need. The bonus for fighter models and air doctrine's nice. What about the Pope? Not ready yet. Oh, dude, I wish you could queue up the Ethiopian upgrades. I keep forgetting about them. We have 469 political power. Okay, maybe now's a good time to devalue the lira. Consumer goods factories factor down for 365 days. Maybe we get some more factories to build. Compliance up. I don't know, dude, at this point. I was gonna make Italy first, and then chat was like, but what if? But what if you need a Pope faction? Maybe. New field marshal, 3 Italian units. It's 70 day though. Sorry, I'm just looking at the options because there's just so many. We could just do all of the African ones. This is pretty solid. We should probably do these ones down here. These are all pretty good. Because this is like free radar. It's cheaper to make artillery, anti-tank, and anti-air, and you get a military factory and 2 research bonuses on artillery. All right, sure, let's do that one. That'll help us produce faster. They're all good, man. Italy's got to, you just have to decide, like, between a bunch of all really good things. Let's get the engines being researched, then we'll get the plane, and then we'll get the 1940 model plane updated, and that'll be our new Air Force. America's quiet? I mean, it's 1940. They're supposed to be quiet. What's not supposed to be quiet is the rest of the world. Maximalist Portugal's the biggest war going on. That's what's wild. World War has not even popped off, and it's February 1940. We've seen at least once or twice where it's been kind of late, but never like that late. I feel like I'm supposed to be at war by this point, but I don't really know whether that's true or not. I'm trying to get the Pope. The Pope. I'm waiting for one of these to reappear, but I don't remember when I clicked it, so I don't know how long I'm supposed to be waiting. I'm gonna update... Well, there's the US, now that you mentioned it. Let's get a Department of Cryptology. The US and Canada formalize an alliance. Having cooperated for some time through the Joint Defense Board, a new political partnership has developed between the US and Canada. Termed the North American Alliance, the program aims to further North American interest in all foreign affairs, including matters of defense and military action. With Canada still discovering its post-colonial self and American politicians practically fighting each other over isolationist and interventionist policies, the new alliance may offer both countries the foreign policy direction they sorely lack. Alf Landon. Freaking Alf Landon. And Mackenzie King. Bad news for the anarchists. You ever see those videos of people who are like running a race and they start celebrating just before the finish line? Or American football, they make an interception and they start showing off on like the 5-yard line? Well, that's the anarchist commune who was just annexed by Maximalist Portugal. You guys are dead. Your channel points are gone. Because Maximalist Portugal just came in, kicked the anarchist ass, and now nationalist Spain is trying to edge out Carlist Spain. Surprise, bitch. You never saw that one coming. Portugal, from the top rope, dropping the elbow on the anarchists. And then Maximalist Portugal's huge. Rip a ton of channel points. And they're not even at war with anybody else. It's over. It's over. Nationalist victory in the Spanish Civil War. The biggest upset of the year. Instantly. Carl was annexed immediately. I've never seen this before. This is so weird. This is why this game is so replayable. After a long and grueling and confusing and weird civil war, the nationalists have finally defeated the Carlist and Republican enemies for full control over Spain. Though isolated pockets of Republican troops continue to wage a guerrilla war that may well hamper the exertion of local nationalist control, it is unlikely further coordinated resistance will materialize. An interesting development, it says. Nationalist Spain wins. Here are your channel points. By the way, anarchists had 40% of the vote with 1.1 million channel points. Nationalists win a 4.36 to 1 return on investment with Zabraxel or Z-Bax getting 150k times over 4. Rip channel points for many, many people, but there you go. Carl wins. Spain is in the midst of a civil war. I think that automatically... Yeah, okay. So that just auto-progressed. I believe that was this one. So now you can demand the Balearic? I don't know how to say that. Islands. You can do a Spanish-Italian alliance and or befriend maximalist Portugal, depending on what you choose here. We can request islands from Spain. Is that these? Where am I? Yeah. All right, improved light battery. Very cool, very cool. Let's get the dual purpose, because I freaking love the dual purpose battery. Because it can shoot air or boat. Oh yeah. Dude. I need to be able to queue these up or do multiple at the same time. We have 500 PP. What do you do with 500 PP? Eh? I guess create region-wide build. This is a free building slot for 100 PP. We'll just do that, I guess. All right, we got at least a little bit of cryptology. I don't know if I want to go too ham on that. Now what? We got 30 dockyards. Sorry. Okay, brain not working. I guess decrypt Yugoslavia. It's gonna take 900 days. Chat, my brain's not working. What was the last thing I was doing? I got sidetracked. I was looking at boats. Oh, I need to figure out what to queue up for construction. That's what it was. Don't we have like a fuel silo gets built faster bonus? I want a fuel silo in every... I don't know. Do I want one in every location? At least the locations up here that are landlocked. 100%. So let's build 3 more. Each fuel silo holds how much? 100k fuel. How much do we store right now? 700k, so that'll give us like 1 million. We can produce 2.2k and consume 14k. What? That's crazy. That's so much. I might even build 2 fuel silos there. Dude, we're gonna run out of fuel so freaking fast. We're gonna need at least 3 more synthetics. But I also need military factories. And docks. And, you know, whatever. Everything else. How can I have it all? Okay, that'll queue up a lot. I want to make Omega armored cars. The Japanese People's Republic joined the Mutual Assistance Bloc. With Communist China? Japan and Communist China? Is that how Japan is going to go to war with China? Japan's been chilling over here. And now that Communist China's back is against the wall, surrounded by angry China, they join a Hail Mary alliance with Japan to drag Japan into war with China in 1940. Meanwhile, President Salvador Abascal of Mexico's Union Nacional Sinarquista has announced the formation of a new bloc of nations in the West. The Hispanic Alliance has declared that left-wing agitation and foreign interference will be defeated by the forging of a Revancist alliance of autocratic strongmen who will reorder the region to create a strong counterweight to the other factions. What is going on? Mexico's junta, led by Salvador Abascal, has joined forces with Venezuela and the Dominican Republic and Peru and Chile in their own alliance. Vanguard Chile joins, Peru joins. The Bulgarian government supports the IMRO. Balkan conflict is going to reignite chaos. Venezuela joins the alliance, and the Dominican Republic joins. Everyone, get in here. Everyone. Hello, Gamer Deathbot. I think it's actually kicking off now because this is the big one. Japan versus China. But it is 1940, which is very late for them, but they are at war now. They were minding their own business. Now they're at war. The Great War was primarily a war of artillery. We have to assume the next war will also be fought with artillery. We must not allow ourselves to fall behind. So we can make artillery, anti-tank, and anti-air 10% cheaper. That's amazing. And then we get 2 support RD research bonuses and a free military factory. Can we get the Pope? No Pope yet. Not there yet. Oh, we can do this. I don't know. I guess I could have done this a long time ago. I think this is one of the best ones we can pick for industrial. Because this gives you, like, all your MIOs gain 1 size and complete a free trait, which is production output plus 10% and military industrial org research bonus up 10%. So that's probably secretly one of the best. It's not secret, it's got a little wreath. It's got the cool wreath around it. That's how you know it's good. And I guess we could just look at this screen. That way I know when I can click on the next thing. I'm trying to give electricity to all these places. The Yellow River was blown already to try and slow down the encroaching advances from Japan, I suppose. Improved light tank chassis. So this is 1936. To be honest, it's mostly the same. It's just faster, more reliable, and has more armor. I'd love to just skip to 1941. It's a little premature. Oh yeah, I need to do the improved small airframe. We can start making 1940s era fighters. That'll give us a nice advantage. Oh yeah, and there's the tank destroyer and the chassis that we automatically got, so I don't even have to create a variant if I don't want to. I could just use the one that they have and call it a day. It does have an automatic cannon, so that's going to be head and shoulders better than the one that we're probably already making. So do I need to make an edit to it, or do we like it the way it is? So what does it have right now? It has bogey suspension, which is basic. So if we want to add production costs, we could increase the speed or the breakthrough or the reliability. I like upping the reliability so I can like add more speed and or armor to it. Torsion bar is usually pretty good. Cast armor is cool because you get a bunch of armor, defense, and breakthrough. The problem is that it adds so much to their production cost. I feel like we need to go cheap and affordable. Gasoline engine is going to be the fastest with the least reliability issues. And then we have a one-man turret instead of the fixed superstructure. We could change it to a two-man turret at the cost of a little teeny bit of production. And you get 3 additional breakthrough. And then we have the new autocannon that I think we just unlocked. So before, I think we were just using like a heavy machine gun, weren't we? Something tiny. This is like twice as much soft attack as piercing. So the real question is, would we rather have like a action... Chat, what do you think? Should we get an automatic cannon and go for budget? This is faster to make. Or go for an improved small cannon and be better against enemy armor, but have to pay an extra 20-something% production cost. Here's my question. If you make, let's say you make 2 different chassis, like they gave me an improved light destroyer and an improved light tank, right? Basic chassis. Let's say you make both. How do you use both in one division? Do they have different like unit cards? Small cannon has worse soft attack, so I don't want that. High velocity is really for anti-armor. You have to add one to the division. So like, if I made a light tank destroyer as is, and I went to my Olive Outriders and added something, how do you add some tank destroyers and some not tank destroyers? That's what I want to know. Don't you? We did this before where you choose the exact units that you want in a group, and I always forget how to do it. It's equipment, right? And then you can choose which chassis you want or something. But then, how do you get both? I think you need a new column for tank destroyers. Okay, there it is. It's under Armored Combat Support Battalion. So yeah, it's there. All right, thank you. I just needed to know how to do that, to know if this was worth making some of both. Now, I don't really want to have light tanks and light tank destroyers. I just wanted to know how to do it. The only reason I want light tanks is I actually want to phase out my light tank divisions and use them as light tank cavalry, or light tank recon. And then I want to use armored cars instead for my actual offensive pushes. So as far as the light tank chassis goes, let's up the engines so they go a little bit faster. 7.3, really not that much faster. One-man turret is fine. I say let's leave, like you said, chat, the automatic cannon. I don't think we're going to be depending on these to kill tanks. I think fuel drum is almost always a must. Extend the operational range of armored vehicles. To me, that's always worth the production cost because then you don't run out of fuel nearly as fast. We could get a secondary turret, but that adds more production cost. And then from there, it's all a question of whatever you think is the most useful. Because what you probably want is something cheap. This adds 0.5 production, this adds 1, this adds 1, this adds 1, this adds less than 1. So any of those are fine. Whereas the secondary turret adds 3 production cost, 1.5 production cost. But it does add 4 soft attack. And then smoke launchers give you like 2 defense, which we only have 2 defense from riveted armor. Hold the line longer. So if you're on defense, doubling your defense is nice. So yeah, I like smoke launchers. To me, extra ammo storage is just better because you get 4 defense and 2 breakthrough. And then you just go back and change bogey to torsion. So if you use torsion, extra ammo storage gives you bonus racks to let you stay in the fight for longer without having to resupply. But if the armor is penetrated, the results are likely to be catastrophic. That's just flavor text. It just lowers the reliability. So if we change back to torsion, then we're back to 97% reliability. And then if we wanted to go even further, we could add smoke launchers for another defense breakthrough bonus for only 0.5 production cost. These seem like pretty stout little tanks to me. 15 soft attack, 5 hard attack. We up the defense from like 2. Breakthroughs up. Reliability is at 97%. Seems like a reasonable tank to have for recon purposes. So we're going to start to change that over. Switch this whole production line. Did I not assign the MIO? Okay, I'll do that. I always forget. This actually lowers our armor and defense, but decreases production cost. I don't love this MIO right now. I have 2 trait points to spend, apparently. How about soft attack and defense and max speed and defense? So at least it's not completely useless. So we lose armor, but we gain not much in return. This thing sucks. Yeah, this MIO, I guess it makes it slightly cheaper. Sure. Okay. And we'll want a 3rd factory assigned to that soon. We are starting to make our very first armored cars. And with that, chat, I think we've got our stopping points. Because we'll have to get the Pope next time when this... It takes a long time to get the Pope. Maybe I'm doing it inefficiently. But I think we'll pick up there next time. Because it's been over 9 hours. It is well into yup time. And I don't know exactly when that decision's going to come back around. But I'm going to keep developing all the land down here. Doing some industrial with the PP. We got industrialization programs. We got 5 research slots. We're building a hybrid of military factories, fuel silos, and synthetic refineries. Then I'm going to get more dockyards. Argentina has joined the Hispanic Alliance. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, something like that. Just go ham on them. China restores German rule to Tsing Tsao. Welcome back, Germany. Their old enclave has returned. Yeah, it's halfway through 1940 and world tension's is barely at 26%. Correct. Things are slowly popping off. Very slowly. Like, Japan's at war with China is pretty much the only thing. Which is crazy. We've actually got extra cannolis. Well, the good news, chat, is we actually have like 500 cannoli chargers, which are actual fighters with air attack. And then next we make the new 1940 airframe, and we make those with heavy machine guns. And we might actually be able to hold our own a little bit against somebody else. We need to make some... Oh god, it's the Coast Guard. Everybody run! If we ended the game now, we you know, we're in a nice 6th place. It was at 21 when I started that sentence. Yeah, it went up pretty fast there. I think because more people were joining the Hispanic Alliance faction. So we'll pick this up again. I don't know if we'll pick this up again tomorrow or like early next week, but rest assured we will finish this campaign because I want to see the Pope take over. But for now, I go eat and then I sleep. But thanks for watching. Just Mojo, thank you again for the 70-month sub a few minutes ago. How you doing, dude? It is late, but thanks for dropping the late sub. We got like a million things left to research and upgrade. I feel split between so many things because I'm trying to upgrade all my fleets, get all my ships upgraded. I need to build new ships. We need to upgrade. I don't even know if it's worth upgrading instead of just build new ships. I just don't like making a new navy and leaving the old one to rot and rust. So I want to try upgrading them because I never do that and see if I like it or not. So it's kind of an experiment. There'll probably be a stream tomorrow. I would say it's 50-50. I'd say it's 51% of a stream tomorrow. Slightly more than not. And then if there is a stream, there's a 51% chance that it'll be the conclusion of this campaign, and a 49% chance I go rogue and play more Star Citizen. So, check back tomorrow is the best I can do. And see what's going on. But yeah, we'll finish this campaign for sure. Guaranteed. Good night for now, everybody. Thanks so much for watching and for hanging out. I want to do some new games, but I don't think I'm a Deadlock kind of guy. Probably. I'm also not invited, so they don't like me. And then the Wizards game is cool. We played it, but I kind of already played it, and I don't want to do the tutorial again. If that makes sense. It also had a lot of reading, which is good. It seems like it'd be more enjoyable, but maybe not as a stream game. How is that Sins game looking? It looks cool, but it's like StarCraft, you know? It's like StarCraft is as close to Paradox games as that is to Grand Strategy. It's kind of just like it's like a RTS. So, not really, I don't really do single player versus AI standard RTS games very often. It's a round-based game. That's each round is like a couple hours. It's like, what's that game called that we played? The Viking one? Northgard. It's like Northgard or the Dune game. Not the new Dune game, the old Dune game. I'm back from the Goth Rave. How'd the stream go? Suspiciously quiet. Not. It's 1940 and World War II has not started yet, so suspiciously quiet. We're like 1 percentage point away from making the Pope the ruler, so we have to do that next time. Welcome back, Robot Mystic. However, it's pretty good. We're kind of like getting all of our forces updated and ready to kick things off next time. So check back tomorrow. We'll see if we see you then. I'll see you if I see you. How about that? And I will tell all of you good night. And I will tell you good night by sending you away on an adventure. I will send you off on a grand adventure. Sorry, I got distracted. Okay, no more distractions. I'm hungry, so I'm gonna hop out of here. Thanks for watching, everybody. I appreciate you. Thanks for chilling, and thanks for hanging out. Hope you had a nice Friday night and a nice Saturday morning, wherever you're waking up. Thanks for the follows, subs, raiders who stuck around from Avic. Avic is awesome. Appreciate the raid as always. And now, you guys need to get out of here. I think I know just the place. I think I know just the place. Let's go say what's up to Nookrium, who is playing Warlords 2. Warlords 2 is from 1993. It is a strategy game by Steve Faulkner for DOS. UB announced the new Heroes of Might and Magic. The olden era. What are they doing, man? They're trying to figure out what they're doing, I think. I don't know how that's going to go. I would like it to be cool. But, you know. All right, while we're on the way, I guess you can see what I see. It does say a new strategic tale. Why does it say the same thing at the bottom as the top? All right, the raid's gonna go whether you want it to or not. Bye, everybody. Go give Nookrium some love. Check him out. Give him a follow and be good, as I know you are. Okay? Good night. See you next time.